Hello! Can you hear us? How's the mic to music level? Hey Andy. How's the music to mic?
Oh yeah.
All good?
Seems like it.
Shh, you're supposed to be secret.
Oh, sorry.
Alright, Bob. Hey, when you got the message. It might be a bit louder. I'll put it to max. And I'll put it closer to us. A little bit awkward. You'll see. Hey yo. What, the Takata thing?
Or the response.
The response.
Alright, yeah.
Awesome. Hey Rebecca. Hey Anthony. Uh-huh. Should we switch to this?
Let's do it.
Hello!
Hi! It's been a while.
It's kind of surreal, because we can't see you.
Yeah.
We can look at ourselves.
Yeah, that's really weird.
I guess that's just how it is. Has everyone got a drink?
As we do. You know, to form Macarius.
To form Macarius, who are in large part in the chat.
Well.
So, before we get started, is everything working okay? It all sounds good so far, looks good. You're not getting feedback loops, echoes, no corpse paint.
No corpse paint today. No, heck no. Not today. Oh.
That's right.
Nice.
I guess that will do. Sounds good, sounds good. Everything's perfect. Alright. Wow.
Oh, where's everyone else? I hope you all get better soon.
Yeah, I suppose it does. Alright, well. Do you want to say anything before we get started?
Well, I don't know if I'm the one to introduce it, but Dan's put together kind of a retrospective presentation of not just Formicarius actually, but the band that Formicarius was before it was Formicarius, which was Phyrexia.
In a sense, it's complicated.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But it's a look back anyway of the last 13 years that we've been doing this. 13 years since we were 17 and 18. My watch is buzzing me saying I have an abnormally high heart rate. It's kind of scary actually. It feels a little bit like playing a show streaming, as it turns out. But yeah, this is a look back of some of our history, I guess.
We are definitely the Spinal Tap of UK extreme metal. You're not wrong.
We so are.
The Formicarius. Oh,
No, here we go.
It's all coming out already.
Come on, hit us with your best puns as you go through. Make us laugh, please.
Yeah. I guess before we get started, this is mostly quite a feel-good retrospective. You know, not here to throw anyone under the bus or you know, everyone's sort of had fallings out over the course of 13 years, right? So it's not necessarily, you know, every single anecdote of everything that happened with everyone in the whole world. And as Vicky and I are the two people here, like it's going to be our anecdotes. So you're going to hear a lot of our stories, I guess, our perspectives on things.
Yeah.
Can try and bounce off various. Well, I guess we're all ex-members now in the chat, but you know, there's a delay between us and you and everything.
Oh, and also in terms of Dan's presentation, I've not seen it yet, so it's going to be like a live reaction to the nostalgia from me as well.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
Yeah, see what I actually remember. Because for some of it, we were quite drunk.
This is reaction content now.
Ex-Formicarius members react to.
Yeah, reaction content and clickbait titles. No, I just need a thumbnail.
Yeah, we'll sort that out after.
Yeah, that'd be good. So, without further ado, I suppose we should get started.
Let's do it.
Oh shit! Oh, I'm in two cameras. I kind of need to be.
That's okay.
To be in the mic.
Don't mind sharing.
Oh, this isn't a presentation. This is our Bandcamp. And look, everything's on abnormally low prices. You can kind of see, I think. So we're trying to clear out some of, in particular, my wardrobe of Formicarius merch. And there may be some Phyrexia CDs bumming about. So I'm going to keep these prices up for about a week, I think. If you want to get something, get it now or tomorrow or before next Saturday.
Bag yourself a bargain.
Because we're going to go through a lot of the music.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear a lot of it anyway, and you can decide if you like it or not, or like us or not.
That too.
But this is what we're actually here for. How I remember it, featuring Vicky. there is international shipping. I've halved it all as well. Because more than anything, I just want to get stuff out into the world.
Yeah, that would be the best fitting end to it, I think.
It's not like we got a band to reinvest in or anything, so kind of split all those amazing profits between the five of us.
Yeah.
But you know, it's better to have it out there.
Definitely. The legacy can live on.
It's just it's it's worth money, so I don't just want to put it out for free. At the end of the day. Alright, so without further ado, again. This is Phyrexia into Formicarius. As I've remembered it, in a 64-page slideshow.
64.
So
Buckle up, kids.
I guess I really hope you like slideshows.
It's like, I don't know. It's our anecdotes. It's our stories.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least it's not just our faces talking.
So we're gonna start with Phyrexia. Obviously, Phyrexia went sort of 2008 to 2014-ish. I think in our official band ending posts we said 2015, but really it was 2014-ish. Our last gig was probably then, if not 13.
I think it was 2013.
Yeah. And then we just didn't do anything for a year, and came back as Formicarius and pretended we'd done things for 2 years, I guess.
Yeah.
So well, why name Phyrexia? This haunted us through our whole career.
Yeah.
I came up with, well, I've been playing Magic the Gathering since I was 6. Big shocker, huge nerd. I know.
It's gay.
And when you're about 16, this is probably what you think heavy metal band should sound like and look like, I guess. And you have a really cool name that goes with it. Phyrexia. It's kind of like, it's got angles to the sound. So yeah, I picked the band name when I was 16, before there was a band, really. And it shows very much the things that stuck with me. You know, there's a lot of fantasy, video games, bad guys, that kind of stuff. You know, look at all this, whatever that is, that's totally not blood and oil, and there's fire. Yeah,
love it.
And worth the shit. Yeah. Well,
missed a trick there, didn't you, Dan?
Missed a trick not only there, but after naming 2 of the songs, Bladewing and Bloodfire Colossus. So yeah, a lot of the demo titles and all that kind of stuff, it's just kind of what was on my mind, I suppose. And that's kind of how it was before that as well. There are all these, like, you're in high school and you make bands, but you don't ever actually do any music or play anything. You just come up with names and logos. And I think one of them was called Perfect Dark. Just called Perfect Dark.
I had a worse one, Dan.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you don't even know this, but back in high school, for a brief period of about 2 or 3 weeks, I was in a band called Turkey Sandwich.
Turkey Sandwich.
What kind of crap is that?
I still prefer my form of inspiration.
Yeah, I mean, I was really no, it wasn't even. I didn't come up with the name, man.
You don't even like turkey.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not my favorite. We have it every year for Christmas. Everyone does, and it's not always the best, is it? No one really likes turkey, so why they chose that?
Well,
don't know.
So it's just, you're kind of stupid. Yeah, this is what a 16-year-old thinks heavy metal is, kind of thing. And this is that 16-year-old, actually. And this isn't just me on stage, like, with some guys or whatever. This was Phyrexia. So this was a band with my best friend at the time was the guy on other guitar. This guy just joined because we needed a bass player for this one assembly performance of a Raging Speedhorns Thumper. I didn't even know what a Raging Speedhorn was. No, I wish I didn't, but It's this is 16-year-old Phyrexia, and
Bless you.
just want to give like context to the time period. So this is high school. This is the end of GCSEs. This isn't even A levels. The way I got my music was MySpace and Terrorizer. This is prime like Kazaa, LimeWire era.
Yeah, we would have been trading that shit with each other.
Sending over MSN.
Yeah. We did that quite a lot back in the day.
Emo was in. Like nu metal was kind of out, I think.
Just about.
I was listening to Dissection. I wasn't part of any of that shit. But that's just the context of the time anyway. And what we do was we'd have weekly practices in the drummer's shed. which was good, to be honest. Like just being able to just play music every week really helped us develop just as in those beginning parts of being a musician, writing and everything. And we actually wrote quite a lot of material there, but there wasn't any like idea of what sort of music we should do. It wasn't like we're going to do a black metal band or whatever. I remember the drummer kept being like, oh yeah, let's have a Viking metal band, and 2 weeks later he'd be like, let's have a prog metal band, and it was just a mess, So pretty soon we kicked him out, and it was just me and the guitarist for like a year or two, I think, maybe a year. And he'd come around to my house every Friday and we'd just write material. And I kind of came up with like a bit more of a manifesto of the kind of music that I actually wanted to do. And the key word, which didn't seem like such a buzzword at the time, I was like 17 now, was making it epic. Like I was listening to like 3 Inches of Blood, and trying to take the things that I liked about a lot of different styles of metal and sort of cinema music and video game music and everything, and combine it into one sort of melting pot that would work. And how well that worked in the beginning is another story. But we worked pretty hard on this just to try and clarify what it was going to be. So we had like some quite grungy songs for a while and everything.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but we got rid of all that and stuck with these more sort of progressive kind of gel different types of good ideas together. And then really that's the thing that stuck with Phyrexia through Formicarius to the very end from this time period. It was trying to get the best of a lot of different genres and refine that down into one thing that's a bit more original. Well, I guess it's derivative of a lot of things, so therefore it's original.
It's a unique combination.
Yeah, we didn't just want to do, we're not going to just
go all in on one thing.
Yeah, didn't just want to be like a punky black metal band or just a power metal band or something. Like, yeah, just take the best bits of everything and see what you can do.
I think that also like followed us into every iteration of the band proper thereafter.
Yeah,
we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This last thing here, the DIY FS demos. I was doing these demos on on really dodgy recording software that I plugged it into like directly into the sound card on the back of my like Windows XP computer. I blew it up actually. So I plug into my pedal and that would go straight into the sound card. And I was using a pirate copy that my dad got from a co-worker of Cakewalk in like 2005 version. I remember I couldn't get the click track, like it was recorded in mono, but the click track was on the right speaker and the guitar's on the left speaker. So these were like really shitty demos, but it's kind of what, you're using anything you had to do as much as you could with it, just to develop some ideas in some way. So I call them DIY FS demos because I was reading the Grumpy Old Men's Handbook at the ripe old age of 17, and it was a thing from that, the do it your fucking self, haha. But I thought it was really funny at the time, so
Oh.
it's not good.
Oh.
But the next part of the story, I've got something I don't think anyone has seen, because I only managed to dig this up about a year ago. And after a while, basically we got a full lineup together, this ragtag sort of band of people, and that's where Vicky comes in. And my friends needed to make a documentary for their media A-level.
Oh yeah.
So we had a documentary of the media A-level of the band at that time, and buckle up, it's gonna be something.
Let us know if the audio's okay.
Yeah, we're gonna mute the microphone, but
Yeah.
and turn it all up and everything.
Fucking hell, here we go.
Here we go.
Towards the end of April 2008, Daniel Saunders began reproducing the original material of the band. It was now that the remaining members of Phyrexia realized what they wanted, and that the long-awaited rebirth of the name Phyrexia was.
Alright, bear with us 1 second. Let me just turn it up in Chrome first.
That should be...
I hope this doesn't, like, shit your pants.
Was on the horizon. Towards the end of April 2008, Daniel Saunders began reproducing the original material of the band. It was now that the remaining members of Phyrexia realized what they wanted, and that the long-awaited rebirth of the name Phyrexia was on the horizon.
Yeah, we started a couple of songs, like it's grimy, it's a tune called Spider, some Doom stuff, and we had the Paramaniac. And after the band broke up, we kind of needed a new direction to focus that, so we kind of just rewrote a whole bunch of stuff and took the originals out.
It had been 1 year since the breakup of Phyrexia, and it was only now that Daniel and Ethan decided it was time to bring back Phyrexia with a new group of core members, in hope of performing at live concerts and pursuing their dream of fame. With only 2 members in the band at this current time, Daniel began contacting potential musicians that would fit perfect with their music genre.
Plan was, after breakup, that we just write all songs, all the parts for someone else, and we get people when we were done. So that kind of followed through and gathered up a couple of contacts over the year. I formed a band called Tempest, and that's where Reese came from. It's also where Bobby came from initially, but he never actually joined Tempest, just how I found out. I met Vicky about 3 years ago at a music project. We actually met Reese as well, but Vicky joined as a favour for me because we've been friends since. And that's how it fits together, really.
By June 2008, all the members of Phyrexia began rehearsing together, and thus the band was live. Since then, Phyrexia spent the majority of the summer that year rehearsing fairly regularly, although there was a short gap when all the members had synchronized to go on separate holidays at the same time in August. Things are now looking up for the live band, and the 2 core members couldn't be any more satisfied with their new lineup.
Yeah, personally, I'm pretty satisfied with the lineup. I mean, they're all skilled players, musicians, performers. Reese is an incredible drummer. He's the only person for the job, literally. Bobby's a great bass player. He's the most underrated bass player, actually. And Vicky's insane on the keyboards, so being the most self-conscious person in the band. And yeah, I'm just really satisfied with how it's all going.
For over 6 months, Phyrexia prepared as a group in hope of success in their future performances. Within this time, the current members became dissatisfied with the unfinished group as they still lacked in vocals. Towards the end of October 2008, Phyrexia began producing their first EP in Ealing Studios, where they recorded all of the members' instruments separately.
A lot of recording done in a short space of time. 3 days isn't actually that long to record 3 songs. You got the drums to prepare, which takes pretty much a whole day normally. We had to rush that, and it sounded great by the end of it. It's a shame we haven't had time to get vocals done, but I'm sure that'll be ready for the gig in the 27th, which I'm looking forward to, 27th November.
The band has been pleased with the recordings, regardless of the fact that they still lacked vocals. However, within days of completing their EP, the group had received news on their first potential vocalist.
We got Pyro and Bloodfire done pretty quickly. They're pretty decent and easy to play, even though they sound good, but we have the Curse of Bladewing. Takes at least eight tries to get it right first time, but it's definitely the hardest one. But we're keeping it in there. It's going to be in the EP, and it's definitely worth listening to.
Now looking forward to the upcoming performance in November, the band began focusing on rehearsals once more.
How was that?
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Wait,
Oh, it's playing again.
Can't please go to the next
There we
one?
go.
That's better.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Look, yeah. I don't know. I can't really go back and point out a few things.
Really?
I need
Okay.
to.
Okay.
So, I actually I thought this summed up a lot of what was happening in quite a short space of time pretty well. And
Part 3, where were 2 and 1, by the way?
it's a media project.
Okay.
But yeah, it kind of sums things up pretty well. That there was a lot happening quite quickly. Actually, we got all these random people together who aren't even like metalheads to go and record for free in Ealing Studio, which I bunked off of A-levels for, and got into a load of trouble over it.
Oh, you rebel.
And you know, look at this fucking CRT monitor. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure that's on MySpace in the background.
I think so.
Can't, you know, this is like
tell.
240p, but yeah, you kind of just see kind of how budget we were. Look at this rehearsal studio.
That one's not, but that one is that's
yeah,
not Bonafide, is it?
Well. Yeah.
Bonafide was the name of it. Yeah, it was budget as hell. It was what we could afford at the time. I don't know, what was it? Do you remember?
We were so fucking broke. It was like £18 for 3 hours in London.
£6 an hour, yeah. But it was falling apart. Like the ceiling was kind of held together with tape.
we had to get up like super early to go. I remember that.
Yeah, we would, and we rehearsed every week as well. We were really on it.
Yeah,
and,
we worked really hard.
Yeah, but we never had any money, so it was like get to practice. It sort of crippled us to pay that £18 because we had no money.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to like buy food out most of the time. If we were hungry, we would just starve. I don't know. Yeah, it was quite a time.
No, that's that. Fuck, what was that, Paul? That's not the Seven Kings one. This one's in Old Street.
Yes.
There's a shot from outside it here somewhere, but doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I want to draw Paul's attention to this immaculate tremolo picking. Oh, look at this fucking technique, pivoting on the body. Ooh. Jesus Christ.
Yikes.
This gave me the shittest RSI. Yeah, that was a time. And yeah, Ethan. I think he actually interviewed the best for this.
I think, yeah,
He actually sounds like a human being.
he does. It's just himself, really.
This ended up being the most pro studio that we would go to for ages, for like the entire duration of Phyrexia up until Formicarius, and it was like the worst sounding EP.
Well, we tried to, we had to record these 3 songs in 2 days. 5 people
Five
at that time.
yeah.
Yeah, and we just rushed it all in, so not the best.
Yeah, this is bona fide as well.
Yeah, you see the oh god, is that mold on the ceiling? Probably.
I
don't know, man.
Literally brought nothing new to the table, Lola. Yeah, so this was the lineup anyway, and you can't tell like who the metalheads are, who they aren't. Looking at you over there.
Are you judging me? I didn't have
No,
any
not you.
nice clues.
Look at Ethan. But
Ectopeth.
the way that I described like how it came together, like, oh, I knew Vicky from 3 years ago, and Bobby wasn't even in this band, but was supposed to be, so I called him, and I knew Reese from this other band that I was barely doing. It was like these were the only people I could find because you're in high school, right?
Yeah, that keyboard.
That keyboard was so heavy because it's got these speakers in it.
Yes.
And they're most of the weight, and you don't need them to play in a rehearsal studio.
Oh god, like carrying that thing. I was so weak when I was like 17, 18, however old I was here. 18, I think. Or no, not quite, nearly 18.
Yeah.
I was so skinny and weak that I would have to like the studio was like a mile away from the nearest tube, so we would have to carry it this mile to the studio, and I was too weak to carry it. So I would always make everyone stop, and they'd all get annoyed with me.
It wasn't just you, like my guitar case weighed 25 I don't want to say the wrong thing. I think it's 25 pounds.
Pounds.
Yeah,
not kilograms.
Really.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I was so fucking skinny at this time.
We both were.
Like we were, I was 17 playing like 18 plus venues. But yeah, like you're in high school, right? And you only have the pool of people in your local area to play with. It's not like you just take your pick of the entire UK black metal scene, right? Like these are the only people I could find to work with me. All right.
We touched on this, but
So I touched a bit on this. This is how I used to score things for Vicky.
yes.
It's my
Oh god.
that reaction, the horror.
Oh, I hated the way that he scored music. Actually, I found it really hard to read.
Well, it wasn't
it's
right.
not too bad.
For one thing, most of the time.
And then he just like scribble it out in pen.
Where's the time signature?
Yeah. Thanks.
How many triplets are in a bar? I'm sorry.
However many you felt like, love.
That might actually be right. I'm not sure, but
Maybe.
But
Don't count.
And then I would often make mistakes like this bit here. It says in the chorus, replace triplets with this like reverse gallop rhythm. Well, I'm pretty sure I meant an actual gallop rhythm. So
Sorry, I'm just looking at some of this notation. I'm quite upset, actually. What's that? That's not how you write. That's not how you spread a chord across 2 hands on keyboard. And there's nothing in the bass hand. Instead of splitting it sensibly, I'm getting too worked up.
actually,
Mate.
this is perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
But-
I wouldn't do it like that. Bro.
I think I was relying on the no, that doesn't even make sense.
No.
I
Forget it.
It's just a lot of fucking up, basically. But bless him, he was trying. He was putting that GCSE music to good use.
Oh, bless you. Bless your heart.
Yeah, bless my fucking heart. Yeah, it was something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have Guitar Pro or anything like that. That came a bit later. And all of our money just went on rehearsal. Largely, the money went on the travel to the rehearsal as well.
Yeah.
I remember Reese would always be like broker than the rest of us as well. Matt, you may recognize Reese as Sol Sinclair from Vehement, by the way. He was the original drummer for Exicarius.
Yeah.
But nice.
No.
Yeah, it was what we had basically. We're just trying to make it work. Like this is what I really wanted to do. This was my thing. I wasn't really that into gaming at this point anymore. I was watching Bill and Ted and MTV Cribs and decided that I have a future in being a rock star in a quad metal crossover band, hip hop drum beats. I don't know. It was something. Oh my god. And here's a golden oldie. So, well, first of all, let's address this like mess over here. So this is my logo design on paper. I was doodling this in the whatever you called the study period in A levels. On the back of my homework, I've got some cute girl's number here. I think it says Saz386.
Read it out, Shulkat.
At Hotmail.
Oh, that's not a number.
Not a number, same thing. Better than a number because it doesn't cost money. But yeah, so this is my idea for the logo. It's very much just Perfect Dark kind of inspired, and this is kind of what we went with. Like this kind of fit every angle I wanted to go with it. Ethan mocked this up. This dreadful fucking thing. I've used this for a while. Cause I did this on like some CAD software with like the laser cutter. It's like 13 grand laser cutter software. I made this
I didn't
pristine
know that.
piece of art.
Oh.
Yeah, because we had that in the graphics department.
Right.
But yeah, I put out I was supposed to be doing the vocals, but no one really had confidence. I don't have the confidence in me, really. I started doing it in the rehearsals toward the end of that period. And it sounded okay, actually. But I didn't really know what I was doing. So we were putting up vocal adverts on MySpace bulletins at the time. I remember I asked for influences such as Naglfar, Carcass, Arch Enemy, Cradle of Filth. I think there was one more.
I can't remember.
Well, the top one was Naglfar, which was like this band like no one was listening to around us or anything. And then this guy shows up from I can't remember what he's from Romford.
Yeah, it was from Romford, yeah.
And when he came to us, he auditioned. This was his audition in Bonafide Studios.
Was it?
Yeah, this is.
No, it's not.
What?
Actually, I remember his audition because he showed up in
Oh
his
yeah,
school uniform.
you're right. He showed up in
And-
his school uniform.
And you know, if you are watching this, Elliot, I love you now. But the first time I met you, I was kind of terrified of you because you showed up in your school uniform and it was covered in blood. And I was like, oh God, who is this guy?
Yeah, I remember that actually.
Yeah, so this
I was quite
must be
impressed.
after that. I bet you were. But I was a bit afraid of you, Elliot.
It's a very Elliot thing to do. Is to show up
It
to
is,
his
isn't
audition covered in blood.
Yeah,
But,
so that's why I know this is not the audition because it left
Yeah,
quite the
you're not
impression on
wrong.
me.
Well, I mean, this is blatantly posing. Like, you know, there's no drums, not playing any drums, right? So
I mean, maybe he was
This is-
warming up or something.
no, this is blatantly posing
Ah,
for
right.
the photo.
I was trying to be generous, you know.
But yeah, no. When Elliot came to us, I think most people in the bar. I remember Ethan and Reese didn't really want him in because he was too hardcore. And I actually listened to hardcore quite a lot at the time. I was like, that's not fucking hardcore. Like, I'm the guy that's into this kind of music. I know what this is supposed to sound like, and this is what it's supposed to sound like, kind of thing. So I'm not actually making fun of his hair. Just
No.
I'm just using the ton of phrase that people didn't want him in the band for. And there was this divide, like, even then, because pretty soon after that we fired Ethan. We nearly like we had this big fight with Reese. Well, I had this big fight with Reese, and Vicky had to say, "Boys, enough is enough."
I did do that.
She literally emailed that to us.
I did. So putting my foot down.
Yeah, it was this period. These were the first gigs, the first ever gigs, and this was Bobby's idea of a flyer, and this is Vicky's idea of a flyer.
Well,
and Vicky has always been the graphic design talent in the band.
talent.
Well, this is pretty sick.
I mean, it's.
I plastered my school in that flyer, and it was so sick.
Oh.
Like, and we used to always get these gigs where like give you £1 off if you brought a flyer that
that was a
printed
thing
out
there.
at home.
I don't think that anyone does that anymore.
No, it was so stupid.
Yeah, but you sit on that one as well.
Yeah, it's on all of them.
Damn.
So this is actually the same gig. Unmissable. Excuse me. Unmissable metal. You'll notice that. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm not supposed to notice that. They didn't show up to that gig. Our drummer only barely showed up to that gig. So
is it that one?
Yeah, it was that one. That's the Loaded Dog.
No.
It was a disaster.
Oh, shit. Don't cancel us, please. It's not anything to do with us. We didn't actually play with them.
These gigs are like a week apart, I think. Yeah, the 6th and the 27th, 2 weeks ish. And this Royal Zen Society played both of them. I remember the first one, like, we were really shit the first gig because everything that can go wrong did go wrong, right? I think like Ethan's amp stopped working, or my amp stopped working. I had to plug into the second input on his one, and we only had like 3 songs that Elliot knew 2 of, and all this shit. But by the second one, it was okay. There's actually footage of that online. I'm not going to show you footage of every gig or anything, right? I've got playlists of all that if you really want. I don't think you really want it. But this one here was a source of
upset.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't want to go too much into that because we were all fucking stupid and young and everything. But we went on stage without a drummer, and we had to like stop halfway through the Nagelfar song. It was like the most embarrassing fucking day because like all these people that we knew from various schools around came to see it as well, because this band at the top was this pop punk band. They were actually really popular.
Yeah.
So,
and what the fuck were we doing on that bill?
Well, this is a theme that we'll come to. What the fuck were we doing on that bill?
It's just where we were in East London, right? There were not other bands like us there.
It wasn't just that, but we'll come to that.
Right.
But we booked a lot of gigs in a short space of time. I'm just trying to do like the thing, right? You're welcome, Paul. This is another of Bobby's amazing flyers, by the way.
Was it one? No, it can't have been one of Bobby's amazing photos.
No, it's not one of his photos, but it's one of his amazing flyers.
Yeah. It's a good
because you would get £1 off at these gigs, right?
That's so good.
So we kicked Ethan out. We had this big falling out and took like a bit of a rest from each other and made up in the new year because like we were pretty good friends as well. Like we were hanging out after rehearsals every week. Yeah. Like Reese would stay at my house for like 3 days at a time. I don't know. It was just there was a lot of bromance going on, I suppose. It wasn't North London brocore yet, but
bromance core.
Bromance core. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't need to know about that. But yeah, it was quite a big deal when I basically kicked Ethan out because he was my best friend and was the other person from the original lineup developing music with me, right? But he just wasn't very good at guitar. Like he didn't really practice properly. I think I just practiced. I played guitar more. I practiced guitar. I played guitar more. I played like 8 hours a day at that time. So it was like I just got better by virtue of doing dog shit practice for hours and hours, right? But he just didn't play very much.
Yeah, you're laying into him. Is he watching?
No, I'm laying into me.
I know. All right.
But so it's just the way it was. Like he was he was kind of a bit of a black hole to be around. I think he had like chronic depression or something like that.
Yeah, he did.
And it was just draining the band a lot. So I knew Paul from my first ever time getting really drunk at Camden Lock. And somehow that spawned a working relationship for like 12 years. But yeah, Paul was, it was like suddenly we had an actual, this wasn't just like your school friends or people from the local area, like this is a guy who actually likes metal with actual metal shirts. and Paul's always really quite good. I hate to say it, but Paul's always the best at guitar, like in any circle that you would be around. And he showed me his MySpace of his band at the time. Well, his like 2-man band called Nil Desperandum. And I was quite impressed. His recordings were a lot better than mine. And I even I listened to one of those recordings yesterday. I was like, fuck, this is fast. Like, this is like a 17-year-old or 16-year-old playing this. It's really fast and tight. So it's always had that kind of, I don't know, fast Ibanez guitar playing tight. So quite the contrast, right? It sort of forced me to step up a bit. And
he was always way cooler than us because he had all the cool band shirts, and we didn't have any. Well, I didn't.
Yeah, not to, I don't know. I'm just couldn't afford band shirts.
No, I couldn't.
We were like rehearsing for the full year before that and everything. As I know, like Nil Desperandum wasn't like that sort of band or anything. You guys want some background music, by the way? I just realised it's been silent the whole time.
Let's get some in there. Go on. You don't have Nil Desperandum, do you?
I do.
Oh, well, maybe for this segment, go on.
I've got Nil Desperandum with Elliot on it.
Yeah, go on. Yay.
Alright, that'll be loud enough of background music. Yeah, he did only wear that death top for every photo shoot. But
he's not wearing it there.
not that time.
Yeah. Von and his band of death. Yes.
So the other thing was that I was pretty serious about doing music. I was fighting with my parents all the time about, going to uni for music and all this kind of stuff. And Reese was like approaching his future in music in a different way, not through education. So it was nice to meet someone who was also serious about an actual career in music and wanted to like learn stuff and try stuff and better himself and everything. So it was just like improve the environment so much to have Paul in. Like basically immediately. Oh, I've lost the... How do I click the next slide?
There you go.
There we go.
That's it. What's this? Oh, we've just put music on, but...
Yeah, we just put music on, but... I just want to show this because covering this like semi-obscure black metal band back in 2009 in our not black metal band.
Yes.
This is how we used to present ourselves.
This song is about hating the fucking world, and it's called.
Oh, this is. I'll say actually.
I won't play the whole thing or anything. Alright, there's not very much to see, but I just wanted to throw it in there.
This next song is
It's my slideshow, damn it.
Oh my god, look at these. The Charizard.
Yeah, so I wanted to put this in because, well, these are the gigs at the time, and you spot a theme of the Walthamstow Standard and the Walthamstow Standard.
Yeah.
And well, we'll talk more about this in a minute, won't we, Jessel? But we got all our gigs basically through this guy on MySpace who ran a MySpace called Club Buswin. His name was Gary King. I kid you not, he had the name of the protagonist from The World's End, the Simon Pegg movie. Before the movie.
Oh.
But yeah, we basically he would do this thing where you print out your own flyers for like £1 off. And it wasn't like, I don't want to like shit all over it either. It gave us our opportunity to just do something, like to cut our teeth on something, you know. It was like, it's not playing in Camden or playing, I mean, support of Arch Enemy or something, right? But it's something, you know. It was important for us to have that kind of period of time where we just played the standard because it's what we had.
Yeah.
But we were just kind of silly. Like, here's PGI, right? Here's us. It's like, what were they thinking?
We like dragons apparently a lot.
It sums up like a lot of the humor of the band and stuff from that time period.
Why not put Charizard on it?
Because we were just kind of trying stuff out. We were just experimenting, really. it's just what it is. But I met this band, a little known band called Reaping Havoc, who need their own episode of retrospective, I think.
Yes.
But Reaping Havoc were like our bros. I met Gabriel from Reaping Havoc, who gave me his bass back there. I met him at a Nintendo DS meetup that was filmed for the Wii Shop channel in London. And then I knew Shaz, who also happened to be joining Reaping Havoc. I knew him from MySpace. So like, of all the MySpaces you could run into, I ran into Shaz, who happened to be in this fucking band that I played with like a year later. And Reaping Havoc would become like, it was the dream team of Phyrexia Reaping Havoc gigs like every month, just all the time playing together, because we have like the only two bands with keyboards that we knew. And Reaping Havoc were also like, they had a different angle on trying to do a bunch of different things together, like different genre sort of melting pot metal stuff. But it made for quite good company, really. So we actually ended up doing a split EP with them as our first release, but we'll get to that later. But that's enough about the Walthamstow Standard. So we obviously need to get out. Oh, here's the split EP.
Oh, there we go.
And this is the what became of the recordings from that bloody documentary from the previous year and a half. And that's another thing that happens, right? You record something a year and a half ago and it doesn't come out. Well, it doesn't come out for you know what I mean. But this is I was really proud of this. I remember I thought it was really cool. But you can still see like we just haven't quite grasped, like there's just things wrong with this logo design.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, like, it looks quite good on the whole. We printed out these on like paper, these adverts and stuff like that. And the thing about this EP was that there was a lot of arguing within the band between like Reese and me, basically, about it. I mean, we did like that recording session in the studio, and he hated the way the drums sounded when it was mixed. So we went back to this guy's flat and recorded the vocals with Elliot, and he still hated, like Reese still hated the way the drums are mixed. And then we re-recorded Ethan's guitar parts with Paul, with just in this guy's flat in Ealing, like a tiny flat, and it sounded better than in the studio, which happens a lot for some reason. And he still fucking hated the mix, like after 3 revisions of it, and we just needed something. I've always liked like collecting demos and stuff like this, so for me it was like no problem. Like, put out your early work. I was expecting it to be amazing, you know. But yeah, I mean, it's sort of embarrassing because it's just not very good, but it's also authentic. It's authentic of this. It sounds like this looks.
Yes,
right.
it is.
Like, I don't really have a problem with that. It's just, you know, Reese was ahead of the game in a lot of ways because he wanted it to be better. right?
Yeah.
And maybe we weren't good enough, maybe we weren't pushing hard enough, or whatever it was. But we were just kind of fucking about having a good time. Barely legal drinking age and playing music, just trying to be in the world, doing something, pursuing something that felt meaningful. So anyway, we got it out, and we got 3 songs, and they got 5, and they got the first 5. We got shafted on that as well.
Oh, it's what it is. They're where they should be, to be.
Yeah, they are where they should be.
Yeah.
But we were a little beta about it. I'm not gonna lie.
It didn't really, I don't know, it wasn't what we were pushing for at the time, you know? We were just like, oh, maybe
It
we get to
didn't
do...
matter enough. We just wanted to be friends.
Yeah,
you
we,
know?
just we get to do this cool split EP with our friends.
You can see here there's like, I don't know how well the quality is showing up for you guys on the Facebook stream or whatever, but you can see all the dates and everything here. So yeah, I thought this was cool though. I really liked it.
It's cute.
And I'm gonna put it on the background.
Yay.
I'm not gonna start with Blade Wing because it's kind of shrill.
Okay.
I'll start with Bloodfire. Well, it's background music, so
Yeah.
hopefully you can hear it a bit. Let me know if you
Okay.
want it to go up a touch. But yeah, we'll just pause for a brief moment to think about that. Oh my god, that's coming up.
Yeah.
That's right. We were proper edgy, right? I'm gonna turn it up a touch. I
Yeah,
think.
go on.
Loudness wars. Alright, that'll do. It just sounds like a mess because it's so like lo-fi.
Yeah,
But that's black metal, right?
it's true. It's true.
Alright, how long are we into this? We're like an hour or so,
Yeah.
I think. It's not too bad. I have no idea how long this is going to take, by the way. Like,
Just keep going.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
You can come, you can go, it will be around later. Please stay
Yeah, please
and
let's go.
interact. And buy our merch.
Right, let's go. Next, I want to see what's next.
Alright, what's next? Oh, I know what's next. Alright, so we've gone on about how broke we are, right? But
We will.
this is, after like 2 years, this is our merch. It's Iron On t-shirts. The night before in Blackened Festival, which is like our first good gig, I think.
Yeah.
And we were like stayed up all night ironing these white t-shirts from Primark.
Till like 3 a.m. with like the things these iron-on transfer things that you print out, and they were from WH Smith.
Yeah, print out on your like home printer,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
With your dodgy quality like
Yeah.
HP print.
Yeah.
This was our idea, and
That's what we could do.
and we burnt and numbered all of our own CDs.
Yeah.
I knit a pen from school. It was like an overhead projector pen, but it also works on CDRs.
Do we still have some? I don't know. Maybe someone's got one somewhere.
What, the shirts?
The shirts. I think I've got one. I
think I've got both shirts, but they're really worn. Like, you know how shirts get normally, and these are iron-on transfers. Like, they've been through the wash.
A decade ago. Plus.
Yeah, they're proper shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was the state of the band. Was like we were this fucking broke, and we were always trying to record for free at recording colleges.
Tom has both.
Oh,
Aww.
nice. I think I have both. I might only have
maybe
one.
at my parents' house. I don't know.
I tried to archive everything. I've got a whole like folder of archiving
material.
stuff because that's why I'm the one doing this, right? Because I'm obsessive like that. But yeah. So we were doing we were trying to like record as cheaply as we could because we need some better fucking recordings, right? And we'd always get roped in by Tom will remember the name of the guy who would record people at like music colleges and then not deliver on on his promises.
Oh my god. Sorry. Like, yeah, I never realised that either. Oh, he's just made that way.
This is cute. Vicky did the dragon.
I did.
And it represented us, like,
Yeah.
let's be real. Yeah. You can even see, like, the outline of the line on there.
Oh god, yeah, you can.
But yeah, we were trying to record really cheap, so we'd always get...
His name was Cunt.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah.
His name was demonetized. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, so we get shafted on all these. We go to like some recording college, be the guinea pig band, like a lab rat, and
Shall I bring the dragon back? Maybe I'll drink the dragon back.
Drink the dragon
Oh my
back.
god, I've not had enough wine, clearly.
and we get shafted because I'll play you at louder volume one of these that's playing to Vicky earlier, so we forgot all about this. And it won't knock your ears off because it's fucking dreadful.
What's this? Oh, that.
It's this.
Oh gosh. When it gets there.
Yeah.
Is it going to get there? Oh, there it is.
You guys hear that? This is the country music recording. They're supposed to reamp our guitars. And they just delivered us this thing with no reamping. Fucking banjo Phyrexia. Yeah, this would frequently happen. Like, we get fucking screwed over by whoever. Alright, I've had enough of it. Fucking hell. I'm gonna put some background on again.
Yeah, go on.
I'll put I don't know, I'll just put the first
Yeah, go on.
album on now.
Yeah,
I
go on,
think,
go on,
because
yeah.
it doesn't sound shit.
Just
In
like,
fact, I'll put the remaster on.
okay.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, so we frequently get screwed over. We were only playing like 2 venues in East London. We had no money. And this is the stuff that we wanted to change. We recognise all this as a problem.
Blade Wing!
That Blade Wing meme can fucking do one. I'm glad you're loving it, Lee. Thank you for joining us. Let's pause, have another drink. Is everyone having a good time so far? Is this entertaining?
I hope so.
Too slow, too fast? You want us to talk slower?
Hurry it up.
Let the notes linger?
We haven't even got to Full Macarish yet.
Yeah, I was a bit afraid of that, so it's half and half-ish. It's a bit more from Macaris, so...
Let's get going.
Alright.
Okay.
So... Is the background music too loud, or is this fine? I think it's probably fine.
Yes.
But you can't tell.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah. But so we started to get better gigs. This is a gig that Reese and Matt from PGI actually put on.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk too much about other bands during this podcast type thing, but this Imperial Destroyer was a band that Reese joined, then I joined, then I left, then Paul joined, then I rejoined on keyboards instead of on guitar. It was a mess. But Imperial Destroyer was like a semi-big deal because they won a Best Unsigned Acts in Terrorizer magazine that year, or the previous year, something like that. So there was all this... Things were changing, right? Like... And we were being invited into better opportunities, finally.
Yeah, we were finally...
We were finally in Camden,
Yes.
or North London, or whatever.
Or just anywhere that wasn't Walthamstow.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So I don't... Yeah, that's its own story.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm not the person to tell that, because I wasn't there for most of it, and I don't want to tell it because the original Imperial Destroyer guys could suck a dick, but... Chapters were cunts to us. I'm so glad we played above them. They were
I don't remember. What
they were
happened?
dicks. Well, okay, so this is
Go
the
on.
thing. If you take note of the kinds of bands that we were playing with, right, at this point,
Oh yeah, it's that period.
this is the period of you're on at the end of emo, so you've got like deathcore bands. This is also like, this is kind of long after the Dimebag thing, but not that long after. So you got groove metal bands on every fucking bill. So you got like, yeah, Subversion, like, basically like a deathcore band. Chapters, deathcore. Man of King, groove. Nine Blind, emo core, groove. Charybdis, groove. Matt's Demise, this we talk about them in the Bella. After Death, another deathcore band. And then we'd be on this bill, right? With all these blackened... well, it's in Blackened Festival, right? So always actual extreme metal band, like stuff that we would listen to today, kind of stuff, right? I'll talk a bit about Carpathia in a minute, Tom. Not too much, but just enough. So, one problem that we always had was that you never knew where to put Phyrexia, because, I mean, look at the logo, right? It doesn't really fit any of these ones. It fits a bit of Xerath, but not really. But it certainly doesn't fit any of these bands either.
At the time, we thought that was a good thing, like, we'll stick out. But actually, it just wasn't a very good logo. Like, I think I'd just learned to use Illustrator at uni or something, and I was like, oh, I'll just recreate that thing you did and not really think too much about the design or whatever.
We actually improved it later.
We did, it got better.
We didn't have this fucking X in the middle, right?
Yeah, it definitely got better.
But
That's where it was then.
it wasn't just the logo, like the band, just no one knew what the fuck to do with this all the time. I'm sure Isengard Promotions remembers somewhat what that's like. But yeah, this would be typical for this time period. All these deathcore bands would laugh at us and be like, oh, you just sound like you know, goblins and Final Fantasy and stuff, right?
Oh, and like you have a cathedral shoved up your ass, I think we got
Yeah,
that.
that's right. Yeah, you sound like you got a cathedral shoved up your ass.
Yeah.
For having keyboards, essentially. There's a lot of keyboard hate in both
this period,
scenes
yes.
at that time.
Not only keyboard hate, in all of these shows there were no women. Basically.
Yeah, all like double sausage fest, and actually no, Hostile Theory had a female bit.
Oh yeah, they did.
But yeah, we were struggling a lot with like all this stupid shit, right? And then not understanding why we couldn't climb higher
Nah.
on these bills. And we actually got into a band messaged us on MySpace that we were supposed to be playing with. A band called Watch Out Vegas.
Hello.
And they challenged us to a duel.
They did.
They wanted to start. They wanted to have a fight with us at the gig outside the
They
venue.
did.
And then they shortly checked out our MySpace and realized there are 6 of us and 4 of them.
Yes.
And they actually pussied out the gig. They actually
They left the
they
gig,
didn't
yeah.
play the gig after that.
Come and have a
Everyone,
go if you think you're hard enough.
like I'm not kidding. Like they were the sort of bands that emailed us being like, you sound like shit. You sound like some PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy band with a
Maybe they
cathedral
went wrong.
shoved up your ass, and we want to box you out. And so we were like, all right, we're from East London. What are you gonna do?
Come on then.
You get shanked down the daily down here. Are you kidding me? You're some like spoilt brats deathcore band? I don't think so. And they didn't really expect that, I don't think. So
So they didn't play the show.
they didn't play the show in the end. And that was the end of that. But we were getting real sick of.
Yes, we know.
We
That
get-
keyboard could hurt someone.
Yeah, it was bad. It was funny, but like it was
very
really
fun
it was
now.
really annoying. Like we always had this kind of discouragement
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of thrown
that's
at
true.
us, right?
Yeah.
I remember this gig was quite a big deal because Vatch was quite a big
Yeah.
deathcore band, or whatever you want to call it, post-hardcore death. I don't know. I don't listen to it. But
At the time it was a big deal for us though.
and this band Man of Kin were like Reese's friends. They're like one of his
Yeah.
old bands.
Yeah.
But they were sort of weird. They wanted to like help us, but they'd also treat us like shit all the time, and like I don't know, oversold me on like one of their old amps, and I don't know. They're just really strange. There are a lot of bad actors in this environment, in these two. There's a lot better being in here with like
It was.
Primitive Graven Image, actual solid dudes like still are. And we started to make friends finally, like Reaping Havoc, Carpathia, which is was Tom's band, who was late. Well, we'll get to what it comes to later, right? Yeah, this is just a good-looking bill. Like, you'd probably go to something like that today, right? So this is also like the Underworld is a big deal to us. Our first gigs, I think PJ is still going, but they don't really know what they're doing. I don't know. I was talking to Matt the other day, and yeah, they haven't done anything in ages. But I think they're still a band. So
They don't have a direction.
well, they're just doing other things right now. So
Fair enough.
yeah, so it was a big deal for us to play the Underworld. Like, we saw Agalok at the Underworld with Fen,
Such a big deal.
Melly and Fen and Agalok, and like that was our best like favorite show at the time. And like Sly were playing the Underworld that year, I think, or the year before. And that's like one of my favorite. I'm wearing a Sly hoodie now, right? So
I think that was the year after.
it was a big deal to us. I'm wearing a big deal to Paul as well to play the Underworld. And then the Scala is a fucking huge venue. It's a shame only like my sister and my family friend came to see it because these gigs are 1 week apart. But and this gig would be the last straw with Reese for us. So we had a falling out because he nearly didn't show up again and all this kind of stuff, right? And again, we were young and everything, but
It's just youthful mistakes, that's all.
it's just what happened.
Bygones be bygones, as it were.
Yeah, we're not throwing anyone under the bus or anything like that, but
Let's make that clear.
you know, it's just what it was at the time. So
Paul Carter put that Agalok show on.
yeah, I know.
Ah,
With Arcane Promotions, I believe. It's funny how it all comes full circle, right?
That's cool. Let's move on. Oh.
So this is the end of that era.
Oh.
This is we'd actually wear like this, get up on stage, look like
Yeah.
all of us,
Gloves and all.
mixed matched. Bobby would be wearing a Paramore shirt. I don't know. I actually wore a Metal Warrior hoodie.
Oh my goodness.
But
Oh.
this is what it was at the time. It's like, young people starting to drink and do music and just wanted to hang out. You know,
That t-shirt just has a car on it.
Yeah.
It's not even.
that t-shirt just has a car in it. Thanks,
Yeah.
Vicky.
Well, I didn't have a lot of clothes.
Vicky would also sit down on keys for years.
Well, that's worth saying. I was a pianist, not a penis. A pianist. Sorry, a pianist.
You say so.
Maybe I was also a penis. Whatever. I was So I was like transitioning over to keyboard, I guess, still in those early years. It took me a while to be like, oh, I can stand up and do this, because my whole life, since I was like 4 years old, you sit at the piano and do it all properly with the correct posture and all that. So I would always bring like a chair. I think it was my little sister's. It was really embarrassing.
Yeah, that's right.
It had a little pink heart on it, and I would like try and cover it with something because I didn't have anything else, and it was like what I had to bring.
It's so bad to think about now.
Why would you do? But I didn't have anything else, so like that's what. And I didn't have a keyboard stand for a while either.
I mean, we didn't think to go out and make money or something, to invest.
Well, I was an intern at the time.
Yeah, you were.
I was an intern for a year and a half, and they eventually paid me lunch money and travel, but I was living on instant noodles, and and I wasn't making any money at all. But it was a good thing at the end of the day because it built my career. But that's another podcast.
Yeah, it's a very different podcast.
Very different.
Yeah, I look back at. When you look back at things, you look at the good things, right? And that's what we're mostly doing. And like, this was peak Brorexia at that time. Like, I don't know, we just had a good time hanging out and talking about music, being excited about new music coming out. I think like Opeth's Watershed album come out, Ison's Angel album had come out. Like, I don't know, it was just a time to be inspired and actively trying hard at something. So it was cool. It was what it was. But I think it was a little bit slow in getting better. All these shows are Walthamstow and Bridge House.
Yeah, that's Bridge House.
Like,
oh, my dad took up that picture.
yeah, he did.
It's a pretty good picture.
All right. So after, well, okay. let's just sum up how fucking silly we are first.
Mostly me.
This is April Fool's on our MySpace page. I'm glad I got this because this is my only MySpace screenshot. Nearly 15,000 profile hits. It's quite a big deal. And this is what it looked like.
I'm really funny, you guys.
I think you did a Rickroll on our background.
A Vic-roll.
A Vic-roll, which you would have to the backgrounds on MySpace you had to like type in HTML code to do.
Yeah.
No, like you get some websites that do it for you, but yeah. Yeah, this really is a blast from the past. Like, MySpace was a big deal. Everything happened on MySpace and not on Facebook. You advertise your things on MySpace, your gigs and everything. You gave your updates on MySpace, and yeah. So between Reese and the Nets drummer, we got Jessel from Reaping Havoc, better known for Isengard Promotions, now Fen, who played with Agalock all that time ago, and Craven Idol.
Yeah.
We got him to temp with us, and we had a reputation for being, I don't know what you would call it, stick in the mud?
Straight edge, would they say?
Just really like, we didn't party. Y'all don't party.
They would say.
We hear that from Shaz every fucking week.
Yeah.
Because we didn't drink like excessively, or
we couldn't afford to,
or do
mate.
loads of drugs or whatever.
It still stands.
We drank. Yeah. So
true.
Yeah, this is definitely the joke. I think it's something which should stay with us to this day a little bit. It's like, you know, I fucking can't stand to do drugs. I don't drink super excessively. I like to sit down and watch a movie in quiet. I don't know. These are just things that I like. It's not very metal. It's not very rock and roll. I'm a introverted misanthrope a lot of the time. I don't know. It's almost like that's what I thought black metal was about. But yeah, I don't know. We got a bit of reputation for
being lame.
Being lame.
Oh.
So there you go. And we were fucking silly.
Yeah, we were silly. But we were kids.
Yeah. And I like MySpace.
We were still like 18 at this point.
Look at that.
17, 18.
The Underworld on the 13th of March 2010 at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yay!
Alright, so we got some new people. So Bobby, I think just like Bobby would sort of, he was good at everything, but he didn't want to. We'll get to that.
Yeah.
He would like, we'd have a new song and he wouldn't learn the parts for it. He'd like bring the tab and turn his back to the audience and try and get through it, and then he'd learn it for the next gig, you know, stuff like this. And I think he was trying to like decide how much he really liked playing music. I know he actually sold his bass from way back then, 2 weeks ago, something like that.
Oh, right.
So there you go. Like, he kind of found his calling later. He works for Signature Brewery, who do fucking awesome beer.
I love their beer.
They got one called Roadie that we have all the time.
I love that beer.
And there's a new one called Equalizer. So he found what he's into and what he likes to do. He was kind of testing the waters a bit with Phyrexia and, you know, just having a good time. But he was never that into bass, and was never into. I had simplified parts for him, Paul had simplified parts for him. He didn't want to practice really.
But then,
so we actually got like metalheads to play in our band, because we actually, we started to play like the Underworld and meet people like Tom through Carpathia.
Actually have a network of like, I don't know, people to draw from and be inspired by, I suppose.
I mean, it took us like 2 years, but
it took a while.
Just over a year and a half or whatever. But I just want to address something Jessel said about very much remembering going to the Crowbar and we all had pints of water. Yeah, I think that might be because we were so broke.
Yeah.
Like, honestly,
Truly.
we'd like rehearse at Enterprise, which is gone. And he rehearsed Enterprise because he gets 7 hours for 40 quid if it was in the day. So, bargain, right? Not you ever want or need to rehearse for 7 hours, so not a bargain at all.
Those rooms would get so sweaty. They were the worst sweat boxes we'd ever played.
Yeah, they were shit, but it was fun.
I think that was where we, not interviewed, like, what's the word for interviewed but for bands? Why am I blanking? Audition. There we go. That's where we auditioned for Enterprise.
Oh yeah. We also did a mini photo shoot at that audition, which we used for a flyer. But yeah, so we actually started to get to know other people now finally, and yeah, you can kind of see like Simon's got a Dimmu hoodie. Like these are our people.
Yeah, we are our people very much so.
So there was more of a okay. Let's go through it. It's a more serious mood.
Yeah.
Maybe so. Tom had a thing in Carpathia in Coventry where they would rent out a Spaceman Industrial Estate and make a little studio out of it. So that's what he wanted to do. We contributed rent towards that. But it was in bloody Watford, Tom. And like that might be like a 28-minute drive from you or something. That was a 2-hour, 50-mile trek for me. And I look back at that now, I think how stupid I was. Because like I just thought it doesn't matter. I can just listen to my music and
We did.
you know, I mean, yeah, I can say that right. It's no disrespect to you, Matt, when you were traveling down to London from Leeds to rehearse there. So there are tears to this, but it was
wasn't even
difficult.
it wasn't even the most far away though, because is it before or after that? Buckinghamshire we used to go to rehearse.
Yeah,
from East London.
But that's because Imperial Destroyer rehearsed in Buckinghamshire, so
and
we
there would
did
be a bit of a
double.
back to back. Yeah.
Tom, Reese, and I, and Vicky, and Shaz were doing supposed to do an Emperor cover band, like a tribute band.
Emperor. What's it called? Was that right?
Yeah, Emperor. That's right. Yeah. So sorry, I was just reading the comments. But nothing much happened on that. But we got to play together for like one or two, probably just one rehearsal, and learn some songs. So that's how we knew that we could play with Tom and everything, and kind of respect each other. And he was moving to London, so wanted something to do. So it was just getting a bit more serious, which is what we all wanted, really. And we, like, because they had this studio space, other Tom Sullivan, could record our band in that space and you know, Tom's drums are already there, mic'd up and everything. So really straightforward. And it's like starting to become an actual band. And these are great pictures. I actually bought the full versions of these because they're so good. High res. Yeah. I hope you like that, Tom.
Turn the heating off. It's getting really warm.
If it's even on.
Oh.
Well, I might just pause there as well for a quick toilet break, but I'll turn the music up and leave it on this splash screen just because I like Tom's face. So be right back. the wine. Alright, 2 seconds. Let me turn the music back down.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Glad you're enjoying the music, enjoying yourselves, enjoying my face. Wow, okay, halfway through
Let's
the
keep going.
wine and not
I got
halfway
it.
through the thing.
We can get through. Oh, look at the oh.
Mic's on, right? Yeah.
Hee hee hee.
Yeah, so you can see this looks quite a bit better. We got printed black t-shirts.
Not with the faces.
Well, yeah, not just that.
Right.
But we're trying to look metal and everything. I've got a caterpillar on my face.
Me too. Wait.
But this logo is so much better. Like, I really still quite like this design with the dragon.
The dragon's grown up a bit and all. Oh, I remember we had to send the shirts back because they didn't give him an eye.
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
it was just
right.
really sad.
They just made it all
All
white.
white, yeah. And I was like, please print the eyes. So I sent them all back and they printed the eyes.
I'm ageless. Well, we'll see about that. I'll tell you that. Yeah, Vicky finally transformed my logo from the back of that study period into something usable. I mean, yeah, it's really sick. I really like it. So it's yeah, like the vibe of the band has changed. You know, we're all coordinating our band shirts for photo shoots, right? This is I'm pretty sure this is just like a phone or a camera on a
No, I think I borrowed a camera, but I
Oh,
put it on
right.
like self timer or something on
yeah.
propped on like the stairs or something.
Yeah, it'd be too difficult for us to ask a friend to come and take a
didn't have
picture of
any.
us,
No.
right? But yeah, we use this sort of Godfather.
That was on MySpace, I think.
It was on the website.
On the website. Oh yeah, we had a
Yeah.
website.
It's
Yeah.
pretty good. Here's another example of
Yay.
a deathcore lineup featuring Phyrexia.
Why not?
I mean, we frequently get not just complain about it, but we would get reviews. Alright, I remember we caught Tom Dare's attention, Thrash Hits, who later worked for Terrorizer, I think.
Yeah.
And he was like, this is a blend of Rhapsody, black metal, and I don't know what.
Yeah.
And then he'd be like, why is it opening for Malefus? Or Atrophy, or either or. That was frequently the story with us, right? It's like, this band's really good, but they're wrong. I remember we stayed up all night making this press release
Oh, yeah.
to get a gig with Bal fucking Sagoth.
Yes. Oh.
I mean, I'm not kidding, we stayed up to like 5 a.m. being like, okay, we really need to impress the promoter and send him an email and be like, please, can we have the gig?
Please can we play with Balsagar?
It matters so much to me. And
us.
I've actually blanked out my my parents' home address.
Oh really? Okay.
But yeah, we tried our best to present
We tried.
ourselves the very best we could with what we had, right?
Yeah.
2010.
Yeah.
And we got it.
Yes.
We got this gig with Bal Sagoth.
But
And this is where things started to go downhill for me personally. I'm gonna pause the music.
oh, this is serious.
So we got the gig on the condition that we would sell 50 tickets. 50 tickets at £15 a pop, I think it was. It could have been more at the start.
12 apparently.
No, it changed.
Oh, yeah, it changed, yeah.
It was £15 a pop at first.
Yeah.
And we did a Facebook poll to see if people would buy tickets, like as if that proved something. And so we were like, yeah, 50 people said they'll buy tickets. And of course, it was really, really difficult to to sell
Advanced tickets.
advanced tickets at
No one does
£15 a
that.
pop for Balsagoth, which is like, I'm like the only person in the world that actually likes Balsagoth. No, Balsagoth have a reputation for being the worst live band in the world. I'm not saying that from this show. I'm saying that like from before that. And there's all kinds of footage of them online to to tell you if that's valid or not, right?
Well.
They're an acquired taste, so it's not an easy sell. But to me, this meant a lot. I was like, oh, there's actually like maybe this is where we belong. These are our people, right? This inspired me. I have Battle Magic on CD, and well, I worked my fucking ass off in the you know how on Facebook you get Facebook memories every day for like the 3 months between this gig and when we got it. I was trying to hard sell everyone on Facebook, being like, oh, it means so much to me, this, that, and the other. I get all this cringe posting coming back up of like how much of a horrible cunt I was, basically. And because it mattered a lot to me, I really wanted it to work out. I was like, this is the opportunity, right? Like, we contacted this promoter that we didn't know, and we promised we could deliver this thing. And if we sold like 50 tickets at £15 a pop, that's not shitty money. It's not shitty money for them, right? Like, you're making them a fuckload of money. Like, they're blatantly taking advantage of you. Is what I'm saying. Like, they can afford to pay you something for that. We weren't getting paid on the basis of those 50. It was like after the first 50 or something ridiculous. But
that was a lot more common then.
yeah, a lot of the gigs we get gigs from Hotvox promotions where it'd be like, oh, sell 15 tickets and anything you sell after that is yours.
Like a pound.
Yeah, or
something.
pound. You make a pound on a ticket,
pound a sale.
but you have to sell these ones that we send you. There's a lot of this really dodgy, not quite paid to play, but basically
kinda.
paid to play. Like, we'll take all the proceeds to play kind of shows going on.
Nonetheless, Balsagoth though.
Yeah, so we took this Balsagoth show, and it meant a lot to me. And Crom Dub weren't on this bill yet. I don't think Eastern Front were on it. I think like Crom Dub had like 70 likes at the time on Facebook or something. We were livid that they were put above us.
We didn't know anything.
I mean, to be honest, because I know Eastern Front sold 8 tickets. We sold nearly 40 tickets.
Okay.
For this promoter, right? Who you guys will recognize the name of.
Never mind that. Not London to the best. Different time.
It's not even like it was like the worst thing in the world, but it put a lot of pressure on it. It was very meaningful. And then we got put on stage before the doors had opened.
Yes.
And we were given like a 25-minute set, I believe.
Something like
something absurd. And we timed it so we could play. If we played like fast enough, we could play back to back 5 tracks, right?
Yeah.
So people could only come in after the first like track or so and
Ridiculous.
catch us while we were on stage already. This is quite good. I'm not going to play very much of this or anything.
For those of you who've seen this before, this next one's new.
Oh, do I need to sign up to?
Yeah, you will.
We buy our merch.
No, that's just Elliot.
Alright. Okay. This song's called Please Buy Our Merch, I think he said. Oh, I'm standing up
You may recognize this as a former Karius song.
now. Is this the first time we played it? I think it might have been.
Yeah, this is the first time I played this.
Yeah.
that's enough of that. The pre-style, like, I forgot we had 6 people on stage at the Purple Turtle. And you couldn't move, like you would just fall off and die. So in this shot, I'm wearing a Dracula's Curse, a Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse shirt. I remember someone in Balsagoth, I don't know who, was like, "You got the wrong shirt on, mate."
Oh, wait.
Like, they're just crushing me. Like, I'd sold like £400 of tickets or something for their show, or whatever. Done all the labour basically to bring in the money, because basically not that many people came. And oh, I'm the geek, says the Balsagoth fan. Yeah, I am the geek, but
Yeah, come on.
so Lord Byron and his sword came to this show,
Oh boy.
and he didn't speak to anyone. I was like trying to like catch his eye, because I was like, oh my god, it's Lord Byron. And then he left after the sound check, and we never saw him again. We've never seen him again since. Because he just got the train back to Sheffield.
Yeah, he
And
fucked off.
it just, like, I think Balsagoth had like this return tour, like, you know, the UK tour, like 3 dates in a row or something, and with Ethereal, and he just ditched it. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is one of my favorite bands. These are like my role models or something, you know. I was really stupid naive, right? And at this time I was like logging into Phyrexia every day to work on the band in some capacity or whatever. I don't know, there's something about like burning myself out on this show, like, really fucked with my head a bit. It was all a little bit downhill for me for a long time after that. I don't know, it felt bad, and then they played really badly. I mean, they had this thing throwing them off, so I'm not putting shade on that, but it was terrible.
Well, it was Balsagoth karaoke, because they got Elliot in,
Yeah.
because he knew the lyrics to some of the songs, and I believe they also got the ethereal
guy,
vocalist at the time,
which was
in as well.
Luke Dissector at the time.
And the 2 of them and various other audience people came on stage to do Balsagoth karaoke.
Yeah,
and
there's a guy from Mithras, I think.
Yeah. I just remember staring at them. Obviously, I was staring
In
at the
horror,
keyboardist in
yeah.
particular, because I'm like, oh god, I'm imagining that being me and thinking how bad I would feel. I just felt so terrible for them. I remember
Yeah.
that.
I'm not terrible for them, but the whole experience really kind of shook me.
Yeah, me too. They were the headliners.
It shook me in a way I don't know that it should have. Wait,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's a while ago.
the mics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
all good.
That's fine. Sorry, just checking something.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have. I was too invested in, like, this is my thing or whatever. I wasn't really going to uni very much. I was just doing Phyrexia. Like, there were no societies at my uni, so this was my like life outside of it. And I don't know, it just working that hard to sell the tickets and being taken advantage of over and over again, like, just kind of fucked me off. Hold on, I need to get out of this mode.
Yeah, they go.
Right, there we go. I don't know why this red dot's showing up, but it looks kind of cool.
All right.
So
Oh god.
So yeah, I do want to talk about this because we were, like I said before, we never really fit onto a bill. And then once we got out of our East End, we drew the ire of the cult police.
Yes.
The black metal police. We weren't even calling ourselves black metal. We were just appearing on black metal bills, right? Like Eastern Front and Balsagoth and stuff.
Yeah.
And people who were like our friends who like previously supported us were actively like shunning us and telling us to like quit, and you know, just being constant, being like, you suck, and we're gonna burn your CDs in front of you. So this is a CDR that we put a camera on. It's a CDR from Bloodstock Open Air 2011 that we are passing around with a business card in it, actually.
Oh yeah. I think that was my first Bloodstock.
Yeah, it was my first Bloodstock too.
Yeah.
Immortal were playing.
Yes.
Rhapsody were playing. It was a Phyrexia wet dream.
It was everything. It was everything.
And yeah, like we were camping with some of these guys, and they were like actively setting lights to our work.
Set this on fire. Do you know how crushing that was? We were 21 years old at this point.
Yeah, it was so
And
shit.
they literally set fire to this thing that we'd worked really hard on.
Yeah. It was like when I say that, people are like really trying to discourage us. Like,
Yeah.
I mean it. And again, like you can say, okay, we'll have a thicker skin and this and that, but dude, the gatekeeping at play here is ludicrous.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was just shit. It was a shit
It was
time.
you don't belong. Get the fuck out, basically.
And one of these guys, we actually played his house. We played a house party.
Yeah. Oh, and he told me that there was going to be a keyboard there.
Yeah.
There was not a keyboard there, so they played without me, and I was forced to watch the rest of my band play without me. I think I downed 3 beers during their set.
And we just
That really shit.
it was just like, this isn't my guitar, this is all just random stuff from his house.
Yeah.
And it was just dreadful, right?
That was bad.
But the point is that we were doing we're doing
As a
stuff like this
favour.
for friends, and then they were like fucking us over.
Yeah, and then they
You know?
fucked it away.
So
Anyway,
I don't know.
fuck that.
I don't want to dwell on the bad things and all the shittiness, but I don't want to paint a totally immaculate, like,
Yeah.
you know, oh, this was so good kind of picture. So that's most of the bad stuff in Phyrexia, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's like, people don't really get it. So I remember us being really paranoid about this gig.
Oh god, yeah.
And we have a clean intro for 1914. I'll play that again, right?
Yeah.
Starts like this. I know it wasn't 1914, it was Overlord.
No, it was Overlord, yeah.
Because it's keyboards.
Yeah, it's keyboards. Where's that?
That's on the
Oh, it's on...
God's
Yeah,
EP.
there you go. Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear that very well, but you know how Overlord starts with the piano.
We were so freaked out about this show. I was in particular quite freaked out about this show because it was not long after the Bloodstock incident. And, you know, there was a lot of negativity around like keyboards in metal, and people had just fucking set our EP on fire, by the way. And I was like, I don't want to play this intro live.
At this show,
Which had bands that were
Well,
maybe friends with those guys.
The reason was because all those guys love Seppuku, and Seppuku
Yeah.
are fucking great, right?
Yeah,
Or were
they're
great.
awesome.
I think the drummer from Seppuku owns the Deaf or
Yeah.
something to that effect.
It was
now.
nothing about the bands, but I
The
was worried
band
about...
were lovely.
Yeah,
They were
the band were
so
lovely.
good.
It was about the people that could have been there.
The people that supported
didn't wanna
that
do
kind
it.
of thing really hated us, and they were
some reason.
they were making it known that they hated us. So we were really
yeah.
paranoid, but it all went smoothly.
And I didn't play that intro that day.
I'll do that, Steve.
Yeah.
Sorry if it looks like I'm ignoring any of you guys. It's just
I just
conscious of
managed as we go.
time
Yeah, yeah.
as well.
Let's
Don't want to
keep
keep
going.
you here all night.
Yeah, let's keep going.
But yeah, it wasn't. We held our own basically. Like we're tough kids from East London at the end of the day. But it was just a lot to go through.
Yeah.
So, but
Maybe young.
oh, look at these flyers. We're more like proper gigs. These are some of the early Isengard
Oh, yeah.
gigs. Like, you know, Isengard Promotions were putting on bands like I don't know, like Ruins of Beverus now,
Yes.
right? Like really great sell out, like sell the whole venue out kind of underground bands. But they used to put us on as like co-headliner or sub-headliner, you know. Like this is him cutting his teeth as well and everything, right? I think he's still there on YouTube, Jessel, possibly.
A shout out to Premature Birth, my other band of the day out there as well.
Where are they on here?
There.
Oh, yeah, there
look.
they are. Yeah.
Although maybe I wasn't in it then. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think you might just be on the EP
Maybe
at
not.
that point.
Maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah, check out this this isn't Isengard.
No, that's Hot Fox.
But I'm pretty sure Jessel designed this flyer.
Maybe. You did just design a lot of flyers back then.
2 more bands to be announced, so it's just got this fucking meme.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this Night of Brutality was a really good night. I think like I've avoided still going. I know Cithara are going, unless I got the wrong way around. But this is a really good night, actually.
Bleeding Oath got added to it.
Fucking hell. I don't want to talk about
Just
Bleeding
rare.
Oath.
No, that's the last time we'll say it. Then
I can't go down every anecdote.
good luck to all of them. Though, of course.
This was a weird gig, because the guy from Codex Alimentarius sent me,
Codex.
like, a ton of posters to put up. I was like, I don't have permission to put these up anywhere. So I just didn't put most of them up. I put some of them up in, like, venues, but... and I remember, like, Codex and Furyborn had a Knight Rider pot outside the Pub Hotel, and literally, like, 5 people came to the show. It was... Like, doing this kind of thing is not so straightforward. It's so like, oh yeah, we'll just put on a show and everyone will come all the time, right? Like, they thought they were, like, rock stars and no one came. This was quite good with Demonic Resurrection. Like, the gigs are getting better, right? Like, this is kind of interesting. This is with Saturnian.
Yes,
Like, we're getting good billing. Like, our logo looks good on all these sleeveless and
looks more
Isengard
like,
ones. So it's starting to go somewhere, you can
Shout
tell.
out Aeternum. Oh shit!
So
Sorry.
there's a good anecdote about this one. Shall I put 2 flyers for it?
Yes.
Terrorfest was the last gig at the Bull and Gate that was going to be a metal gig, or it's supposed to be the last metal gig at the Bull and Gate, all because some genius pissed in a corner the week before it went on.
Yeah.
At a metal show. I don't remember what metal show it was. So all these bands that you might recognize: Vehement, Scrutum Crux, Decrepit,
Crania.
Oblivion Eyes. Oblivion Eyes were doing really well at the time.
Yeah.
They all got cut. They all got cut from this bill because the owner didn't want any metal gigs there. So Aeon, like, they negotiated to keep the gig there, but they cut half of them or something. Like, they just didn't want to do metal gigs anymore because this one metalhead pissed in the corner. It was really stupid.
It was a nice looking, I don't know, hallway bit. It was done up nicely and some twat like pissed all over it. But anyway, we
Yeah.
made the cut.
We just about made the cut, which was surprising, to be
Yeah.
honest. But we were billed quite high. I think this is on the good faith of the Balsagoth gig, essentially.
Yeah.
So Oblivion Eyes is definitely way bigger than us. I don't know about everyone else, but Oblivion Eyes are way bigger. I'd probably deserve that slot. But this was quite good, playing with, like, Saturnian again. Another, like, keyboard band. Ethereal had keyboards at that time, I think.
Yeah. And Dark Fortress, of course.
And Trifixion are kind of a legend as well, because I think that they split up quite soon after this too. But we traded albums with them. It's really quite good stuff. And Dark Fortress is the right sort of band for Formicarius to play with, right? Except we're not Formicarius here.
We were almost not quite.
But you can see where this is going. This is what we're playing with. This is where we should be.
Yeah.
We got keys. We're writing songs like Overlord and Requiem now.
The songs are all getting better at this time as well.
The songs that became Formicarius songs, and they're all way darker.
Yeah.
Right? They're not like these kind of happy-go-lucky pseudo power metal songs anymore with Elliot on them.
Yeah.
They're actually starting to be coherent, and they got this. My concept with Paul was to bring this, like, Castlevania neoclassical element into it, while also maintain the darker sides of, like, the black metal and the power metal kind of stuff, right? So less power metal, more black metal, and more Castlevania, essentially, to keep it more melodic. And it's quite, I mean, that's the Formicarius formula, right? Secret's out, sorry, but that's what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
By this point, but we had all this baggage from everything I just shown you, right? There's so much gone wrong. So we actually recorded this album ages before it released, like 18 months or longer before it released. And we just had a lot of music. We just wanted to make the music and make the records, because that's what you do when you're in a band, right? You just make albums and play gigs, because that's what bands in 1980s did. I don't know. No one even has a CD player anymore. This is MySpace is dead.
That's true.
Napster was. Who knows what Napster was? Like Spotify's just come in.
We should have put everything on Napster.
Oh, well, it probably is on Napster, but you know.
Right.
Anyway, this artwork I remember Vicky did, and it took forever because it was just ambitious.
For me at the time, as like someone new to digital art, I wasn't super confident in it as well.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's an early concept and stuff like that. But yeah, I did all these like, I don't know, concept art things for it, and I had some trouble translating it to the digital. I remember that, and I was also in uni at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It took me a while to get it done, basically.
Yeah, it's just it just took a long time, and these things happen, right? Like a current example is I'm the editor on the Domitorum album, which hasn't come out, and the editing is not finished, right? And there's lots of reasons for that, but these things happen all the time, where something draws the process out, and the damage that drawing that process out can do is way more than you think.
Yeah.
Because it just sucks the enthusiasm out of the band.
Yeah, for sure.
So it took a long time. We were just grinding these gigs, right? Like this. We were just, doing our thing, but we're playing basically the same songs because we had them all already made. So there's no point writing any more, really. So we just try to invest and make this looks quite good, right? Like the logo, the artwork, everything. It's us. It's the evolution of the dragon, right?
Yes, it's a fucking dragon.
The asthmatic dragon.
Snotting everywhere. On fire now.
It's pretty cool. Like I really like this artwork and everything. We couldn't get it. We couldn't print it on shirt because it's something to do with the color space.
Again, not being experienced in digital art, I didn't really yet understand the difference between like how to explain it simply, just like screen colors and screen printing colors. RGB versus CYMK basically it looked pretty different. So when I tried to transfer it into CYMK, just looked absolute shite basically, and I didn't know what to do about it because I didn't really know what I was doing, and we couldn't afford to pay anyone still to like fix it and do it for us, which is why I was still kind of doing everything.
Yeah, so this album was done with Tom Sullivan at that same rehearsal space that we rented with the Toms.
Castlepathia.
Yeah, with Carpathia. We dubbed it Castlepathia.
Yes.
We did that.
Yes.
And it was... Well, you're listening to it now, right, in the background. It's good, but it's not competitive. Like, the truth is that this was on a budget. It cost us like £800 or something, right? If you think about the cost of an album back in the day, even the cost of like an album now, to go into like something like Polar Studios, it's like $230 a day.
Yeah.
And you could be there for a month,
yeah.
Right? So we were doing this really, like, we were still broke. We were still doing it as cheaply as we could, but we were investing more into it.
My student loan paid for this.
Yeah, we were just investing our student loans into making our records and doing our rehearsals and that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And we did so much stuff in-house, like the artwork and the print on t-shirts and what have you. So we always try and find the cheapest option. And this is kind of the cheapest option to actually sound good because we only had the original EP, and then we did an EP with Tom Sullivan pretty cheaply, and it sounded quite good and everything. So it was a next logical step that we could actually afford, and then we could actually record Tom's drum kit with Tom's mics and all that kind of stuff. So it just took a long time to come out. It didn't come out until December 2012.
That was a good show though. I don't know if we're going to get to that next. Oh no, we're not.
But what we are going to get to is this album has been remastered by Tom Sullivan since he realized he can do a way better job with 10 years experience on it, right? So I've put on the Phyrexia Bandcamp over here a remastered version that I've haphazardly cut up into separate songs, and you can download it now for the low price of free, and you can't even choose to pay us because we don't have a Phyrexia PayPal anymore.
Yeah.
So you can just have it.
Yeah.
Just have it.
Have it.
Just have the good version.
Have it.
Yeah. go now. I'm gonna post the link in the chat. And hopefully it doesn't ban me for posting links. But there's 10 songs here. This is like 70 minutes long. It's so extra. 12 minutes 20 on this one.
I really like that song.
Yeah, it's really. I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I mean, I made it, so I should enjoy it. But yeah, we've done that now, and that's out there.
There was some, if you go back, there were some teething problems I remember on this album, like figuring out how to like collaborate in a different way. I was really trying to like do more songwriting myself at this time, and I wrote this track called Ophelia. And I just remember that Elliot did not want to put vocals on it, and I was like,
That's
I
right.
can imagine it in my head, and like,
Ophelia.
and so I recorded this piano version of it, which was nice and all, and then we tried to do like a full band reprise of it, and I was like, I can hear where the vocals would go, but Elliot was like, no, it's too pretty, it's too pure, and I'm like, oh. So I remember having that like stumbling block there, just with you and everyone actually, just to try and figure out how to write when I don't play guitar. I play just keyboard. I was going to say piano because I am still.
Well, it's literally a piano song on the record.
Yeah, and I don't play guitar. I do play bass, but
So this is a piano instrumental on the album.
Yeah.
And then we got a reprise version right at the end.
Yeah.
Which is actually my favourite song on the album, and it's instrumental. But it's the most organically written song in the sense of collaboration, right? So like we kind of jammed it out, figured it out in a room together as a band, and figured out how to do the build-ups and how to trail it off in the right. Like, there's definitely some feels in this instrumental. I think it's really good. And it's a very simple idea, honestly. It's like 2-3 ideas that are like 2 chords.
put it on in the background while we
can do.
move on to the next section, maybe.
Since I'm talking about it,
Go on, let's
smart.
put it on. It starts pretty slow.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be quiet 'cause it's background as well.
Let's carry on.
But it was I will do more 80s chip shit bollocks, don't you worry. So yeah, we oh yeah, I really like this song. We only played this song. We played the whole album live at our album launch, which was at the newly open Black Heart.
Yeah.
It was one of the first gigs at the Black Heart,
Yeah,
I
it
believe,
was,
and I
yeah.
booked it for the low price of £70. Believe it or not. It was super cheap.
Yeah, we played. This is the only time we played this song, and we played it, of
and
course,
Serpents.
and Serpents. We played it, of course, before Elliot came on stage, I believe.
Yeah, it was really awesome because he plays
Yeah.
instrumental for 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
then he'd walk on at
Yeah.
the start of 1914.
It's actually really effective.
It was such a good
was cool.
idea. It was a good show.
Yeah, it was good.
I think can't remember who came up with that idea. It might have been Tom or Elliot.
Yeah, I can't remember. No.
But yeah, so you can get that now anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
A lot of love went into this. Like there's 5 songs from the previous EPs redone. We do this a lot. We'd redo the previous songs to bring them up to speed, update them to sound
Yes.
better. But yeah, no, it's a good album. I'm really proud of this one.
Good.
Especially now it's got bass on it since it's been remastered. So that's definitely the way you should listen to it. I do have CDs bumming around if you want any. They might not work because they're printed really cheaply. Surprise! Back in the day, here they are, assembled from scratch in my living room.
Oh yeah, we had to like put them all together because it was cheaper that way. Here we go again.
Are you sensing a theme yet?
Yeah, we got the not labels, the inserts printed separately. We got the CDs printed separately, and the and got the cases separately. And yeah, that was a fun night of things. Anyway, Niliot for Macarius.
Yeah, so we honestly I remember we did a pre-order campaign on that album, and it was something like just to cover the cost of printing, we needed to sell 30 CDs at £10 a CD.
Because it was so DIY.
And we just had to like hard sell all of our
Yeah.
friends. I know Owen bought one. I know Drew bought one.
Thank you.
Like, some of my friends from school bought them, like, just to support us through. I know Owen and Drew actually like the music, right? But, like, what I'm saying is, there weren't that many people really into what we were doing. And we were, like, 3 records in and a few years in.
We didn't know how to sell it.
Yeah, and we didn't have the branding, so we were trying to stay true to ourselves while, like, figuring it out and not,
Our
you know,
dragonness.
our dragonness. So apparently that's what we are. And it was really difficult to ever like sell anything, and we always broke because of that. And it, you know, just the whole thing was pants. Basically.
Oh no!
Like,
Anyway.
in that sense, and there just wasn't that many people listening, so we're just kind of plodding along doing the music because we like doing music, right? That's why we're here, and that's what it's always been to me. It's been about like doing pretentious music. But it's been about doing music and not about like, having a social time, right? That's what it's been about, doing it first. So we went and did another EP, even though no one was listening. And I recorded all of this one because I was actually doing a music degree, a music technology degree of sorts. You can't see it, but it's on my wall over there. Can you see it on this camera? Just about. So I recorded everything except for drums, which Tom Sullivan recorded at a different Consulpathia.
Was it recorded in the studio at Brunel potentially?
No.
Okay.
No, it's that different. It was at the one in Acton.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
No.
But I actually recorded most of this, and I handled all the mixing. Since I didn't know anything about mixing, despite being on a music technology degree, right? Well, that's a pretty common story you'll find. But I didn't have any like mixing ideas. I guess I didn't know what a compressor was or how to use it. I'd like look it up on YouTube and I'd just whack a compressor on everything, right? Stuff like that. I didn't know anything about editing audio really, so I just took the best takes and put them all together. Stuff like that. I basically didn't edit the drums at all. So I just took the best takes of drums and put them together. Like, you know, it's like you got a really raw sounding EP. For that, I don't think it sounds bad actually. I think it's quite fun to listen to. I really like the keyboards.
Oh yeah?
They're the Roland keyboards.
Oh yeah, I had like a Roland keyboard for a bit. It was a keyboard I tried to upgrade to for a bit, but I found that it was not the right keyboard for me in a live setting because the processor in it wasn't good enough. I guess it's more of a studio keyboard, right? It was a Roland Juno Stage. The first time I upgraded from my really ancient Yamaha from like 2003.
Ancient beginner.
Yeah, like you get in
Yamaha.
like high school, like where everyone's like DJ. But yeah, anyway, the Roland Juno Stage, I remember didn't have a good enough processor at the time, and there was like a pause, like a stutter every time you switched between synths. So in a live setting, that was just that's just not going to cut it because I switched synths a lot because it's my style, and it just didn't work. But yeah, it is on this album because it was fine as a studio keyboard. Anyway.
Yeah, it sounded really quite good. There's always moments in these old EPs I listen to, I'm like, oh, that's actually that's decent, you know. But all these tracks, this is the last from the last Phyrexia EP. Oh, that's telling, isn't it? This is the last Phyrexia EP. I'm thinking not up this sick artwork in like no time.
Well, I got a bit better. It's still not the best, but it's gotten better.
Look at this dragon, dude. It's fucking sick.
You like the dragon?
Yeah. That's what happened to the dragon.
Yeah. It got better, but
yeah,
still
right. I mean, and the other Juno stages are really good as well.
Yeah,
that one has this killer output.
No, I don't know what was up with it. Or perhaps I was not experienced enough yet to really understand how to use it.
No, it was bullshit. We looked it up.
Well, we did, but yeah, anyway,
stupid.
never resolved that, so I didn't stick with that.
So these are all the dark tracks, right? And this whole EP, like, look at it, it just looks a bit darker.
Well, this wizard, by the way, is basically killing you. That's why, just like in a video game, because haha, I work in video games, you got all this red shit around the corner of the your peripherals, because this wizard is literally killing you, by the way.
This is news to me, but
You didn't know? Yeah.
well, I remember saying like, I was really into Dragonlance at the time. I basically wanted Raceland on the front cover, if you know that.
Well, Raceland is killing you then.
Yeah, Raceland is this like feeble super wizard, basically. So, yeah, that's that. And like this again, like the sound just isn't like super competitive. This is not like, you know, modern day Behemoth or something. So it's just it was okay, but it was like the songs are great, but and then the CD experience was terrible. We actually had to this company that we were ordering with from Scotland, I think. I don't know why I remember that. They just wouldn't, like, they sent us these CDs and the colors were all fucked, and they printed it in the wrong color space again, hadn't
Yes,
they?
yeah, it was that issue again, but rather than emailing me and saying, hey, the colors are wrong, I think we should do something about this, they just went ahead and printed it anyway. And we were like, well, but this is unsellable, we can't, this is completely wrong. You had said that you would send us a proof or something. I guess they didn't send us that, but yeah, I complained and got some money back.
Yeah.
And none of these CDs exist because I sent them all back.
So this never actually got printed to CD in the end.
It did, but we sent them all back
Yeah,
because
but
it was
it's
fucked.
I don't have much faith in the quality of those CDRs they blatantly printed with. And
Yeah, it was cheap.
what have you. So, and that was kind of that. Like, everything was petering out. Like, we didn't have the best response all the time. We got a reputation for being like a really good live band with like trading guitar solos and a lot of energy. But essentially, people didn't know what to do with us. And people didn't really want to buy our records. And you can kind of see why. Like, they're just not competitive. You could buy, for the same price as Phyrexia CD at the time, you could buy like the new, I don't know, something good.
Something else, just anything else.
something that you actually want, right? And they, like, the artwork's cool and everything, but it's not competing with the top tier. And the reality is, you're in the same marketplace as those other bands.
Yeah.
So everything was just, we were just losing enthusiasm. We were just grinding away, playing the same fucking songs forever. And the other thing we did is we played 33 shows in London in total, and 1 in Brighton. This is the last one.
Yeah.
None of us could drive. Or I could drive partway through that. I got a driving license. And that's how we ended up doing this. I took my, what was it? Vauxhall Corsa?
Yeah.
That was like my parents, and jammed everyone into it.
No, not everyone.
Not everyone?
No. It was me, you, and Elliot, and the gear.
It was packed. Like, this thing is
If I
like
remember
fucking
right.
tiny.
Tiny little car.
Um,
Oh god, tell them the hill story.
it was like the first adventure. It was the first like being a band on the road kind of adventure. But
Yeah.
like drove
the train.
I tanked up before leaving and everything. Thought it'd be fine if I went to Brighton on that. Apparently it was not fine.
No.
I'm not the best driver, I guess. I'm a cautious driver. I'm not a very fast driver. And I wasn't anyway. And we got Brighton's full of fucking hills. Or at least that area is, right?
Yeah.
And I was like basically out of gas.
Yeah.
And I was brakes on this hill, and I had like the brake on full
Real
and the
steep, by the
handbrake,
way.
and it was rolling ever so slightly backwards with all its gear in it, back into the car at a red light. And the petrol station's right there, I can see it.
Top of the hill.
So as soon as it goes green, or yellow probably, I floor it! And the smell of burning tyre as I scorch around into the fucking petrol station. That was something, yeah.
It was terrifying. I thought we were all gonna die.
That was a good experience.
Yeah.
It was a good experience, Vicky.
No. No. No.
Yeah, that was our first time playing outside of London, and like this show was not the best.
No.
Paul's amp or guitar or something stopped working before the end.
We had to cut the set, didn't we?
We had to cut the set short.
Yeah. Not a great
Evil
ending.
Scarecrow didn't respect us. I remember something about that, and they were friends with this other band that got added later, and they just hung out by themselves. And we were kind of into Evil Scarecrow. Desolator were really like nice chaps and
Oh,
everything.
we like Desolator.
Don't remember this.
Don't remember them, no.
I still hang out with I still talk to Jamie from Desolator at
Nice
times.
person.
So yeah, I'll go see Desolator any day of the week. But like it was a bad show. It was a bad time. Like it was fun. Like the road trip was fun, and the road trip is always fun, right? But it was kind of expensive for us because we had super cheapskates, as we've established.
Still that
And
thing.
and this is a weird period in the band as well because, like we kind of asked Tom to leave. I think because we wanted to push on more with the band in a commitment sense, like something really awkward like this.
Don't know what we were thinking.
And we thought like, okay, we're gonna like go hard on taking it to the next level or whatever. And we need to rehearse like more than before the shows, basically. So Nick, who was in De Profundis at the time, it's funny because Tom's now in De Profundis.
Yeah.
Joined for a short while, and we played like 2 gigs with him, like this one and one at the garage, and that was it. And it was something like I'd moved to live at Brunel, but I wasn't studying at Brunel.
That's right.
So I was in zone 6 with no money and couldn't see anyone for like a year, basically. It was a really bad place. There was no band essentially most of the time. And I don't
Elliot
know.
went as well.
I mean, like by this time, everyone was in other bands as
Yeah.
well. I was in a Japanese rock band called Colors, I think. By then, I think.
And I was in Premature Birth.
Yeah, you were in PB. Paul was in Carpathia, and then he was in. I think he was touring with De Profundis at this point.
Was it a session thing?
Something like, yeah, at first. Before
yeah.
joining De Profundis.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Like everyone was
Correct me
kind of
if I'm
doing
wrong.
other things as well.
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of obligation involved, and we kind of like saw the writing on the wall. I mean, no one was very happy with it. Is what I'm saying. And then Elliot kind of
Not just after this. I see.
right.
Okay.
Yeah. Then Elliot kind of we were all graduating, and we were like looking for real careers in music or whatever we were doing as well. And you were
Video
still,
games.
you know. But yeah, Elliot kind of put the nail in the coffin because he left to join Hecate Enthroned. And I was like, yeah, you should. I grew up listening to Hecate Enthroned. Hecate Enthroned is one of the first black metal bands I've ever heard.
Like,
So
yeah.
it was like, yeah, go do that and we'll figure out what to do, I guess. I was trying to like do something on vocals, but you know, you're gonna change vocalists after like 5 years in a band or whatever. It's a bit of a mess. So ultimately it kind of like, this was a terrible note to end on.
Yeah, it was.
Which is sort of why I wanted to do this stream today, because I don't want Full Mechanics to end like this. Don't just want to play a random show and then say bye, and that's kind of it, right? I kind of want to tell the whole story. So yeah, this felt pretty terrible, but at least we got out of London eventually. I don't know. It's consolation prize. Look at this.
Aww. This is the whole era, and
Yeah, this is that second era. This is Bobby's last gig here.
yeah.
And and then Simon came in, babyface Simon.
Babyface Simon.
Yeah,
Elliot
look
with
at
hair.
you,
Look at me. Yeah, I'm just like.
gremlin.
I'm still like that, to be fair.
Elliot had really good stage presence.
Yes.
Like he just had really good mic faces.
Yeah.
And we always had this fucking trio of guitars and
Yeah.
whatever going on.
And then just me in the background, like, "Ugh, who's this?
Yep. And this handsome fella whose face I apparently like.
You do.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the last shows. I don't think I
Yeah.
got any from the last show, but this is the penultimate show.
Right.
Yeah, it was a good time. It was what it was, you know. You can see it's a bit less silly, a bit less chummy like this, but the stages are bigger,
yeah.
the guitars are better.
Yeah.
Everything is just a bit more
Got the
on it.
Zyphos here.
Yeah, and the Strat as well.
I don't think I've yet upgraded to my keyboard that I still use today. This
Yeah, not
lady.
yet. Got
Yeah,
that from
the cool
Chrome.
Chrome, which I got a little later. Oh my God,
Alright!
we're finally here! What the
What are you actually here for? I didn't expect this to take this long, but
Well,
well, I don't know. Deal with it.
just keep going.
Yeah, just
Alright.
keep going.
It'll be available to watch.
I think
if it
now might
wants
be a
to
good
pop up.
time to grab an extra drink,
Yes.
take a quick break if you
Yes.
should like. I'm running out of juice as well.
Is there more?
No, there's not more of that.
Well, I'm gonna go to something else.
Does anyone have anything to say? Any questions? Any,
no.
I don't know, something? How is it so far for you guys? Is that exciting, interesting? Is that depressing? A trip down memory lane? Oh, it's me. I've got a lot of this stuff up on my wall still. Flats in Dagenham. All of the above. Yeah, especially as you know a bunch of these people, Matt. I'm glad, Andy. I bet. Oh, it does. I think I remember that. Jess, well, you should do some, well, I don't know, you write in Zero Tolerance, right, about your stories about sending shit to shit reviewers and stuff. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Hello, Steve. Oh, we got G&T.
Yeah. Why not? But one sec.
I was thinking more like a whiskey.
I could do whiskey.
I would prefer a whiskey.
Alright.
Not for a while. Well, one thing I figured was like, you only have so many of these anecdotes to tell, right? Only so many of these stories, and they're only so interesting to so many people because they're pretty specific to like London music.
There you go. Just gonna feed the cat.
Alright, that sounds good. Good. I'm glad it's like insightful in some way. It's all content, like it's not gonna change your life or anything, but it's our story. It's my story. I know, Steve. But it's not over just yet. Yeah, you're a fake fan. Get the fuck out of here. Good. I'm glad. I chose. I've been working on this all week. I had a sort of mental breakdown at one point because you get into this spiral of seeing only the good times, and you're like, I've just killed my baby who's 13 years old, right? And it's, I don't know, it sucks. It's hard. But it's not like that, really. It's a trap. I'd rather tell the story, and we can see what happens from here, right? Alright. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Rebirth! Oh, well, there's a thing in the way. Alright.
Oh well.
So we kind of talked about this a bit already, right? Sorry, there's all these fucking bottles of booze in front of my...
No, they can't see it, I don't
No,
think.
I can't.
Oh, you can't. Oh, right. Let me move something. Yeah.
There's all these spirits in
Alright,
my
sorry.
music studio.
Well, deal with it.
Good. Everyone back? Let's go.
Gentle.
So, we talked about all this, right?
Yeah, we did.
It's darker, no one knew what to do with us. We wanted a new start. And what happened is we took this break in 2013 to 14 where we only put out 2 shows. And it was kind of shit. And we went to Bloodstock Open Air 2014. And we've been writing like some material amongst ourselves for the previous year. And it seemed to me that keyboards were suddenly allowed. Keyboards were fashionable. Keyboards were in.
People didn't hate me anymore? Really?
Every band on the fucking Sophie stage seemed to have keyboards. And they were all black metal.
Yeah.
And I was like,
true.
oh, it's all the things that we were doing with all these, we played Dark Fortress and Saturnian and all this stuff. And
Balsagoth.
yeah, Balsagoth.
Sorry.
Lest we forget. And suddenly this seemed like acceptable. I mean, I don't mean to sound like a hipster, but fuck you. I mean, we came away from it like really inspired, I suppose, after having a break, having some time off after this grueling grind of playing nothing but London. We were like, okay, what if we came back and did this from fresh, like from scratch, so people don't Google us and find pictures of us from when we were like 17 boozing it up,
Like we are now.
like yeah.
Nothing
Now we're
changes.
just ruining our excuse me.
Oh dear.
Now we're just ruining our profile.
Yes.
Ruining our profile. But no, we just made a fresh start. We realized that we hadn't necessarily made like a ton of mistakes, but we needed a fresh start, and
Yes.
we needed to put the past behind us so people could see us for who we were now.
Yeah.
And like look at this. This looks nothing like the previous band. We're gonna have an image. Black metal has always been my thing, right?
Can we just compare this? Okay, this was on like our first album to, is this the right camera? Look at this. Look how incoherent, is that a word? Uncoherent?
We look
not-
like metal kids.
Yes.
That's it.
But I'm wearing a frigging white dress.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Even Paul's color coordination.
Miskatonic University shirt, if I recall right.
Yeah.
Elliot's
It's not
wearing
black.
a beanie. Dan's wearing like Matrix sunglasses and a trench coat. And
That was cool.
cool. Yeah, but look at the contrast.
Yeah, like, it's just not. You can't compare this to when I was 17 doing a band in high school. Like the point was to do it right and
We
to
really wanted to.
come in with a bang. And
Yeah.
like this image is fucking sick. I don't care what
Yeah, I
anyone
love
says.
this.
Like
I
this
love it.
idea to go to Murder Mile and shoot with like the light here and the
Yes.
chair. Like it's
The smoke.
It's sick.
It's a good time.
It's very like. It's what it needs to be to fit the music, right?
It's
Fuck you, Stu.
it's what we wanted. Yeah.
So we actually did this all kind of in secret. We did this photo shoot. We recorded an album
Yeah.
in secret. We were like, oh yeah, Nick had fucked off to wherever the fuck he went. I mean, no one really knows what happened to Nick. No. But I went up. I got my parents to drive me up to Kettering because I'm really metal like that. And I had a conference kind of thing with I say conference. What do I mean?
What do you mean? A meeting?
I don't know. I just met with Neil at Parlour for like an hour
Neil
to talk
Hayes.
about how the fuck you make records that sound like records, and how you can do that on a budget. Considering I have like a MacBook and Logic Pro, right?
And
Like
the
that.
ability to record.
I have some technical skills, and we'll find out that I didn't have very many technical skills, but I had some technology at the very least, right? And so I was like, we're always just really hard up, surprise. And how can I make a competitive record? So we came to this like conclusion of doing like this hybrid thing where we would do 90% of it at home, at my home, where I'd record everything. I'd use like you bought this mic actually.
Good, yeah.
to record vocals at home. It was like, you can get away with it in Extreme Metal. It's not Celine Dion, you know. It doesn't need to be like a vintage mic that's crystal clear running through some Neve preamp. Like, this is a much harder, rougher genre of music. You can get a £300 mic and get a good result, a competitive result. Like, this is a competitive real mic that people use. So it's about buying the right things and using the skills where, like, putting your money where it matters, kind of thing.
Yes.
So got a DI box, did everything myself, realized I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, had like several breakdowns over
Yes.
over trying to, I don't know, trying to edit this thing together, because it's a monstrous piece of work, like making an album, if you didn't know. And I didn't know anything about audio editing, so I had to kind of just figure it out and hope for the best, because it was all clean DIs. So it's not like you could hear what you're doing very well, very easily, right? I kept running it through amp sims, but the first time you do something, you don't really know what you're doing, and the second time it's like, okay, I can refine this. So I was working like 16-hour days, 20-hour days by the end, in the back of Parlor Studios, right? And it was the real trial by fire, but we came out of it with this like mega album compared to everything we had before. So we didn't announce, we kept it all secret. We got the mixers back as early as like April, I think. All right, Steve, settle down.
Oh.
This is Jamie. This is our new drummer at the time. I think we just found through and you've made like an account on some findamusician.com
something like
kind of
that.
thing.
I think that's how we found Jamie.
And he just showed up here and he was really good.
The way he hit those drums.
Jamie is a death metal drummer. He plays for Matt's Demise, right? But he's his like secret source is death metal. Like, he's just really consistent. Like, he's really in time.
Yeah, real in time. Yep.
It's like the atomic clock kind of thing, right? So yeah, this is him recording in the studio. It's the only thing we actually recorded in the studio, and then we mixed everything in the studio. So I was there for like 10 days. We spent 4 recording drums and 5 or so doing mixes, and then just checking it out at the end. So this was like really on a budget. It was like 200 a day, I think I negotiated it down to. But it was really cheap for, like, this is as cheap as you can make a good album. Right? Or at least as cheap as you can make an album that for that sound, for that kind of, some people might call it overproduced sound. I don't know. Like, sterilized. You can like slate it all you want. It's what I wanted. Right? And that's kind of how it came together. That's how it's come together since. It's always been like, we've been doing like a shitload of work and spending all of our money all of the time on it, but people don't always see that. They're just like, oh, you just got successful or something. And it's like, well, to what extent? Like, we've earned these opportunities through like some real like tough times and labor, you know. Yeah, real trial by fire this one was.
Yeah.
Drove me a little bit mad. So what we did was we sent this out to, we got this on Zero Tolerance, I think this is. And we printed a bunch of CDs of it. We had all these cool ideas with this new enthusiasm for the band.
The new branding.
Yeah, it was just like, just looks cool. Like receiving a letter with your merch in it with a sigil on it.
I like carved that out. I should have dug it out ahead of this, but
yeah.
Yeah.
And we posted this press release on the day that we announced Phyrexia is dead, Formicarius is a thing, right? And this upset some people. I remember Dale Patterson saying it was a bit on the nose.
Oh.
And I like Dale Patterson and everything, right? But you know, calling this on the nose in black metal as the black metal historian, I thought was very funny.
yeah, it's quite funny.
We released Lake of the Dead with a B-side of Underdark and we had a cover of Cosmic Keys, which we recorded somewhere else, doesn't matter, as like a proper B-side.
Yeah.
So we launched with all this stuff, basically. And it got people's attention. Like, it did its job. It upset some people, it impressed other people. It was like, yeah, some people sussed it out or whatever, it doesn't matter. And we started playing shows pretty much immediately. Like, we just booked shows and sold a lot. Like, we sold out those CDs really quickly, I remember. It was the first time we sold out of anything properly without dragging on forever, right?
We had them reprinted
Yeah.
pretty quickly.
I'm gonna play this clip from our second show. I think that's cool.
That's cool.
Kenji took that, I think, from my
R.I.P.
from my Japanese band, who's no longer with us, sadly. But like, yeah, we might have been covering black metal in 2009 for Phyrexia, but look at the difference. Like, that's just intense. It fits the bill. I remember we debuted in Bradford.
Yeah.
And Tom was like, why the fuck are you debuting in Bradford? But this was a really good show. Like,
the flyer's cool, actually.
the flyer's cool, even though our logo is dodgy. Like,
It was a bit like, yeah.
we debuted with Old Courts Road headlining, which was a band like me and Simon in particular both listened to a lot.
Yeah.
We really liked the Witching Hour album. I can't remember what it's actually called.
That one.
You know, I'm such a big fan, but and we knew Arno from Blasphemer. So he was in Imperial Destroyer for a while, so he gave us the gig, and for some reason he put us on above. Like, it must have just been nice.
Oh.
Well, we're not a band anymore, Khaled, so
there's no reason to donate.
you don't need to donate.
Yeah, just like,
You can subscribe with your Twitch Prime to me
no.
if you like. Instead of to Shroud or some shit that I see you watching.
I don't know. Buy the merch or something.
Yeah,
You don't.
just buy a CD.
It's all on sale. Yeah. You keep saying, but it's all on sale. Like, just buy something there if you really want to.
I'm saying it because I know you actually like it. So.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, these are the first two gigs we played in that first year. And this is actually a really good gig. I remember Sultan from at the time Sathamel. That's what we say about that, the Bella, like from Trivax and Ereshkigal Girl that I'm now in, like came to this and pitted at Emperor and everything. Like this is good. I had my friend over from America in the car with us. There's some red flags on the way back from this show that we're not going to talk about in particular, but on the whole, it's a pretty cool experience. And we actually we played out of London immediately. Like, this is a big deal to us because we played 5 years in London, right?
Yeah.
So that's why we played in Bradford, Tom. Get out of here.
Get out.
There we go.
Right.
Success.
The rebrand worked.
Yeah, the rebrand really worked. We held on to the album, and this is where Paul Carter, I don't know, previously of Arcane Promotions or still of Arcane Promotions, I don't really know. And Chris Key of Imperative PR came in, and it's probably worth saying now that any success that Formicarius had was definitely because of Imperative PR, and I mean that in the sense of like they're like a press and management company, right? So they helped us make the right decisions. You can't say that we would ever have made those decisions like without their guidance and without talking it through with them and making action plans and meeting up every quarter to figure it out. And not only that, but like having management meant that, you know, like Paul is from Thus Defiled. This is like OG kind of stuff, right? Like writing handmade messages to Euronymous back in the day, that kind of thing. Like, this is not some bullshit company. So
They were mentors to us at a time that we really needed mentors, because we'd tried going alone for 5 years at that point, and it hadn't really worked out, as we've told
5
you
or
in
6.
great depth.
But, like-
and this made it cohesive and gave us like a vision to work with that we developed with them, but they helped us nudge it in the right direction and figure out what opportunities were the right ones to take and all that kind of thing.
yeah, it was totally the right call at the time, and just everything just fit into place. Like, they were impressed with our like rebrand and what we'd done, and we'd done all these things correctly this time, and all this stuff. And so, yeah, they were like, you know, do a proper label search. Don't just put out this album and,
Yeah.
you know, we'll send out all this music to all these labels and these companies and everything. And we sold out our first pressings of Lake of the Dead like really quick. We were sort of doing mini tours, like back-to-back weekends across the country, playing and selling stuff, which is great.
That was a really fun time.
Then Lake of the Dead got picked up by fucking Sony Music
Yeah.
for this like unknown underground random band that just spawned, right? So we got put on this vinyl from this, you know, regardless of like what happened with Speed Kills 7 or whatever, like it's part of a legacy.
Yeah.
And this was a big deal at the time. It was a big deal to us. I mean,
I'm really proud of it.
it was our first thing on any label.
Yeah.
Let alone like Sony Music for Nations. Music for Nations
Yeah.
had just come back.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we kind of redid the whole thing a bit. We got this like new logo with. That's a bit louder.
Yeah, because the production's better.
We got this new logo with Christoph, right? He may know as the Lord of Logos. I'll say thank you. I don't have sub alerts on right now, so I can't tell because I'm a restream.
Oh, yeah.
Well, how much better does this sound? Well, this is night and day to me.
It's so clear.
It's made to be competitive, right?
Which is exactly what we want.
To be in a competitive market with the bands that we looked up to. And the bands that we look up to are like, they're like really mainstream kind of bands, and that's what we wanted. We wanted mainstream success if we could get it. We didn't see any reason to pigeonhole ourselves into something lo-fi, you know? And if that's what black metal could and couldn't be, so be it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna pause that.
Sure.
So, yeah, we worked pretty hard for a couple of years on very deliberate maneuvers. It was all really calculated for us. We were like,
Thank you, Paul.
yeah, thank you, Paul. What the fuck did I just kick?
Hopefully not the cat.
Hopefully not the computer. And like immediately, like I mean, the day that we launched Formic Iris, we outdid
needed the
Phyrexia. We outdid Phyrexia. Like we outdid five years' work in like the first 6 months.
Yeah, we did.
We already achieved more, basically, which is just absurd, right? But that's how it be sometimes. I don't know.
And we did that sick music video with Andy Pilkington.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I haven't put him.
You didn't put him in, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to him because I love what he did with this.
This isn't the only one either.
No, we did a couple with him, and I barely even sent a concept with this one. And he just friggin' nailed it, as he did like every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank
it was,
you, Andy.
It was good. It was all coming together for the first time ever. I'll say. Get out of here.
Keeps doing that.
Oh my
Hold on.
god.
Yeah, man.
There we go.
Right.
Alright, I'm gonna put some music back on.
Yeah, go on.
You can talk about.
You will.
whatever this is.
I mean, well, immediately we carried on playing gigs outside of London because we finally could. We had Jamie in the band who drove, and we also had a little more money, and sometimes we were able to afford to hire a van, a men and van. And we were able to leave our grey,
Yeah.
rainy London to venture outside, and we
We're
kept
actually
playing.
adults now.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're like
Help.
24, 25 at this
And
point.
we're not like students. We're not
No, we're-
students. We're
yeah.
earning.
I had a salary.
We're working people.
Yeah, and we weren't broke.
Shit
the first
salaries, but you know, not.
Time. Yeah, well, But,
Not great.
No, for the first time doing this, we had some money to actually invest in what we wanted to do. So we did, and because of that, we were able to play outside of London.
I think
we did.
I think this is when I moved in with Lolo, who's in the chat as well in Twitch, and shortly after that, Oolong Tea. But
Yes.
yeah, being able to move out, and you know, these are all like coming of age kind of things, right? Like, you gotta understand that we grew up doing this.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
isn't just like a band. This was our like maturing story as well.
And for me, it was a lifeline, particularly at the beginning.
Yeah.
I didn't go into it too much at the very point we were at that, but yeah, doing all this stuff like just changed my life basically, from a pretty dark point to a point where I could actually like express all of that kind of crap stuff.
I mean,
And
there's a reason why we're doing dark music, right? We're not like super happy-go-lucky REM listening people. Like, I fucking hate people most of the time, every day. And I work really hard not to hate them, right? But this is why we're in this kind of music, why we
yeah, the band
express ourselves.
the band
this
was a
way.
lifeline.
It's not like just for fun necessarily, or just for a career. It's like this felt important.
It felt crucial. It felt really important.
It was genuine to us.
Yeah.
You know, I know not everyone saw it that way, but it definitely was.
Yeah, truly.
So you can see already these gigs are a lot better. they're
really
not
good
shit
bands here.
gigs. You would go to that gig.
Yes,
right?
you would.
You would go to that.
And maybe
gig
you were
and
there
that
if you're
one.
listening to this.
Yeah, and we found our sound, we found our scene, we found our people, or
Yeah.
whatever it is, or so we think, you know. We're getting onto festival lineups. I mean, these aren't great festivals. They're not Bloodstock Open Air or Wacken or something, right? But they're festivals.
That people go to and have a good time at.
It was, and they're all in various parts of the country. All right, so we'd broken one barrier. We'd actually like made something of ourselves in the correct kind of spaces. One standout one. I would say Nagura, right? Because
Yeah.
Nagura are fucking sick.
Yes. That was
And
an
RIP
important one.
Negru. But
Yeah.
but the one that stands out to me is Blacktail Gathering.
Oh, yeah.
Right, and it's just because of it's almost like the gimmick of it, right? It's on the highest peak in the land.
No.
No,
Highest pub.
highest
The
pub,
pub in the land.
I don't think it's the highest peak.
No, not the highest peak. No.
I was like,
Not
that's
the highest
wrong.
peak, no. It's the pub that is on the highest peak. So it's like I don't know, halfway up a mountain.
Yeah.
I think we got added to this to replace another band.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we did. We weren't added to it at first, but they asked, like, with fairly short notice, I think, can you do this? We need to replace someone, and we were like, fuck yeah, we want to play up a snowy mountain.
Yeah.
And I'm really glad that we did because it is
I'm
a
sure
real
Paul got a snow
stand-up
gig as well.
Maybe. It was.
As
yeah.
in Paul Nazarcard.
Yeah. This one always sticks out in my memory because it was just the perfect black metal gig.
Yeah, it's a perfect setting for a
Yes.
black metal. We were on in the middle of the day, which is not so perfect.
No, but it
Like,
was snowing outside.
I didn't include any pictures because all the pictures are kind of shit. Chat's gone on the overlay.
Oh,
Really?
but I see it.
It's on my overlay. Give it a minute and tell me if it's still gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this was a cool gig just because the concept of it is cool. Of course, Road put this together. Essentially, it was
Yeah. Mates
Steve from Of Course Road. He was doing Blackwood stuff.
Yeah.
And this is a Blackwood production.
Yeah. It was great.
His fly looks sick as well.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm so glad we were.
We didn't play like the best set. We actually have recording, like an audio recording of the entire set. I don't think we played very well.
People were like heckling us, but everyone was very, very drunk.
Yeah, everyone was very drunk by like 2 PM. So
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, this is all quite good. This was good as well. This could have been better, but I don't know. We garnering some kind of respect and building a name and doing the work that we needed to do, and you know, we had this record, this Speed Kill 7, and this other one on the way.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting that.
Right. Okay.
but we can do that.
Sure, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure I'm really going to play this. This is like an hour long stream or something.
Wow.
I think that this was like a little bit later.
Yeah.
Because Vicky and I really like Texas.
We love Texas.
It's a long story. Don't ask.
It's video game related.
Yes, it's not important. But this company that Imperative put us in touch with, who we did like, I don't know if we did like a Skype interview with them before or something like that. Like
Maybe.
over video call.
Something like that.
We actually got in their studio in Texas and did like a live, you know, a live thing at a live interview on their podcast, radio, TV thing, right? So that, yeah, it was pretty cool, like being part of something like this.
They run it on too far. Oh,
Yeah, I
nice.
see that.
Ah.
And they played our music video.
Yeah.
So this is actually a little bit late because I haven't talked about the music video or anything, right?
No, that's all right.
But the point of this slide is like we're getting some proper press going on, and again, this is like in part Imperative. You know, this is proper reviews of good gigs. This is us featured in zines, and we're in like Slowly We Rot, and all this kind of cool stuff
And abroad as well.
that I like to collect.
They're everywhere. Yeah.
So we actually like in print media and not just like, I don't know, myblackmetalblog.com or whatever.
.blogspot.com.
Yeah, .blogspot.com.
Although sometimes it was still that.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the
Yeah.
music back on.
Yeah, go on. Put something from the first album on. Oh, you're already there.
Yeah,
What do I know?
it's not very loud, but
Yeah.
put it up on our speakers a bit.
Yeah.
So we finally got through the album release because we did the album search with Imperative. Album search? Label search.
Label search. Yes,
And,
searching for an album.
I don't know how much of this is like played up or like how much of it is like exactly the way it was or whatever. But I caught wind that our album caught the attention of Nuclear Blast at some point, which was pretty cool to know.
Yeah.
Obviously, it did not come out on Nuclear Blast,
No.
but it's yeah, if that's true, because I can't like very well just verify that.
We didn't see those emails.
But you know, it was having the effect that we wanted. Like this is like one of the turning points where things could go either way at this point in the band's history, right? And we ended up being signed with Shorestorm Production, which is a super sick, quite niche, like, you know, symphonic black metal label out of Germany. And he gave us like a bang out good deal, like a
He
good
did.
contract, basically.
For a new band.
So we had a good album on a good contract, getting good press, doing good gigs. Like we're all happy, right?
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Paul and Chris again.
Thank you, Paul
right?
and Chris.
Because this completely changed everything for
Yeah, it
us
did.
from the previous, basically a decade,
Yeah.
nearly at this point, of being able to find our footing. I actually remember we were in talks with Dark Descent at one point, but I think they didn't have any more to do any more ways to do stuff with that year or something. Which is really funny because you don't think of this as like a Dark Descent logo even, right? But they were interested. Like people were interested. We got this big spread in this German magazine called Legacy. I mean, we're getting just good features. Like this looks like a real band now. It's a far cry from where we started, right? So yeah, Gary Ronaldson is it Bit Radius?
Yes, or Byte Radius.
Byte Radius. Gary Ronaldson. Gary's done like the
kinds of
Napalm Death stuff,
Yeah.
like. And he's like lead animator or head of animation or something at his studio and this kind of stuff. He lagging.
Oh,
He banged out this artwork for us, and we came with like the strong concept again, right? Like we put together a mood board at like Resident Evil 4. Like if you play Resident Evil 4, you know what you're looking at,
yeah.
somewhat, right? And we had like Witchfinder General, which you can obviously see here. So we had the concepts for what we wanted, which fit with like some of the lyrical themes a little bit. and like, you know, to be in this kind of black and white grayscale kind of thing. I don't know if that's very cool. But
Sepia. Sepia.
sorry.
Well,
I'm
not even. I
I'm
don't
a
know. Whatever. Monochrome, right?
Yeah, but we're finally seeing our vision realized, basically.
Yeah.
Here's some of the concept art.
Yeah.
Like, I already dig all this behind the scenes stuff, so
Yeah,
you're gonna
I
have to
do.
suck it up. But
Yeah.
like at some point, we're just deciding where the figure should be in the middle, on the side.
Yeah.
Here's the work in progress.
Yeah.
And the CD, like, it's just legit.
I loved all the extra stuff he did with all the branches. and
Yeah,
everything.
all this kind of stuff. It's
It's
just,
a nice branding thing. I
It's
was very happy
grizzly.
with what Gary did.
yeah. 21st of the 7th, 2017. I think that's because we were playing with Tenga Cavalry for the album
I think
launch
so.
on that day or a few days before, something like that.
So we did it around the same time.
Yeah. Which again we got through IPR, I think. Yeah, the Underworld.
so, yeah, the
That's
Underworld, yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
Anthony's first gig. Oolong
Was that the
Teas.
one? Was that the one I passed out or like nearly passed out at?
Yeah, he had food poisoning.
Yes, it was that one. I had awful food poisoning at that show. I was in hospital the night before on drips and I couldn't eat, and so I played that show on nothing but Lucozade, and I did pass out on stage. There's a moment where I like threw my hair up as I do at these shows, and I passed out in that moment. That my head hit the apex of that swing, and fuck, I came to and played a solo, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Knowing us.
But I was I hadn't eaten for like
Days.
4 hours, so yeah, that was hard.
Yeah, it was tough. I remember
Yeah.
that we were driving up like kind of late because of that as well, and being ushered through the back. It's straight on stage and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Oh, it was,
Or straight into sound check, at least. Yeah, it was a really good gig. Like, these gigs were really good at this point. They're mostly like we're a new band, so they're all good anyway. But they're actually very high quality shows.
They were. Yeah, they were.
I actually missed putting the Tenga Cavalry
Yeah.
flyer up on here.
Oh, that's a shame.
I think I've got it on at the very
Somewhere.
end. But,
Yeah.
I only found it just before I went live.
Oh, and Tom's back.
Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, so at some point we fell out with Jamie, basically. Him and I got into a fight.
And I.
Yeah. But
No hard feelings now.
yeah, it's just what it was, kind of
Yeah.
thing. I mean, he was clearly like uncomfortable with the band for a little while, from my point of view, because I would quite often drive up with Jamie, and the others would drive up with like Dev, and he got sick of being the chauffeur as well, which is not.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that is fair enough. Like, no one else is learning to drive. No one else is like picking up the pace on the stuff, and you're driving your little car around with all this shit in it. It's not really fair on him either. Yeah, all right.
Tom, yes.
So I mean, he was understandably getting frustrated. He wasn't very good at communicating that.
And it all came to blow on one particular show, but we won't go into that too much.
Yeah, big up driving with Dev though.
Big
Oh.
up driving with Dev.
But Jamie was out despite his prowess on the drums, and Tom was
Great
back
drummer.
in.
Also great drummer.
Tom was back in as a session though, so he wasn't contributing like money towards the band or anything like that. So at this point we would contribute like a monthly thing each towards the band, like
Yeah.
a part of our salary just goes towards it. Because that's the reality. Like, you gotta spend money to do good things, right?
To invest in what you want to do.
And you know, the return on investment was enough in like having good shows and making good records and stuff at this point for us. So I'm not sure. Shall I play the Rats video?
Yeah, play a bit of the Rats video. Also, I've forgotten a lot of these shows.
Yeah, so not all these shows were that great. That's the thing.
Some of them were good. I
I mean-
remember that Fenton one.
I think like the point I'm trying to make with this is that we're starting to headline shows for some reason. For some reason, everyone's starting to book us as headliner. I don't remember us. Like, I don't remember thinking we were that big, but then everyone started wanting us to headline their shows. I've been really happy about it.
We were happy about it.
They were happy about it.
Yeah.
Fucking yes. Sorry. Like this video looks pretty sick as well. I'm gonna try to participate in.
Yeah, give it a go. See if it works. Oh, it worked. I think.
I mean, it zoomed in a bit.
Well, it's alright. We were really happy with this video. It wasn't exactly the original concept sold to us with the kind of narrative stuff going on, but I think like it was shot really well. With Michael Rowe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, he had this really cool idea of having this like light and dark thing, right? Which just works because it's easy.
so good.
It's like you see a number of metal bands that just put their Instagram pictures to black and white because it works. It just works. And this looks so pro.
I love this video still.
Yeah, I'm not so keen on like these narrative parts now, but
It doesn't matter really.
shut up, Paul.
I remember, Michael had lots of really cool ideas about lighting and shooting through like a ring light and just cool things because he had this background of shooting like fetish models, right? In just photography, and so he just knew how to shoot people, and he made us look really good here.
He wasn't a nerd.
Because he was great.
Thing is, like, he actually
Thank you, Michael.
he was actually directing it somewhat, right? Is part of what I'm trying to get at. Because we didn't really have that many ideas.
No,
We're not
videographers.
Yeah, not yet. But yeah, so I mean, these shows are quite good. Like, these are respectable buildings, respectable placements on these buildings as
And
well.
we're making more friends.
Yeah, some more friends.
Yay!
This one was weird at the dev, but it was a really good show.
Yeah, that was a strange one, but it was fun.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
For me, like this one in Exeter, I know like the Deadwood Lake guys really enjoyed this one because it really like they were really the headliners of this. This was their EP
It was
launch.
Yeah.
So everyone was there for them.
But it was a Sunday night.
It was a Sunday night, and we were headlining
So most people
in a
went home
sense.
before we
And I was driving the band.
Yeah.
And Tom will remember this because he was helping me drive the band somewhat. It was like the most hellish fucking. I had nightmares about this trip for like 4 months. I'm not exaggerating on that. I would wake up in cold sweats thinking I'd like crash the car and all this shit. It was like proper. It was proper shit. I got pulled like as we left the venue, I got pulled over by the police immediately.
Yeah.
For driving the wrong way down this one-way street with no signs, and my sat nav didn't tell me anything because it was like 10 years out of date.
An old TomTom.
Yeah, because it's my parents' one, right? And it's just like it's just a mess. And then we're staying at. We thought we were staying like locally. It turned out it was like 3 hours away down this like winding, proper Lovecraftian nightmare. It was 3 hours.
Was it?
I remember because I was driving.
Okay.
I was running out of fuel in the middle of the night down this winding, shitty road.
Oh.
Like you know those dirt roads that you have to drive like literally 2 miles per hour down. Like, and they're all brambles and shit. I had a bad time, and I played a gig on this as well. I couldn't drink. And I had to go back to London the next day from Exeter, or wherever the fuck we were by that point. So, it was not all plain smooth sailing, is what I'm saying. But, on the whole, these gigs are good. I'm finally playing with Hecate after having a connection for like a million years. I nearly booked Hecate in like 2010. And they were only like 300 quid then, but I couldn't afford that. I think they're quite a lot more now, but it was cool to finally play with them again. I remember talking to Dylan about how much it meant to me and all that kind of
It meant a
stuff.
lot.
So yeah, it was a good time. And this boy is with us. He's not seen this.
What? You've not seen the picture?
Yeah.
Or the... Yeah, wow. It's a good picture.
Yeah,
Got to find him the original.
fat chance.
It's around somewhere.
Somewhere, yeah. Alright, so
This was a good time.
yeah, the next year it was like, well, what do we do to like one up this? And Dave Profundus took us on the UK tour with them. I mean, it's not a lot of days, but it's enough days. I think in the end we didn't play London, and we went on that Bloodstock one, right? So we were on like a back-to-back weekend kind of thing, but we'll call it a tour. And yeah, this is probably my personal career highlight, because this was such a good time. This was a time when I felt like I could just live on tour. You know, it was like, okay, we're getting good at talking to people and, you know, selling stuff and doing our job. And I remember like I had a string break at Plymouth and I just laughed it off. And we're acting professionals for the first time in that capacity, right? I mean, we're on tour with. I've been listening to David Fonda since about 2010, I want to say, Infernal Damnation. Which is what first time I met Shoy, and he thought I was fucking Pan from Imperial Destroyer.
Oh no!
Which I was upset by.
Oh.
But yeah, no, it was good. And it's good to have like the respect of a band that I've respected for that long as well, and everything, right? Obviously, Paul's in it, Tom's in it, you know, all this kind of stuff. But we, yeah, it didn't feel like we were just on it because of nepotism. No. It was more like
mutual respect.
Yeah, like, okay, this is a good band. This just makes sense, you know. And it was really, really good. Like,
it was great fun.
I think the Manchester gig itself was not great, and like Ivory Blacks had like no one there, but we sold a shitload of stuff somehow.
Yeah, I know.
So we had a good time, but it was just strange.
That was an odd one.
But yeah, it was really good on the whole.
Something went wrong with London though. I don't remember what.
No, I remember what.
You do? No. Okay.
There was some fuck up where, like, the guy booking the tour hadn't like asked any of the promoters if they were okay with us playing.
Oh.
So he just said, okay, they're playing now, here's the rider, or didn't send the rider, whatever, right? Because it seems very cool. And the London promoter was like, I can't put you on as main support. Because I've booked some other gig basically with a band that needs to be main, like their condition is being nominated main support. So we just ended up not playing London because we couldn't like back down either.
Even though it was our hometown.
And all this kind of stuff. It was a little bit dick swing, I guess, but
maybe a bit.
It doesn't really matter. It was a strange one because we all paid to get into that gig instead.
Yeah, we went anyway.
We went anyway. Yeah, I think that I'd agree that it's not the best London show. But no, this was just a good time, like hanging out, living. Oh, Infernal Damnation was yours as well.
Oh, fucking hell.
Well, why'd you stop doing those? Those were good,
they
actually.
Were good. Bring it back.
It's one of the better festivals at the Underworld.
Yes.
And yeah, I think this might have been where we met Brian Belland. Steve. Yeah, but no, this was a good time.
It was a great time.
And this is what the band needed. We needed a touring profile, like to be considered for a bigger label or something one day. You know, you need to build up some kind of credit. So we still don't have a permanent drummer, and we were going into the second album, and there's another anecdote to this which might be coming up.
We met Brian in Bristol a few months earlier. Okay.
Ah.
I do remember that.
God, you're nearly as obsessive as I am, Paul.
I do remember the meeting, for sure.
I remember the meeting very
I just don't. I didn't remember where it was.
Yeah.
So many over the years. Hector gig, Black Heart. Yeah.
I just really like this clip. Like, the vibe, the image, it's just right now. I've taken my top off.
Oh, good question from Tom there. Do you know the answer to that? Who played the most shows behind the kit for Formicarius?
I don't know.
We should have figured that out, you know. Not sure.
I've no idea, because you're all in it for like 2 years, although Matt's time has been gimped by COVID.
Yeah, fucking COVID.
Shut us angry down. Yeah. You know, like, you can see we kind of figured it out. Finally. This is good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
It was
that
a good
clip a lot.
I like that photo. It's the one where my hair became
Yeah, that's right.
something or other.
Cthulhu.
Cthulhu. Bloody pandemic.
Yeah, because Matt played all the
Rending shows.
running shows and the one after.
Yeah.
And then Jamie played quite a lot back in the day, though. Like, that number of shows would have been one tour, but then Tom played the tour plus.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
really hard to
And
say.
you're both in it for like 2 years. Well, all three of you were in it for 2 years, right? So yeah, it's hard to say. And then this guy played one show with us.
Oh my goodness.
Nice guy. Fucked us over though.
Just disappeared.
So,
What the fuck happened to him?
El Blasto over
El
here.
Blasto. Lovely guy.
We got him in and we were like, he answered the ad call, I guess you could say, right? Like when Jamie did. And down to earth guy, I think pretty genuine and all this kind of stuff. But he was working in like a restaurant. I've worked in a restaurant before, and I know like a lot of time people working in restaurants when they have like visa issues and stuff like this, right? This is what I suspect because we never got to the bottom of this.
No.
But a lot of the people that I was working with were not supposed to be in the restaurant. So he joined our band and he was really good. Like he was well into his like tech death. He was into Inferi and stuff like that, right? And Inferi was a band that I used to speak to on MySpace before they were big.
I remember he really nailed his audition.
Yeah, he just fucking killed it. Like the song sounded beastly with him.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Like it was less prog, more like bang it and play it fast, you know. And it was just really fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
So it seemed like it was all gonna work, and we committed to doing this album with him.
Yes.
And one day he just like stopped replying. 3 weeks later, he was like, "I'm really sorry, guys, I'm not going to be able to do the band anymore." I'm pretty sure he left the country like the next day.
Yeah.
It was really strange.
It was really weird. We then had this financial commitment though.
Yeah, we'd already booked like recording a full album in a studio, right? Like for 10 days for $2,000 or whatever it is, right? Well, I called Neil up, who I have a rapport with, right? And I was like, "We've been fucked on this thing," and he was like, "Okay, well, I can rearrange the dates, but I can't cancel them unless you pay me your deposit without paying your deposit, like taking a deposit from me."
Yeah, it probably wasn't his choice. Yeah.
So we rearranged the dates, and he allowed us to actually cut down the dates because we hired Kevin Paradis.
Paradis.
I'm gonna go with that. We hired Kevin from Benighted, I want to say.
Yeah.
Which I think the De Profundis guys recommended. Well, that means Paul as well, right? But you know what I mean. I think you guys had done a tour where you'd met him
With
or
Benighted, maybe.
Or some other band he was playing because he's one of those guys.
Yeah,
right?
he does like loads of session things and obviously is a drummer for hire too. But yeah, we work with him.
That's nice. Excuse me.
It is nice.
So we emailed Kevin. This is Kevin.
This is Kevin. Yep.
As you find out, Kevin's pretty fucking good.
Kevin is pretty fucking good. He just looks so relaxed. It's like El Blaster, it's Lil Blaster.
And this is what he did.
Little face. learning how to play Kevin's parts is honestly one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, and I still couldn't get it 100%. Absolute beast of a drummer.
Yeah.
I can understand that, mate.
They're pretty fucking spot on job, in my opinion.
Yeah, no,
He is
you
chilling.
fucking killed it, Matt. You fucking killed it.
Yeah, he is absolutely killing it. I love Kevin's setup. Like, he's just got
Look at it though.
He's got all these. He's got his kit permanently mic'd up. He's got his multicam thing. It's like what I do. It's what I want to do. But fuck me. And he was able to just he was able to just write drums for us essentially. Like I'd give him a concept of what I wanted the drums to sound like.
Same.
But he would just be like, oh, okay. And then be like, is this okay? I'll be like, yes. And it was really easy. Like, for, working with a guy in another country is just like doing music with a guy from another country. It's just like, fuck. That was like the easiest thing. And it actually costs like the same, like to hire him and his drum recording and editing as it would have done to rent out the studio in the UK. So it worked out economically for us, and we got this like, we got a big name on our record, and we solved the problem, right? And
Super professional.
And the damn
Kevin.
good drum parts.
Yeah.
So, Neil was really impressed with his recordings and everything.
Oh, worth saying, that's, I think, the only photo where we actually met Patrick from our label.
Yeah, this is Patrick from Shorestorm Production, who signed us. And, super sick of him to come to a show. I think he really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm really glad I get on well with Patrick.
Yeah,
right?
Patrick's wonderful. I really get on well with Patrick too. Thank you, Patrick.
He's done a lot for us.
Yeah.
And, it's at this point you can see a lot of people believe in us, right? Like Imperator don't just take us on for the money. They know that they're banking on us in some kind of sense. Patrick is banking on us in a sense.
But he really took a chance on us.
They Performance are banking on us not being shit on the tour.
Yeah, hopefully we lived up to that.
And we're like delivering for people who aren't just us, and not just like trying to fish fans out of the audience at a black metal show.
I think we actually had fans at this point.
Yeah, some capacity. Well, you're all here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this album was actually a lot smoother, although it was very stressful still, in part because of this, in part because we were still rushing to finish it. And it was like, we did it the same way, which is a little boring, if I'm honest with you, like recording everything at my place, me doing like all this extra editing and production work and all that kind of stuff on top of the writing, recording and performing, all that kind of stuff. I mean, performing guitar and vocals as well. Like, I'm just gonna shout myself out here because these guitar parts are bullshit while doing vocals, in case you didn't know. They're fucking technical, and it's hard to do two jobs that well at once. And fuck you, I'm good at it. Right.
Well, I never learned to be good at it. I'm gonna shout on myself as well, right? I sang on this record, and I think I only did it live once or twice, because it's really fucking hard, by the way. So props to you for doing it. I was only doing like a little bit of pitched backing vocals.
I think pitched is
sometimes.
harder.
Pitched is maybe harder when you're also doing technical keyboard parts on top, but still.
It's hard too. Because keys is also left hand, right hand.
Yeah, it's like two things at once. But,
Even so.
I never really, I didn't do it very many
I'm
times.
damn
so
proud
props to you.
of my technical ability showcasing this band. And Paul gets all the limelight for being the Chad Lee guitarist. But fuck you. Well, I want to say, fuck you, Paul. That's a meme. Anyway.
Not for realsies.
So this experience was like, it was a lot easier doing, I was a lot better at doing the album. The album sounds better because I'm better at making albums by now, right?
We all are.
Yeah, but in particular, like I started taking like a producer mindset, and I knew how to edit audio. I really over edited the first album, and this time we had oh hi Bruce.
Bruce. Our cat's just you're gonna come in. Come on.
Hold on.
Hang on.
We'll be right back.
Hey Bruce. Are you gonna come up? Oh. Hey.
Jump
know
up,
what's
jump
going
up,
on.
jump up, jump up.
Come here.
Come on, say hi to the fans.
Say hello. Say hi. He's just looking at me like, what's going on? Come here. Oh,
It's
this
a
is
big
Bruce.
cat.
This is an enormous ginger cat.
We'd stop everything for a cat.
Yes. This is Bruce. He's wonderful.
This is my son,
This is my son.
who I have a 401k for.
And he's paring his head off right now because he's on camera. He loves you all.
That's right.
Yes, and now he's gonna sit on me.
That's right. See what he looks like on there.
No.
Oh, that's good. Good boy. All right.
Cat is not black. Anyway.
Yeah, so we made a Bella record. We had the drums ahead of the record, like, well, ahead of editing the other parts at least. So I could actually, like, do stuff according to the drum performance rather than the other way around this time. It's quite a big deal. Big, boring technical detail, but if it sounds Bella, you know why. Get out of here. There we go. Oh, good boy.
That's me doing some singing in a
Yeah. I just put these in for behind the scenes kind of. This isn't him playing from a chorus, it's just him. This is us writing. I think this is the amp we use exclusively on this record actually. We use both of we use this one and some other one on the first one, but this is the one we use on this album. I think it's a really good sounding amp. I've got a camp profile of it. Of this one specifically. Vicky recorded clarinet. You did 3 instruments.
I did do 3. Yeah, I did. I played clarinet as a child, from like the age of 9 or something. It was the first instrument I actually had tuition for. I didn't actually have formal tuition for keyboards or piano. And I relearnt it actually when my grandma passed away and I wanted to record something to play at her funeral, Mozart's Requiem. And not wanting to give up on that skill, I also ended up recording it for parts of Rending the Veil of Flesh.
Yeah, in fact I can play that right now.
Yeah, please do. That'd be nice.
Because it's only on that one song at the beginning.
It's on also Impaler for a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
Because
you're right.
Yeah,
That's my favourite
because I don't know, I have an orchestral background as a kid or whatever. I played in orchestras, so I have an understanding of how orchestras work. One of those band nerd kids in high school. And so in the synths that I put together for the songs, I always construct them from an orchestral standpoint. Including, of course, the clarinet, which was my instrument in the orchestra. And this was part of the the sorrow horn. Yeah, it's a very sad sounding instrument actually. Yeah, but I decided like if it's in my synth library and I can actually play it, I should record it. So I did. So it's on a couple of songs in the last album. It's surprising how quickly an instrument can come back to you after years and years of not playing it. It's
Riding
really
back.
nice. Yeah.
You know, it's a really nice touch to this record, especially as we got in the beginning and end of the album.
Yeah, it makes it feel a little more organic in that way. Yeah.
It's one of my favourite songs as well. The Raging Speed.
Better than the Raging Speed.
Anyway, yeah, this is how I would record. Like, I had this budget fucking set up, apart from the computer. And, I don't know why I didn't at least pull the blinds down, because those reflections are stupid.
Oh no, who gives a shit? It's a moment in time, man.
But it sounds really good. Somehow.
Yeah.
It's, like... And we weren't being flown out to, like, some studio in Miami or something to record on someone else's dime. Like,
No, we
make it
recorded
from
in our bedroom,
my bedroom that I rented out in West Hampstead.
Oh, thank you, Ariana.
You know. Albeit West Hampton's pretty bougie. I was there on a budget too, cause Lolo. But yeah, like it sounds high budget, but it's not. And yeah, we'd be doing this late at night. It was very funny. I remember I kicked you out to record in the garden at one point.
Wait, hang on, say that again.
I kicked you out to record in the garden.
To record in the garden? No, wasn't that?
It was something like you were playing
No.
keys in the garden.
No, I was playing keys. I was actually, I was practicing for a show we were playing. However, I was stripping my hair because I've always done like silly
that's
hair
right.
colours.
That's why you smell.
I smelt really bad because I had the hair stripper in. It smells like rotten eggs.
Yeah,
And,
literally it smells like right.
He banished me to the garden. Yeah, this is my lockdown hair, by the way. It's grown out this much. This is how much my hair's grown in 2 years. It's kind of crazy. I'm having it finally redone on Monday, so that's exciting. But anyway, it's not about my hair.
It's about Bruce's
It's about Bruce's purse. Could you hear him on the mic? I don't know.
Probably out, but
Good
he's a
boy.
good boy.
Good boy. He's been asleep this whole time, I think.
Alright, so we recorded Rending and what have you and mixed it.
Yay!
And I think correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, was it December that you came into audition?
I think so.
We finally found the boy to have a full lineup.
Oh, you can hear him? Yay!
And it's meant that we actually had having a full band means you can go on like tour and stuff, right? Like you're actually prepared for that. You don't have to pay someone for every day of the tour. Like you got someone to help contribute towards any costs. And you have someone else to be creative with, obviously. Like there's a bit of, well, it's like I said earlier, there's a bit of bromance to a band. Like there's a bit of hanging out and being bros and you gotta get on with people on the road somewhat, you know? So Matt finally joined December 2018. I don't think we announced him forever, which is another example of one of those things dragging on and taking forever and draining things a bit. But yeah, he joined and what was it you auditioned with? It was Beyond the Veil of Flesh, which is the one we played earlier with Kevin playing it. And Maybe Within the Depths.
Or was it Rats? We always gave everyone Rats.
We gave Rats Beyond and something else.
I think it was Rats.
I think it was something else.
Something else as well, maybe.
But we get to that. Yeah. And it's just good to finally have someone in. Like we had this drummer ad going for ages, being like, we're good at doing things. Oh, it's early. Right?
Oh, early. And beyond. 5, wow.
So the funny problem that we seem to run into is like this band had like some kind of success now, like early success, and it meant that
Anyway.
the result was that people seemed to be scared of applying. Like back in the day, we'd have like a bunch of people like wanting to try out for us and just be able to pick one or whatever. No one wanted to try out anymore. It was like, oh, well, I'm not doing this from the ground up. Like this band already exists. I don't know if I want to join. I don't know what was going on with that. But there weren't too many takers. We were really pushing this for a long time, being like, hello, like there's a real opportunity to be someone here and really do this for real kind of thing, because that's what we wanted to do.
Yeah.
And it took forever to find someone and then not to screw us over, right? Like it's worth mentioning, like Jess attempted in the middle of this and tried it out for a bit and decided it wasn't for him.
And Tom helped us out with various shows.
Yeah,
during this period too,
Tom would
before that.
help us out so we could still be a band and play gigs and
Otherwise we
everything.
wouldn't have been able to do it at all.
And Tom stopped charging us at some point as well, because it's getting ridiculous. So yeah, it was tough, but we were like held up by other people's goodwill essentially. So it's nice to actually find a permanent person to be part of the band again.
And you were.
And stylistically, like Matt's a very metal drummer. Like it's more in that what you might expect kind of vein, like the way Jamie was, I suppose, right? And I think it fit what we were doing and what we wanted in a way that we didn't always have, right? So basically he was the right person for the job. He played the way that we wanted.
Yeah.
He looked the part and was into the music, right? So the only issue is Bastard lives in Leeds and we're all in London.
You're best.
So that's the tea really with it. It's like I think it would have all been perfect. It's set this one thing, and if he was in, well, he's in Yorkshire now maybe or soon, but in literally York. But if he was in London, then we could rehearse more regularly, right? And what I was by this point, I was really getting to the point where I wanted to like just go into the room with my mates again, right, and see where the music goes a bit, like when you first did it back in the day in that shed. And that wasn't really an option because of the distance issue, obviously, right? And like, it's not just distance; there's money involved in distance and everything. So
Yeah.
But the important thing is that, well, we can actually fill up on tours now, right? And we can book albums and where we write the drums ahead of time and have our drummer on it and stuff like that. Fortunately, he just missed the previous album, but there you go.
Boy.
All right, here's some more like work in progress kind of stuff from Rending.
Yeah, I think I sent Wojtek Tubek, one of my kinsmen from the Czech Republic, of Moonry Art, who developed the concept for our second album. I think I sent him this very rough sketch.
Yeah, this is the rough sketch that we sent.
Look, I was like, look, I want this like evil-looking king figure, because I don't know, I was trying to construct a narrative of various things that were on the second album lyrically. Lyrically, we've not really spoken too much about that yet, but predominantly myself and Simon tackled the lyrics, and Dan as well.
I did 2 of the songs.
You did 2, and I think
or 1. I can't remember.
2. I think you did 2, and I think maybe Simon and I did 3 each, something like that, or maybe I did 2 and Simon did 4. I can't remember now.
There's 9 songs.
There's 9 songs.
They did most of the lyrics.
We did most of the lyrics. So yeah, on the cover, I put in a reference to like every single song on the album somehow.
Yeah, it's sick.
And I sent this original concept of this decrepit king figure, like sending these gross armies to invade this city.
Yeah.
And raise it to the ground, basically.
Here's the plague ships.
There were themes of plague in the album.
Tower.
There's Eleanor's tower. Just all kinds of stuff going on. There's all these little Easter eggs, right? Wojtek really developed this basically, and he did this nice pen and pencil and ink sort of take on this original concept and composition for us, which was really cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So look at the detail on
I know,
this.
it was
This is a work of art.
yeah.
Like,
God, maybe we should buy the original, you know.
yeah, maybe we should.
He did offer it to us. And
Did he?
He did. I don't think we could afford it at the time, maybe. But perhaps we should buy it now that we can.
Yeah.
Because, well,
Look at that. Like, fuck me.
the ink work on this is just lovely.
Well, he made sure to show us like
The work in progress and
how good he is.
yeah,
essentially.
And I'm certainly not downplaying Gary or anything either. I really
both-
like what both of them did.
They both
with
realised
these
our
concepts.
visions really well.
They really did. And
Gary-
I'm happy with what they did.
To be clear, we went to Gary first, and
Yeah.
he was too busy.
Yeah, he was too busy, so we evaluated a bunch of different artists, and we ended up going with something that was somewhere in between, I don't know, the first album and some other albums that inspired us at the time. And this is the full piece that we
Commissioned. Because we
came up-
planned
that he
for
came
it to
up
be
with.
like a... I grew up with a Michael Jackson album called Off the Wall, right? If you have that album or you know that album, when you fold it out, the whole thing becomes like the picture, right? The back of it is just his shoes, and the front of it is just him. I thought it was really cool, like albums like that, where the back cover is part of the front cover. Like it's actually a full piece, but you just don't know it is until you fold it out, like a vinyl record, right? And it so happened that we got the opportunity to where's he going? We got the opportunity to print vinyls with Patrick of this, right? So yeah, it all just kind of fell into place where we had like a proper, full-on piece of art. We went all out on this record, basically. And yeah, there's all these towers, there's burning, there's the plagues, the fourth horseman, there's early will I seek thee. That's obviously Dieu mon doigt. Yeah, I think we had like we were gonna have some Lovecraftian thing with Stalking the Stars. I don't know that we did that in the end.
Oh, there's some eyes hidden somewhere in the clouds.
Possibly.
Somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to go fetch.
Oh, I see.
Fetch it IRL. Ooh, because it looks really good as
And
a
you can
vinyl.
buy this for the low price of
£10.
or 12 if you want it in gold.
Or euros, maybe? I don't know.
No, this is a really fucking sick piece of work. I've never been so proud of anything I've done as this album.
Printed medium.
Oh yeah, he exhibited it at Brutus Soul.
Which is amazing.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah, I think that's what we might be able to.
Bye.
Yes, maybe. I really liked the inlay, by the way.
Yeah, I got the screen as well.
Oh, you got it on the screen as well.
I know,
Wow.
sorry, I didn't go
You
back
didn't put
to
it
this.
back? Well.
I need to show them this.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Stop breaking my room.
Sorry.
Why is that light off?
I don't know.
Yeah, so he exhibited at Brutal Soul, which is just fucking cool. And yeah, the inlay, well, you can show in real life again.
Yeah. Whoop. Here's one I made IRL. Wait,
Yeah,
that's
so
not.
Vicky handled all the inlay stuff.
Yeah.
And Vicky had to redo it like
3 or 4 times.
so many times because of kind of slow bureaucratic kind of stuff, and then the template for the vinyl would expire and they'd have a new one.
Yeah, the printing company changed their method, and they said, well, you need to redo the template now. And I'm like, oh, do I? Okay, already done it several times, but alright.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked. Like, Vicky did so much overtime on making this.
Whilst working overtime at work, might I add.
And we had to, like, this whole time not mention the photographers because there's so many, man. Like, I don't know who took most of these pictures. I'm sorry if he did. I know Yoga took a bunch of these. Shotterson took a bunch.
I think my dad took one of them.
Your dad and who was it?
It might be in
Adriana
here.
took another.
So,
Well, yeah,
it's in here. But yeah.
like, it's just the way it is, man. Like, what are you gonna do? So yeah, this is really it's very validating to have your vinyl, right? I've actually got the vinyl on the wall. You can see, right? I like it a lot. I bought a record player just to be able to do the test, listen to the test pressings, all that kind of stuff. And we got these really nice looking cassettes as well. Like even the Digipack, like the Digipack is not a shit product. It's a unique, bespoke one. It's got a different inlay. It's got a really good you'll see on the Bandcamp or whatever. But it's all actually like, this is super legit now, right? Like I really like Black Matter Ritual stuff, but this stuff we went above and beyond on to just show our best effort and everything. So we delayed the release for a full year because of all this this fuckery with the vinyl, basically. But otherwise, it's just like the philosophy is make stuff you're proud of because you want it to exist. Which is something that I know we stick with today, right? Now, Paul Carter is talking about Sakis Tolis of Rotting Christ. which is a band that I was first introduced to in Terrorizer Fear Candy 37.
Wow.
And the Sign of Prime Creation was the inspiration for my first ever song, which was a Phyrexia song,
Aww.
which was once known as The Pyromaniac, and is now known as An Aristea's End, which, I'm sorry, Elliot, it's not as good of a title. But this guy from Rotting Christ, the voice of Rotting Christ, features on our album.
He entered once for all the holy places, not by means of the blood of goats and calves, but by means of his own blood, thus securing an eternal redemption. For if the blood of goats and bulls and the sprinkling of defiled persons with the ashes of Abel sanctified for the purification of the flesh, how much more will the blood of Christ, through the eternal Spirit, offer himself without blemish to God, to purify our conscience from dead works to serve the living God.
So good.
Freaking love this song still.
This was one of the this was one of the most like collaborative songs we wrote on the record. So I think Paul came to me with, what was it, Paul? He came to me with some riffs, like some ideas, and some of them were from really old ideas. So some of them were from Cursed Dice, I think. From like 2011. And we developed them because I could record them and put effects on and kind of see how it would work. And so it's, again, this is why it sounds better than some of the other tracks, because it's made more organically at the end of the day. The arrangement was very different, yeah.
Yeah, because this wasn't the only arrangement change probably we made, but I remember when I wrote the lyrics for this and I wrote the chorus, I was like, we need to do this again. Like, I think there was only one chorus in it originally, and I'm like, we need at least, we need to do this again because it slaps basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, and there's a big build-up just after this section where you can't know on paper, right? This is some of the stuff that I learned coming from. I was very naive in the start where I just wanted to do everything on sheet music, be like, oh, I'm classically trained, I can do it properly, lol. I learned that notes don't matter, it's what sound matters.
Yeah.
And you're listening for things like how they make you feel and how they develop, right? So you can run with one idea for a whole song if you build it up correctly and vary it properly, right? The audience will never know. They'll never notice it's one idea. So we did a lot of that in this song, in this section here, where it's just the same chord progression. It's the same sequence of events. It's the same notes. There's nothing clever going on. What's clever is, keeping it not shit. Layering vocals in, layering the keys in, right?
We made some very good choices.
Like we were starting to really hit our stride with songwriting here, I think. Like,
and we were inspired lyrically.
speak up, yeah, it's project.
We were sorry. So yeah, we were living in West Hampstead at the time, and there was this nursery school, like children's school, at the end of the road, and above the entrance to the school it said, "Early will I seek thee." It was like a Christian school, and I walked past it every day on my commute to work. And I'm like,
we thought that was so fucking creepy, man.
It was creepy! And I thought, I'm gonna write a song about this. So yeah, it was about the kind of strange aims of early Christianity. Some of them were good, some of them were not so good. Early shall I seek thee? Early will I seek thee?
Will I?
Will I?
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
inspired by that thing at the end of our road in front of the
It's like
children's
5
school.
doors down or
But
whatever.
yeah, I did a bunch of research into early Christianity for this song, and it was really interesting and informative for writing the lyrics.
And contrary to popular belief, this isn't an anti-Christian song.
It's not an anti-Christian song because they did do some good things. They spread like healthcare. They gave people a place to go.
It's somewhat what
in
we're
bad times.
talking about in the lyrics.
Yeah, in the lyrics, like there was some good stuff that these guys did. There was also some bad stuff that these guys did.
Yeah, we're not saying it's all good, but this wasn't like some like typical but like literally all the press was like, oh, this is just the story that you know
it's so
about Christianity.
Typical. But no, they didn't really read deep enough into it. But whatever, it doesn't matter. It's the story I wanted to tell about it because the history of the world is duplicitous, and so is this song. And if people don't get it, they can suck my not dick,
Your EP.
my EP.
And again, Andy Pilkington from Very Metal Art did the video.
Fucking nailed it. Thank you, Andy. We went back with one revision, maybe.
There was
And
one thing.
There was one thing.
That was it.
I love what he did with this. It really captured the vibe of what I was going with.
Yeah.
The lyrics.
Yeah, it's a shame not more people saw it, I think, but this song's such a fucking
I
shame.
love this song.
And this song is one of the best ones live as well, which isn't often the case for me, like on record versus live, but no, that website doesn't exist anymore. Oh.
Does it not?
No.
Did the card expire?
The card expired. Yes.
Oh. Well.
Alright, we're in the last
Oh, again.
section.
Oh my god, you're still here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everyone
Thank
for
you.
turning out to the... I don't know, this isn't exactly a eulogy.
It feels a little bit like that, but it ain't. Not really.
It's not really.
Nah.
Because we're still alive.
This is just a tribute.
I mean, it is. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
what it is. Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
If you like more stuff super cheap, you
Ah.
can get it. Just saying. Make my wardrobe a little less packed. You can have this for free. You're welcome. And on to the rest of the story then. So, 2019 with Rending the Veil of Flesh. Let's put some rending on. What
Yeah,
song should we put
please.
on?
Where are we?
Inherit.
Yes. Which we've never played live. This was one of mine.
I've played it live.
Well, you have, but we've never played it at a show. It's a real shame. I like this song. It was reviewed very well on like album reviews, but yeah, we never played it live in the end.
Sounds a bit weird.
It is a
but
bit weird.
It's
Typical of my writing.
yeah, it's really good. It's really
Thank
cool.
you. Thank you.
Fucking hard as well. This is the only bit that I actually had to practice is in this song. So we started off with a really strong start. Again, like the Imperative helped us get this gig. More Hecate shows because they're the UK symphonic black metal band that our drummer is in now. But yeah, they're the attainable, like they're the not Cradle of Filth. Dirty word.
It's the joke that like all of us will eventually either end up in Hecate or Cradle, and so
Yeah.
far it's coming true.
So far we're ending up in Hecate, so
Well,
two of us. But no,
What about
like Hecate is
Cradle?
obviously the band that Formicast should play with, right?
yes.
Like, just look at it on paper. It makes sense. Headlines and stuff, onto a festival that I don't really want to talk about too much. And our first international show in Malta.
Apart from Wales, does that count?
No, it doesn't bloody count. Let's take a flight to this one. So,
Scotland? No, alright.
I will say first that this is probably the best Formicaris show.
My god, it was, weirdly.
The we kind of dropped the ball on this because we only prepared like we underprepared for this
Yeah.
set. We prepared like a 30-minute set or something
Yeah.
stupid, and we were given like 40, and
And we didn't realise
we
that.
just didn't show up with 40 minutes of material.
No.
And Imperative like told us off, and they were right. They were very right. But then our set got cut
Like 10 minutes
as
anyway.
we went on stage, our set got cut. But I didn't know that until afterwards.
No.
So I was sitting there longing out every fucking bit between each song as much as I could for like, you know, there were no, you know, one song into the next, you know, things, transitions.
However,
So we just about managed it. But this song was like this gig
Yeah.
was the
it was
best.
good.
I'll get something else that's like a however later.
Okay.
But this was our album launch and the Asagram album launch. I think we rivaled Asagram for album
I think
sales.
we did. I think we did.
And we made a lot of
okay.
money about that day.
Yeah, we did. We
And
made a lot of money.
damn right we did, because we presented sick fucking product. So the sick set.
Yeah,
So-
good product.
Oh yeah, it was fucking cool. It felt really good. This is the best that the gigs ever felt for me. And it was despite being like, you know, the circumstances around it not being quite right.
No.
It being in like a weird venue in Hoxton, like trendy, that we never played, and all this kind of weird stuff.
Weird
right?
area where not black metal gigs are not put on in this place.
At least
who's
they
ever?
weren't.
Well, they weren't. Maybe they are now. I don't know. I haven't been because of freaking COVID. But who's ever heard of the Macbeth? What the fuck is that?
I think it just nearly reopened or been
Maybe.
refurbished or something.
Don't know. But it didn't look like a typical place you would go. It's not like the Black Heart. It's
Oh, I
not
didn't
like
know this show was on
Underworld.
YouTube. Maybe I did know it once. I don't know.
Alright, well,
Yeah, I might watch it again because
yeah, I would like to. It
this
was a
was-
very good show.
I cringe like when I had to listen to myself talk to the audience, right? Because
Oh, you
that's
gotta
just
go
how
over
it goes. No, I don't have to get over it.
Alright, don't go for it.
But that's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
But this was by far the best Form of Carry show in
Mm.
general, in my opinion. And all our best pictures are from this as well. Like the sweat is just coming off the walls. It's just
It was fun. It was fun.
yeah. But I think we're best under pressure like that, right? The follow-up, like I don't really have a huge amount to say about these, apart from this is Matt's first show and he banged it out.
Yeah.
Like, this is Retribution, a live show, I think, and that's the
think
second
so.
one that we did with Alan Hicks promoting
Yeah.
it.
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure this
think
is a
so.
Retribution show, and Eyes was on sound and everything. So like the usual suspects. And it was a good show. Like, and not our best because our first one with Matt, but we warmed up by the time that this one came around, right?
Ooh, smash that one out.
Yeah, this one was sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just got a lot of support, and it was our album launch for our best album. Then we went to Malta, and it was really cool to play abroad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to go back down a little bit of the darkness of doing this kind of work, or whatever you call it, whether it's hobby or whatever it is, like whatever you want to call it. In that you just don't know how it's going to go. There are too many random variables. You've got no idea. You think you can sorry, I got distracted by comments. you think you can prepare for everything. At least I do, because I'm a control freak. But you can't. And honestly, any of these shows could go really well, they could go really shit, and you don't really know why. You're hedging your bets on like, it's better to ride with Hecate knowing that they're a decent pool, right? Than it is to headline your own show and you know, maybe it goes really well, maybe it turns out amazing, maybe it isn't, I don't know. But all of your, let's say you do like a show like this, right, in Leeds, and you're headlining, and you're putting all your investment in driving up to Leeds and rehearsing for Leeds, and you know, every rehearsal is like 60 quid or something, and you could get Matt down, so he's spending money, and you get there, and I'm not saying this is the case of this show, but you don't know how it's gonna go. There could be like 10 people there. Like Ivory Blacks in Glasgow with De Profundis headlining with 4 albums under their belt
Should have been brilliant.
and like over 10 years experience. They supported Iron Maiden in India.
Yeah, what the fuck?
There's 5 people there. Like
Yeah.
it's a complete crapshoot of is it, isn't it, right?
Yeah. It can be that way.
So there are some things that you're fairly confident people are gonna come to this, right? You're not so sure about something like this. You think people come to this like this is a festival. This is like, okay, this is in Plymouth, and the London band's coming up and stuff like that. So
That was a fun one.
so it's probable, right? This you're not so sure. Like I've not really heard of this band. They're a very sick band, but I've not heard of them.
They're wonderful.
And you're hedging your bets on traveling across the sea, and that means that you're paying flights and hotel. Well, I think we got put up
No,
for some of it.
that was paid for.
Some of it was paid for, some of it wasn't.
Not all of it. Not the flights.
And no, not just that.
No.
We had like hostels, and we were sort of bumming around trying to figure it out. You're doing it on the basis that you're going to have a good time.
Yeah. And
This
we
wa-
want to play abroad, right? We really wanted to do this.
This was the day after Brexit.
Oh yeah.
We were not in a good mood.
No.
I don't talk about politics, period. I'm not going to talk about politics here. But we weren't best. Everyone in the band was not best pleased with the outcome of that.
We were very unhappy.
Traveling into Europe for a show.
Where we suddenly felt like second-class citizens.
Well, I don't know what that means, but it was embarrassing. And then the show itself was not the best. Like, we made like one fan, Ian, if you're here, but like we took all this merch with us. We had to sort this stuff out, go through all this effort, and we sold like one patch or
All of the
something,
secret-
right?
€3.
So we go from this huge epic high of like making a shitload of money back on our investment to this, on investing a load of money for like no return. Not even just no return financially, but like we went on at like 11 o'clock at night or midnight or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was just weird.
We had also we'd been waiting around for kind of like 4 or 5 hours in this venue as well.
Yeah.
We'd been there a long time waiting, and I believe the real conundrum was that there was a very popular gig on the night before, and no one wanted to come out the next day.
That's what we were told. We don't really
That's
know.
what we were told. I don't know if that's. Yeah.
I mean, you always you're taking risk reward, right?
Yeah.
And we got the opportunity to play abroad, and we took it.
because we
and
really wanted to.
This is we lost the gamble.
Yeah, we did.
That's fine, but
Yeah.
it was a bad time. Like
Yeah.
it wasn't all a bad time. We went out with the
No.
promoter. We got some food. We saw the city and everything. We
Yeah,
got some
like,
nightlife in.
fun.
It was really cool. But if you're gonna like I'm a teacher, Paul's a teacher, and I often have students who are getting into like black metal, right? I've seen Until the Light Takes Us or whatever,
Yes.
and I'm like, okay, get fucking serious about what your expectations are, right? Because you don't know, and
Yeah.
I kind of want to draw this in just a little bit, just enough to be like, there's a big difference between what could happen and what will happen. It's a gamble, and we lost this gamble, we won this gamble, like that's what a lot of this is like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hey Dan.
Hey Dan.
So this is not the best time. It was interesting playing abroad though.
Yeah.
And then next month we played this. We opened this, I think.
I don't know. Did we?
Yeah, I think so. I think we opened it, which was a little sus. But I don't know. That's just me swinging my enormous
little,
penis,
well,
my e-peen around. But this is a weird one. But basically, the good parts of it were that everyone really loved us.
They did.
And people in Doncaster just want to throw money at the black metal bands, I guess, because they must have really liked it. Like, I think we did a really good show. We had a really good stage and good sound and
Despite all the things.
good review and good pictures and
Yeah.
all this. Like, you got to think about shows as what value does this create after the fact, somewhat, right? So if you can get good pictures out of the show, then those pictures are there forever. They're what you call evergreen, right? They just live there forever. And I've got all these pictures now to show you, right? Whereas if you get fuck all, which I've got for many of these gigs, out in terms of pictures or video or whatever, then you got nothing to show for it. You just got the flyer that you were on, right? Which may be something, I don't know. But it's got to come down to a little more than just the experience of it, for me at least, right? Some people are just into that. Cat scratching the scratching post.
I don't think he's in the...
I don't think he's very pleased with us.
He's not. He's fed up. He's quite fed up.
But yeah, this show was high value for us, despite opening, because people really loved it, basically, and because we got some memories out of it, right? Because I don't have any pictures from this one, although this might mean something more to like Matt, because this was in Leeds and his friends were there. I don't remember much about it.
I remember it.
I don't have much to go on because there's no pictures left. Right.
So many pictures of that one.
Anyway.
I have some memories of both of these. I'm not going to share all of them. Maybe catch me.
We're going to get to this. I have a particular thing to say about this one that's coming up. Don't worry.
But I'm not going to say everything I would say about some of these.
Not today.
Not today. Not today, Satan.
We'll tell that story another time.
Maybe.
Alright. This is us in Malta.
Aww.
This is some pretty chummy memories.
Good time.
Out of corpse paint. I think if we were to continue, we might have lost some of the image and changed it a little bit.
Maybe less corpse paint.
Because we were starting to do stuff like this. And
I liked how we looked here.
to be honest, I don't know. Yeah, we're just quite happy. We're quite comfortable like this.
Yeah.
Alright. Now we're into something you're all very familiar with.
Yeah.
For sure.
Take a super quick break.
Taking a super quick break before then. That's what she thinks. Cat's just gone to the loo. It's gonna smell in here in a minute. So it's come up to midnight. I scheduled this for 8, thinking it might go on for 3 hours. Not thinking it would go on for 4+. Well, getting on to 4+. Because I think we're going to be here till 12:30. But, you get one chance to do this, I suppose. Yeah. You're not wrong. Everyone having a good time so far? I hope not bringing you down too much with some of the realities. But, yeah, this is mostly a positive retrospective, right? But I don't want to bullshit you. No, this is not easy. This is not like, oh yeah, go out and start your black metal band tomorrow. Really? What's that? Yeah, you're not wrong about that, Tom. I can't think of any anecdotes that we missed so far. I've worked really hard all week to try and remember everything, because there's a lot. There's some flyers I've not been able to find. But I don't really know what else. We're definitely coming to the end of it. And we'll talk more about that as well.
Bruce is back.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, that's why. Our cat likes this this treat. You should try giving it to your cats.
Licky lick.
I didn't tell the one about the Nazis yet. There was definitely a show that played at the Boston Music Room, I think.
Oh my god.
Where this dude definitely Zeke-hiled us, not realizing that, like, Paul and I are brown. For a start.
And the rest.
I'm not saying the rest of you are not.
Yeah,
but I mean,
maybe.
I think someone's like up for extermination. but yeah,
My
yeah.
ancestors would have been.
His heart was in the right place in a sense.
No, it's not. No. Don't dispute that.
His heart was possibly not in the right place at
No,
all.
I don't think so. No.
I don't know. I was playing the gig. I mostly heard about this more than I actually saw it. So it's hard to
I don't remember seeing it at the time.
It's hard to just say something like that and be like, yeah, you definitely did this bad thing, right?
Multiple people saw that though. Lots of people told me about it at the time.
It's possible. Yeah, no, some people, yeah, multiple people told us about it, which is enough to get off of being like, oh god, like, that's black metal, I guess. That can be black metal anyway. There's a lot of shit, like, I know there was a guy giving out, like, Nazi propaganda at black metal gigs, and he got kicked out.
Good.
Of, like, all of them after that. Yeah, like, there's zero tolerance thing in our scene for that kind of behavior, but anyway, we played with like Dawn Rage in 2020 and stuff like that. Like,
Do we want to go into the black metal
have a
thing?
pretty zero tolerance. Well, this is you're taking a break and feeding a boy,
I was.
so I thought I'd
but-
talk about Nazis.
Well,
No, it was a request. A
okay.
requested anecdote, but I'm not going to go more into it than that.
Well, I'll say that sometimes it's hard to reconcile some of the things in the black metal scene.
Yeah.
As a bisexual person, they do not like me.
As a bisexual
people,
male, they also
like,
don't like me in
they-
particular.
No, they don't like you, but they do not like me.
So it's been hard at times to be in this space.
But it has felt like
in a
don't know.
broader sense, like more in like an international sense, right? Like I've
Okay,
never felt
but-
that from our scene.
I felt it sometimes not from like a sexuality point, but sometimes from just a sex and gender kind of standpoint. People have not liked that I am in this scene as a woman. I've had loads of people, and I do say loads of people because it was loads of people making all kinds of jokes at my expense, and not in like a I'm in on the joke kind of way, as I am with my buddies, with my friends.
As in redacted jokes.
Yeah, just I don't know, like lots of horrible comments, basically. Like, you shouldn't be here. Looks like we're sharing tonight, boys, and all kinds of gross things like who you sleeping with, and all kinds of kind of crap. Basically, you don't belong here.
It's not even always that extreme. It's like one time we were on the way to a gig or a rehearsal on the train, and this random woman was like, "Oh, do you carry the keyboard
yes!
for the band?"
So she wasn't even.
She wasn't even part of this.
No, she wasn't even. But she was like, "Oh yeah, do you like carry the keyboard?" And I'm like, "No, I fucking play it." And she was like, "Oh, you should ditch all of the guys and like go out on your own." I'm like, "No, these are my friends, and like this is where I belong. So fuck off."
It's just
Can you leave
absurd.
me
Like
alone?
you can't make this shit up, right? You carry the keyboard for the band.
But I cannot count on the amount of fingers and toes that I've been asked, like, who are you sleeping with in the band, by the way? Like,
It's me, by the way.
yeah.
That's not the point.
That's another point. We've been together for, wait,
13,
12, 13,
years.
12, I don't know.
It's coming up to 13
It's
years
coming
in
up to
July.
13. Yeah, next year. That's not the point. I'm not here because of that. I'm here because I'm a musician, and people have not respected me for that.
Like I said in the documentary at the beginning, Vicky and I have been friends for 3+ years.
No, we met. I think he was 12, and I was 13.
I've never been 12 in my life.
Yes, you have. I was there, and you had short hair. Can you imagine Dan with short hair? I met him when he had short hair.
It was starting to grow.
No, it wasn't. It looked shit. And but yeah, I've known him since then. We've known each other for nearly 20 years at this point.
Look at me now.
Ah, look at me now.
And then COVID happened.
Yikes. But anyway, let's get back to the point.
Yeah.
My God.
No, it's just some home truths. If this is time to tell some home truths,
Yeah, go on.
now's
Why
the time,
not?
right?
Where's that whiskey, by the way?
You sure?
Yes, please.
It's yours. You did pay for it.
I did pay for it.
So COVID happened.
Fuck COVID, by the way.
As you can see, Paul did some content as well. I just couldn't fit it on the screen. I'd really try, Paul. I'm sorry. But to be fair, my content is much higher effort. But
Shade.
yeah, COVID happened. You all know what that's like. So we did our best, like at the start,
I
anyway.
tried.
Vicky and I made this music video in this very room.
We shot on this phone. This is the highest quality recording device that we had available, by
At the
the
time,
way.
yeah.
At the time.
I shoot videos on this little camera now, but at the
This-
time, this
I
phone
did this
was
on my mobile phone.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's alright for what it was. Did this like a month after the first
Covered
lockdown.
up that wall with like a black curtain.
Yeah.
You'll see some behind the scenes in a minute.
Yeah.
So we made this music video. It didn't really like. It wasn't a big hit or anything.
It wasn't
but
the point. We just wanted to do
it's something
something.
to do that was
We were
band
so
related.
fucking bored.
Yeah, it's a good mentioning.
Yeah, I bought that back in West Hampstead, and I love that thing.
Yeah, you get the point. You got the Corona memes.
Yeah, we do.
And again, we're moving away from the corpse paint thing a little bit, like as is. I did this on the. What is this? This was on the Game Boy and the NES. If you don't know, I have a NES hooked up to my studio here with a MIDI cable coming out of it. And I'm not gonna lie, black metal isn't the only thing I'm into, right? Surprise, shocker, but I like a lot of other music, and I really dig old Nintendos and chip music and synth stuff and EDM. I mostly listen to EDM these days. I don't know, Marvel vs. Capcom, that kind of stuff. So
I like how you bit crushed the vocals, actually.
yeah, like so some of it's done on the hardware, some of it's done in software, obviously. Right? I could do like a whole raw mix or whatever, but I couldn't really be bothered. We were just finding stuff to do. Like I did this whole live stream of a playthrough of the entire album that got taken down.
Oh, yeah.
It got taken down halfway through for us not owning the rights to our music, apparently.
Do you hear the cat, by the way?
I hear the cat.
I hear him, but I don't know where he is. Bruce! He's meowing at a corner somewhere, but I don't know where. He's probably telling us to go to bed.
Yeah, Bruce does this. He tells
He
us
does.
off.
He does. Bruce!
Where the fuck are you?
I can't even see him. I'm just gonna check he's not stuck somewhere.
Alright. Anyway, so we're finding like stuff to do, right? As everyone was during COVID, I suppose. This is the best that I could muster up. Paul did a recording of like a video of his solo for Lake of the Dead.
Here he is.
But
Sit with us.
I mean, I'm the tech guy in the band, right? I record the albums, I'm doing the live stream, like, I'm the person who's capable of doing this, with the stuff to do this. I got this mic for multi-purpose use and this kind of stuff. This is actually a recording studio, not a broadcast studio, but here we are. So, oh god, you're about my slideshow.
Bruce, it's alright, you're good, Our son. Don't know.
Not the whiskey.
No, not the whiskey. No.
Get out of here, kid. You got no future.
Oh.
Go.
Go on, Bruce. Go.
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 Oh.
Go. You can do it.
Yeah,
Good boy. Maybe
not that. Yeah. Good boy.
Sorry, slight distraction.
Our son.
Yeah, so we did our best in the start of COVID and everything, but it quickly just petered out, man. Like, these are some of the behind the scenes that we were doing to make this wall black. Then, yeah, putting this phone camera up on this high angle with this tripod. Again, just doing stuff on a budget as best we could. This is how I used to do broadcasts. I don't do that anymore because it's stupid. But it was kind of cool at the time. Lots of... You're familiar with these, right? Lots of Discord and Zoom calls and all that kind of stuff. So... But quickly, like, basically, I was the only person with any enthusiasm left because... my favorite thing to do is shut up. My favorite thing to do is not just play gigs, right? I think that's the opposite of everyone else. I think everyone else really loves playing gigs in a way that I don't. It's not necessarily that I don't love playing gigs. It's that, you know, I was saying it's a bit of a random factor to it. Maybe I don't necessarily like playing gigs at this level that much anymore, like playing pubs around the country. This music I envisioned it being like open for Terrasas and stuff, like on a bigger stage, basically on a touring stage. And this wasn't, you know, there's not really that much difference between where we started and where we are now. At the end of the day, like, still playing pubs. It's just what it is, right? But for everyone else, this kind of sucked ass. So we did some content between us, but the whole thing just fizzled out, man. Like, nothing happened in the band after a few months, just nothing. There was like, we wrote some songs. I recorded demo once in a while. Simon might put some vocals on a demo. Paul might record a demo. Paul wrote quite a few demos actually. But there was just no enthusiasm. Like you didn't play keyboards basically the entire pandemic.
My mental health fucking tanked in the pandemic. I'm sure same for many of you, but I just no longer found pleasure in this thing that had been a huge lifeline for me for years. Suddenly it was making me miserable and I didn't want to play keyboards. And so I didn't play keyboards for a lot of the pandemic. I did cross-stitch and I don't know, I took up sewing and just anything that wasn't a remnant or a ghost of the life that we'd all left behind.
It felt really difficult to communicate anything as well. Like, it was really difficult to figure out what we were doing and what our goals were now. Especially like COVID's not gone, right?
It's still not gone.
So even though there's gigs, it's like, do you want to play gigs? Like, are you aiming to... What are you aiming for? Are you aiming to be the Lamb of God kind of level? Are you aiming to be Iron Maiden kind of level? Are you aiming to be like just a national band? Yeah, like, it was getting harder to talk about these things without being able to see each other, because at least we were seeing each other fairly regularly, like by virtue of playing gigs, right? So everything like fizzled out despite content and demos and all this kind of stuff going on.
There just weren't these big opportunities anymore.
I actually planned, like, I got in touch with all these studios and had almost booked in recording for album 3.
Yeah, almost.
Before it just fell apart, like, because no one was really feeling it. I mean, we had a lot of work to do, and no one was motivated to do the work. Like, I don't just mean motivated, I mean, like...
Inspired?
Yeah. Like, there was just no knowing if this is worth doing, right? Our previous album had just been completely cut off by COVID.
We had really wanted to tour Rending.
We released these sick products. I mean, yeah, we sunk money into the vinyls and everything. It just wasn't going anywhere anymore.
So we had planned to do a whole European tour with it and really like chase this, and it was just cut off. Like January that year, we did have a few opportunities. We weren't ready to take them, but then a few months later, it turned out because of COVID, it wouldn't have worked out anyway, and then we couldn't do anything for the next 2 years.
Yeah, and then we Brexited as well.
And like
it's like-
what the fuck? Like we just that album had no return, and it was very hard to know what to do.
It wasn't
next.
just I don't just mean a financial return. It was like,
No, like-
we were stopped from celebrating our album.
Yeah,
right?
we really were.
I mean, yeah, did the best we could, kind of thing. We did a live stream of it.
We did.
We made a video for it. We actually shot another video. It didn't turn out very well, so we didn't release it. But you know, we played a bunch of shows when it released, and we were stopped from playing shows by
Yeah,
a
there were no
global
shows.
pandemic. So yeah, everything kind of tanked a lot for a long time. Like this doesn't do it justice, really. That, you know, between like March 2020 through to September 2021.
Like nothing really
Like
happened.
that's like a year and a half, right? And that's in band years. I mean, we're talking about covering 13 years of band here, right? You can see what can happen in a year, and for nothing to happen that year and a half, to not really develop some kind of strategy to cope with it. We just kind of try and ride it out.
I just really fell apart myself.
Yeah, I fell apart clearly, right?
Yeah.
So we had good intentions on returning.
We did, truly.
But I mean, if we were different people, like from the start of this story to now, we're different people 2 years ago to now as well, right? Like
Post-pandemic.
Vicky and I have just like put down a mortgage on this flat, right? We've got a cat. There's Bruce is a COVID cat. We rescued him in
Yes.
COVID, right?
Yes, we did.
So it's not easy to see like where things are going. I know a lot of gigs are going on right now. Like I know like Trivex and Sidious, I think, played a show yesterday.
Yeah.
Right. I don't
It's
even
nice to see.
I don't even know how I would feel about that. I'm playing a show the Rescue Girl next week, and I'm hoping I can keep a mask on like on stage. We are like some of the more conservative people that you'll meet with regards to like health and COVID and all that kind of stuff, because I feel a lot of responsibility to people around me, right? So
Yeah.
let's say if I get COVID tomorrow, that means Christmas is cancelled for my parents, and they're going to be super mad and super upset, and
Same
they
for
matter
mine.
more to me than most things, right? Like
Yeah.
family is kind of top tier priority.
Yeah.
So it's not so easy to just say, you know, fuck it, I'm just going to go play the gig kind of thing.
You are doing it next week, though.
Yeah, well, I have to. But it's not easy to make that kind of decision, and it makes like all this stuff in the band like quite difficult. Like this whole scenario that we're going to be in for however long,
Yeah.
we don't know what's going on
No.
really. I don't know how maybe you think you're experts, but you're not. It's just not easy to see how the band's going to work right now.
We cannot have the ambitions we once had because we don't know in terms of COVID restrictions what there's going to be. If we were to book onto a tour, it might be cancelled. That European tour we really wanted to chase, can we do it because of Brexit and COVID? Like, it's just too much to do right now.
It's a lot to do with a lot of other stuff changing other areas of life, right?
Yeah.
And that's not just for us. I think that's the case for everyone. Everyone's
Yeah.
kind of getting a bit serious as they're getting a bit older about finance and savings and
ambitions.
careers and families and
You know, we're
You
like 30 something now.
you gotta remember, I started this when I was 16.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the same. Like, this is the same concept, essentially, right? Which is why I'd made this a Phyrexia Formicarius crossover kind of thing. You can see, like, in some sense, this has been my band from the start. It started with me, and it sort of ends with me a little bit, too. But things are not the same as they were. I'm not just Lord of the Rings memes and
Dragons?
dragons now, and you know, dark fantasy and what have you. It's not even easy to see like what I want to write music about, or if this is the type of music I just want to do. I mean, I did a music tech degree, right? I always fancy myself as like doing music for video games and all this kind of stuff and more electronic music. I never did it. The truth is that this isn't really challenging to me at this level anymore either. I don't get nervous before a show.
I don't.
This isn't out of my comfort zone. I show up, I do the thing. I know it's not all on me. It's like, have I had like a chance to warm up? I don't know. Is there a dressing room? I don't know.
Very rarely.
Like, I can't count on these things, and how well the gamble goes kind of depends on things that are out of my control a lot.
I hate that.
Well, I don't like it very much because I'm a control freak, and yeah, just going back, just had like, well, I had big mixed feelings anyway. I don't know about everyone else, but
let's put on.
That's my opinion.
No, do Stalker.
It's coming out. It's already been.
Oh, I want Stalker.
So it wasn't obvious like what was going to change going forward. Like, is this going to be the same thing, like doing the pub circuit again? Are we going to aim for something bigger? Are we going to be able to get something bigger? Do we have a plan to get something bigger? Can we elevate from the previous album? Like, no one really had an answer to any of these things, like, because circumstances still are what they are. Like, you're living them right now, right? You don't really know what's going to happen. So it's not a very easy time to do a band at all, and you can support it in whatever way you feel comfortable with, right? Like, I'm not going to be going to any shows apart from the one I'm playing next week.
I don't even know if I'm going.
You know, if you want to buy bands merch or whatever, I don't know, you do you, right? But it's just not like super obvious. And so on top of all this, my mental health had just tanked. And it wasn't just the pandemic, it tanked since like Rending. I was just started to get a bit frustrated with the industry in general. I mean, I'm going to put it in air quotes because this is a grassroots movement. Right, this is an industry to some extent, but it's not like the Nashville music industry that's like session musicians and songwriters and this kind of thing, right? This isn't like some self-sustaining thing. Everyone's got day jobs kind of thing. And for me, like, this is important to me. Like, this is my career. This has been my band, like I said, for forever. This has been my story to some kind of degree, right?
It's my story.
Yeah. And it's been really hard to just have it go nowhere, had to have it stunted by all these things, to not really know what's going on with it, and to not really feel like there's much enthusiasm for where it's going either, to not really have anything to be enthusiastic about. So I found myself ruminating on a lot of issues and not really knowing like what to do with them. I mean, I've got other interests in my life as well, well, everyone has, right? So there's just other things I wanted to pursue. For like 8 years, I played video games competitively during this time as well. This is just a band story, right? But there's a whole world of like what you want to do in other things. Vicky's got a whole career in game development in here, right? So it's not that simple. Whereas for me, I wanted this to be my career. Like
games.
I wanted. Shut up. I wanted this to be my job to some degree. I'm not really sure it was going anywhere. Like, for how much we would have to put in, I was like, I don't think I can really take this anymore. I've got other responsibilities now. I'm a different person, frankly, into different things. And it turned out that the day that I said I don't want to do this anymore, which is in October sometime, Matt was also like ready to leave too.
It's not the time.
And Matt said Matt's official reason to us is that he's too busy in like 5 bands, which 5 bands and a full-time job and a girlfriend and what have you. Like, something's got to give, right?
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, it's similar issues to the end of Phyrexia, where the return on the investment isn't scaling properly. Like, I could throw way more into this and get like very little back in terms of new experiences, things that I'm learning about. I've just been here for a long time doing this. As you can see, if we're talking about 13, 14 years of playing guitar like this. Like, this is playing guitar in one style. This isn't like playing jazz and then classical and then black metal and something, right? And then going and doing a hip-hop gig. This is playing one style of guitar. I play other bands and other styles of music and bass and stuff, but there's more for me to do. That's not just in this space. I'm not really getting that much better at any of it. I'm not really being challenged by it. That's how I feel anyway. So that's kind of how it's come to this point where I've kind of called it quits. I gave the band the option to carry on without me, but
It's not the time.
filling two member roles is kind of bullshit.
Not for it.
Especially as we sought this guy for so fucking long and he's had to go, right? So some of the stuff that I want to touch on, because this is a bit of a downer, but we're not going to end on a downer, I'm just saying. So I took this picture in 2008 and it's a shit picture, but the point is that I named this picture Humble Beginnings in 2008, and this is our dressing room in 2019.
There's a fucking toilet in it. No.
Like, I
Disused.
think Matt took this picture because he couldn't quite believe it. And this is from our best gig. This is from the Asagram gig at the Macbeth in Hoxton, and the story there is that there's actually a three-story building.
Yes.
Where they had an entire floor to themselves, the headlining band. They wouldn't give it to us.
But it wasn't just that, there was another floor beneath it and they wouldn't give us that either.
And Paul had bailed them out of a broken amp with his Kempo, which is a £2,000
Done them a
amp.
fucking favour.
Dial it in.
No, I won't.
So, the point I'm making is, like, you don't always get treated with the respect that you might deserve.
No.
I think it's fair to say that we deserved a little more respect than this.
Yeah, we fucking
Right?
did.
And that sucks, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. We're a band that does like some heavy makeup. Like, we come off tour with eye infections and stuff from shit like this. It's just, you would think this is just stuff like it's exaggerated in that Spinal Tap, but at this level, this is just what it can be.
Yeah.
I was getting a little bit tired of this, right? I'm sorry, like that's the truth. I just have a little more self-respect than this fucking room. So
Times we didn't get a dressing room at all, and I must say, we play very fucking difficult music, and it is hard to play when you are not warmed up and you just have to go on stage cold. So the toilet room was not great. It's not great when you don't have a dressing room either.
There's a point to be made about the warming up thing. Like, we don't just play like Sludge Doom or something. Like, I've not been disrespectful to Sludge Doom.
No.
I've played like pop music on bass with no warm up and completely plaster, and it's fine, right? This is not that kind of music.
It's very technical.
This is really hard to do really well.
It's very technical music.
And you don't have the facilities always to do your job properly.
No, and then you can't do your job properly, and you really want to, because it's what we're supposed to be fucking doing for you guys, for the audience. It's the least we could do.
And for me, that's the thing I care about. I've been in this for the music since the beginning, right? Like, that's the thing I care most about. I'm here doing this as my idea because I wanted to do something interesting musically. At least I thought it was interesting, right? And it frustrates me, and this is what I mean about not liking gigging. It's not I don't like gigging. I love performing. All my life, any opportunity I could get in front of people on a stage, I would take it, right? But I hate performing when I'm not given the tools to do my job properly. So it's just part of the problem of what it was.
Yeah.
It's starting to get a little frustrating. I mean, it's not the thing that broke the camel's back, but it's one of the things that contributed to it, right? Yeah. This is just making the point that this was a meme last year, right? But this is me in 2019. This is me in 2019. And
2009, right, sorry.
2009, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is not the same person. Not by a long shot.
Not
and
for me either. I had very short
But this is somewhat still the same idea, right? Like, these are two different bands. I stand by that. I said that like to people who criticize us over the years for being Phyrexia rebranded or whatever. This is like it sounds completely different like, when you really put it next to each other. It's night and day. But it's the same concept, right? This is my brainchild kind of thing. To some degree, I've given up ownership of that over the years as I've kind of let it go a bit more. But this isn't necessarily what I want to do anymore. Like when I was here, I wanted to tour like at an arch enemy kind of level. And now I'm here, I'm not so sure like that's really the life that I want. I'm not going to condemn myself to something that I'm not sure I want anymore just because I decided I wanted it when I was 18, right? So it's hard to do something that you don't fully believe in some sense. It's not I don't believe in the music or the image or the band, like the art side. I'm not a big believer in the band business model in 2021.
Not like this.
And yeah, it's just what it is. I'm kind of I've done my time. So what are my regrets on this? Well, it comes to Vicky's regrets because she isn't supposed to be here, but she is.
I'm here.
So I actually really liked the tour opportunities that we got with De Profundis.
Yeah.
Like, apart from having what looks like a huge fuck off boner.
Probably did.
I probably didn't take this picture with a huge boner, but it looks like that. We miss tour opportunities.
Yeah, we did.
And this is the one thing I wish we were able to do. Like, if I could just loan myself the money to go back and do these things and have these experiences, then I would do them. Like, I would just snap up doing these bigger European tours, because this is what it's not like we might not have got them again, but the opportunities don't come every day.
No.
And they would have been really cool. Or at least I think they would have been really cool. I would rather know.
Fun. I wish that
those are the right times for us to do it as well.
I do wish that we had the money at these times. The investment that we would be able to put into it now.
It's not even just the money. Like, I remember like Simon didn't have his passport ready for this.
That's
like
right,
he just wasn't ready to go.
No.
I mean, it was so
Didn't
short
have a
notice
holiday or something.
that we couldn't get the time of work.
Yeah.
And then like we dodged a bullet with this one, to be honest, because this guy got fucking COVID.
Yeah.
So that means everyone on the tour got COVID.
And at a time where, there wasn't a cure for it, and people got really sick. There wasn't a vaccine yet. There wasn't any treatment for it yet. People didn't know anything about it in that time,
so
early.
We can't dodge a bullet with this one, but the concept remains the same, right? Like, I wish I'd be gone on a proper like European tour with some bigger bands and took it a step further. Right? Yeah. That's what I would have really like seen, like the potential go just a bit further than this.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Wait, let's go back to you. Any regrets?
Regrets?
Any other anecdotes? Anything you want to say, Paul, Tom, Matt?
Whoever's around.
From
I don't know.
the band and being involved in the band in some way.
I mean, we've been very thorough.
Yeah, I feel like at this point we might have some different perspectives. And like I said at the beginning, you're going to hear a lot of this through our perspectives because we're the ones here, right? And that's not the only lens to view all these things through.
Yeah.
And the truth is we've been out of touch with each other a lot for the last 2 years. While things have changed.
That's how it is.
So I don't know.
Regrets.
But if anyone wants to say anything, just dump it in the chat.
I mean, that's a bit on the spot. I mean, these are...
I've winged this entire thing for 4 hours. So.
Yeah, no, yeah, so I've just been chipping in. These are some regrets of mine. Yeah. I'm sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about some of those at some point. But yeah.
Do you have anything else to add to that? We got a thing for the end later, but
Yeah.
Alright, let's just move on now.
Let's move on because I don't know.
So this is a timeline, which is very revealing, in my opinion, of the members in the band. So this is the original lineup of people. See, me and Vicky have been here the whole time. That's pretty crazy. But
Thank you, Matt.
Paul's been here like not long after. Sorry, I was just gonna read that. Thanks for everything. Been a wonderful few years. It's been absolute pleasure. Oh, cute. Simon's been here for most of that time too. He's been here since 2010.
Yeah, and so is Paul, of course. 2009.
I'm glad, Andy, because I hate sounding like just a doomsayer, right?
Not at all.
But this isn't supposed to just be giving up, right?
No,
we will
it's
come to
not.
that in a minute.
Yeah, we will. Yeah.
Look at this fucking drum timeline. What the fuck's wrong with you? I hate you.
No, we love you, but I wish you'd stay.
This is such bullshit.
We love each and every one of you.
Look at this. Like, even the vocals. This is like the thing that's the front of the band is more stable than this
Look.
fuck.
There's even people missing from this that were not in it for that long.
Yeah, well, they were temping.
There's Johnny and Max.
Oh, yeah, they don't count.
Well, look, dude.
They're basically temping.
Wow.
Like,
But that in total, that's 3, 6, that's like 8 drummers in 13 years. Paul says, I do regret album 3 not coming out. The material was really promising, but alas, if it can't be done perfectly, then it's better not to bolt through our logic, basically. Well, yeah.
we'll talk more about that.
We'll get to that.
In a moment, I think.
I think so.
I agree. Like,
I do
material
agree.
is like the thing that bums me out is I really love the music.
Yeah, I freaking love it.
It's
I
not
still
not
do.
the only music that I want to do, but it is good music.
The reason we've been doing it this long is because we all friggin' believed in it and we've all loved it.
It does start with the music, right? It's not just. It's derivative of a lot of different things, which makes it original, right? It's not just this is black metal, this is sludge metal, this is doom metal, this is goth. I don't know.
Who am I forgetting?
Like,
You can tell me later. Oh, right, Jessel, of course, yeah.
was Matt's even a temp? Because he didn't play with us. He did like a rehearsal.
Well, I don't know.
Johnny
He
played a
kinda
gig with
counted.
us. Jessel played several gigs with us.
Yeah,
But
so I guess 9 in total, yes. I will count that.
anyway, let's talk about the drum situation here.
Oh boy.
The drum situation is definitely been the thing which held Fumicaris back after we fired Jamie. For good reasons. It also gimped us in a big way. And Tom was always steady. Like, Tom's here for several years. Tom's here for several. We worked with Tom for 5 years total in here.
Yeah, thankful for Tom.
And been aware of everything he's doing outside of that with Thing and De Profundis and Carpathia and Hazlitt and a billion other
Random things we've
session
done with
things.
Tom.
I was like Tom's drum tech for the London Underground Orchestra or something like that. Like, we know this guy can do the job.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But I also know Tom is super busy. And like, we wouldn't be able to do the band the way that I would really like to do a band again, which is, kind of organically,
Just
week
too
by
much of a
week.
pretentious wanker to actually. You said it, mate.
I mean, you did offer,
You did.
kind of.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it's the way that I would have liked the band to be, just because I know that it's like rehearse before the gig then do the gig, you know what I mean? Because I know you're doing a PhD and that kind of thing. I didn't think it was the right time, and then like
You didn't feel it was the right time either, to be fair.
I also like I think it's good to broaden your network, right? Like we've known the same people for a long time. Like there's not actually very many people in this timeline.
Yeah, true.
And there's problems with that too, where you're not really expanding your connections. Like you're relying on the same people forever, and people change, right? Like I've changed.
You should have gotten another keyboardist. Look, I am the only keyboardist in all this time. I'm a fucking mistake.
So I don't know, like it was the right decision to bring Matt on for sure.
Hell yeah.
I think like Matt would have killed it on a third album as well.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
I
so sad
had
we
so
didn't
much
get to
good
record with
times.
you, actually.
Good times working together, but well, he's quit now.
I know, but it would have been great to record with Matt.
Yeah, no, it's just
See
a
what he
shame.
would have done with it.
It's just a shame that like I talked a bit about things out of your control, and like I could not fathom like the Black Death coming, right?
Yeah. Who could have predicted fucking COVID?
Well, I don't know if like things would have fit differently if you were in, but then it's like, well, it would be a different can of worms. And I don't know if that's even what you would want, right? Because like the point is not to make everyone overly committed through obligation to their friends and then become miserable.
No, I wouldn't want to make anyone sad with this. Just want to make the music that's right at the time.
And the thing is, I was quite sad at the like before the end. I was a little bit insane, and just not enjoying this anymore, and that's why I ended things. That's why I quit. I pulled the plug, so to speak.
Pull the plug.
Spoilers.
Oh, here we go.
Here's all the records we did in that time.
An album in 10 years. Yeah, bitch. Yeah.
I'm gonna put some more music on.
Yeah, please.
Cover it. I'm gonna put the remastered.
Okay.
First. No, I'm not. I'm gonna put From a Coruscant.
Okay, yeah, put From a Coruscant. Yeah.
I'll put Like the Dead EP.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Is it on? I can't remember.
Just wait a second. I can't hear it either. What the fuck?
Yeah, come on.
That's not right.
It should start.
Okay, that's clearly not right. Sorry, give us a second. I'm gonna put that master. Shut up! Crazy lady.
No.
Hello? Where's all the music gone?
Oh, did you mute it somehow? Can you guys hear it? Is it just us? Is this thing just not? No. Can you hear the music? You can.
You can hear the music. What?
It's just ultra quietly. Okay. Just turn it up a bit on the. Yeah. Oh, not too loud.
It's not there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, my speakers went to sleep.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Because it wasn't loud enough.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Jump. Like. Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Alright. You know, I'm proud of this body of work, you know. I'll put this on my resume.
Me too.
I really like all of it. I think this Children of the Dawn EP I was listening to today. I like the way the songs sound more than the album ones at times. They're actually really good. they've got qualities that I like anyway. This Gods one actually sounds super raw. It's very like Jessel mix. I like it for that. I like these redone versions in here.
The way we read it, yeah.
I think it's always gotten better. Like 1, 2, 3. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, 7. Oh well, they're kind of the same actually. 9, 10.
Like it's always we've always wanted to improve. I take the last thing up a notch.
Yeah.
I don't see any point in doing the same thing twice. I don't see any point in regressing. I only want to go forwards. I think we've done that with this, which is something I can be really proud of, right? So yeah, I don't know. Look at how fucking good this artwork is.
I still have all of
Have
this.
sex with it if I could.
You've had sex to it. Anyway, I have all of this on my like professional website still.
Yeah.
This has been my dual life. Whoa, this is this has been my dual life. You know, for all of my professional career as like a games designer or whatever, this has been the thing I have done in my spare time, and it's meant the world to me. And I wouldn't change a thing, actually. For all of the failings,
Yeah.
for some
I
of them,
agree.
for all of the journey, for all of the life experience that we have got. Yes, I have had sex to these albums, and they're all on my professional website, just so you know, whatever.
Okay.
You know. So, yeah.
Not drunk.
Maybe a bit drunk, but no, I'm happy with all of this period of my life or whatever.
Yeah. I
And
agree.
where we are. And where we've come from, and the things we've learnt on the way, and where we arrived at.
It's not always necessarily been a good time, but it's been a valuable time.
I've learnt a lot, and I really value all of it.
Look at this.
Are these all the?
These are all the flyers I've got at the moment. I think there are some Formicarius ones missing.
Yeah.
And there's like
think
one or,
there's more.
there's one or two Forex ones that don't have flyers because those gigs were that bad.
Well. Yeah.
But this is, yeah, there's a legacy of live music, right? I thought that would shock you.
It did shock me, and I've made like a lot of these. Like,
Especially this purple turtle.
oh
over
my!
here.
Oh, do you remember that guy? Oh fucking hell. Look, it was called Shell Shock, so I made one because it was at the Purple Turtle. So I made it a purple turtle that was a shell.
Sheena used to book a lot of our gigs, and you do all the flyers for them, right?
Dude, she didn't have
From
someone to do it
Glasswork?
professional, so
Glasswork?
I did it.
Promotions, I think.
I wasn't professional at the time.
And then she quit after Trolls and Whispers. Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
Shit.
Seeing all this like this. I'd like to make a background of this or something.
Yeah, I would too. Please send me up.
Yeah, it's really cool. You can definitely see some of these, like, yeah, it starts off not so good, and then it gets a lot better.
Yeah, but oh, that makes me a bit emotional. Actually,
Yeah, I thought so.
that's our
God.
journey right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the journey that you don't see because this doesn't live anymore. Right? These flyers don't function. There's no footage or pictures of a lot of these gigs.
£1 off if you come with the flyer.
Like, they don't function the same way like making a record does. But when you see it like this, you're like, damn, there's a lot of history there.
There's a lot of work there.
There's a lot of history on like the wall behind me. And not just for these bands either. There's some colours ones and stuff like that.
Mine as well.
Put that up as well.
Yeah,
You know, they're not all the best ones, but they are there.
yeah.
So yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
That's been our 20s and early 30s.
Yeah, it's definitely a coming of age story, right?
Yeah. And teens as well.
And this is for Macarius.
This is from Icarus, yeah.
I really enjoyed this early period where we were doing the first shows and
Yeah.
posting to
Question.
social
says Paul.
medias.
Uh-oh.
Question.
Oh dear. Uh-oh. Oh dear. I'm bracing myself. Yeah. What the festering fuck is that? A zombie Vicky picture in the center?
Oh, this one.
Oh, that guy. I think I was face swapped with Simon actually.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I don't know. I downloaded some cool new app for the kids. Probably like a Snapchat filter because it's that kind of period.
Yeah, it is.
Lol. But yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think I
with
face
it.
swapped with Simon.
Yeah, I like this. Like, it's just a good
Yeah.
like behind the scenes. There's
Oh,
you
the
know,
video.
There's the dream team of 10 years of work. 11 years,
Yeah.
12 years, some 13, some of us.
Yeah.
Some cool pictures, some early
There's that,
pictures, some late pictures.
the 12 bar.
Yeah,
There's the Dev.
Ivory Blacks.
That's Leeds, I think. And
That's Cardiff.
That's Cardiff.
That's Dev again.
The Dev again.
That's York.
York, yeah.
And that must be Archway.
Yep. Exeter.
Yeah, so it's just a lot of good memories here, right?
I ain't gonna comment on that. No. No.
This is how we got old, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this has been our.
That's
This is,
not what makes
yeah, this has been our life. So.
Alright, so. I mean,
Oh
now
my God, you're still here.
me.
No, the people at quarter
I
to
was
one.
gonna say. Alright, so we're gonna say like we announce the end of Fumikari, so calling it a day. It's over, it's all gone forever, right? Is that true? I'm not gonna say never, alright? I'll get to the Q&A in a moment.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say never.
No.
I'm
no
saying
way.
that I can't do this right now, and I don't know if I can do this again. I don't know if anyone's going to want to do this with me again. And I want, like, the point to call it a day, like, for real, is to move on with intention in the next step in your life, like, in what you do, right? So it's to take, like, I'd say I want to do other music seriously, right? I want to do that properly and not just be like, here's Fumikaris, my ex-girlfriend in the background, who I might get back with. You know, I want to have a proper go at seeing, like, what I can do.
Not me, by the way.
what in my
proper-
background.
Oh.
Yeah, your name's Fumikaris.
My name's from Karis, I'm your ex-girlfriend.
It's Phyrexia. Yeah, no, the point is to move forward and to do your best, right? Like Paul and Tom are doing Day Profaners. I want them to focus on giving it their all, you know? I don't want them to be bogged down with Fumikaris right now. I don't want to be bogged down with Fumikaris right now. It's the real reason why I'm not saying I'm doing it for anyone else. I'm doing it for me, straight up. Like, I can't do this now.
No.
Maybe, I don't know what the future is. Like, you don't know what the future is either. I don't hate anyone in the band. I don't hate the music. Blah, blah, blah.
Love the music.
But, no. But it's
True that.
it's just not right for me right now. I need to commit to doing something else and seeing if that can go where I want it to go and seeing what position I'm in however long and what position everyone else is in. You know, I want to see like what else we can do to challenge ourselves. Really. So, you know, that's why I don't want to call it a hiatus. You know, Paul, Vicky and I, all friends. Matt's friends. Matt's probably too busy and going to be in like Cradle of Filth in the future.
Yeah.
And Simon's still our friend as well, even though he's not here. Right? Like, we could still do this, but I don't know what's going on. The pandemic, I don't really want to like be worrying about it right now. I want to concentrate on other shit, and it's not fair to string everyone along.
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll see. Right? This could be the end forever. It's not the end of the world if that's the case. Like, it's Fumikaris and Phyrexia has done its job in some sense, right? It's been what we needed then. It's just not what we need now. And maybe it's what we need in the future. I don't know. I don't know how open it, yeah, you don't know anything about what's not written, right? So I can't say for sure. I'm just not doing this right now, and we've decided as a collective thereafter that we're not going to do this right now. That's it.
I will say that it's.
Or for the foreseeable future, but that's
I
the
wouldn't say-
foreseeable future.
Who knows what the non-foreseeable future is?
I don't know if I'm gonna be like really angry around 40. I want to do black metal. I don't know.
Well, you got a way to go yet. You're only 30.
Yeah, I do have a way to go, and that's the point. I want to have the best run at whatever the next thing is in my life. I like, on a personal note, my business I built a business up in teaching music for 4 years, and it just collapsed in the pandemic. And it's not recovered really, and I don't know what to do about that. You know, I don't really want to do teaching forever either. I've got other stuff that I want to do in my life. I'm interested in other things. I'm good at a lot of things. I'm good at tech, as you can kind of see. And I want to pursue other stuff right now. I just can't do a band at the same time.
I will say, on the contrary, my career has really taken off in the pandemic. My salary has doubled in the pandemic. I've got promotions. I'm responsible for way more stuff. My company has been taken over by like one of the biggest video game companies in the world. I don't know exactly what my future's going to be. I'm responsible for a lot of things right now that I was not responsible for before. And the way that you can do a band right now in 2021 is not the way that we were doing a band before the pandemic in 2019 and all before that. I do have permission to do this band. Fucking hell. They gave me permission last week, even though I applied to it. Anyway, no, none of that. No, careful. But anyway, I'm allowed to do it. But I don't know what the future looks like for me in my suddenly very accelerated career when I'm way more senior than I was before in an American corporation. It's pretty different for me right now. I don't know what the future's going to hold for me, basically. I want to keep doing music. Music has not been beneficial for my mental health in the way that it has been for the past 10 years.
Nice pull.
I don't want to look back at our troubled past. I want to look forward to our troubled future. Fuck yeah! But I don't know what that future's going to be yet. Not saying it's the end for me either. I don't know what the future is for me yet.
This thing, we're still going to do music. It started Paul. Paul's obviously in De Profundis.
Yeah.
The last album that they released was their best one. I know that because I'm like one of the few people who's actually bought all the De Profundis records. And that's the one we toured with.
Support!
No, don't just support because you're an idiot.
Come to Indonesia.
Shut up.
Sorry.
But yeah, like Paul's still doing De Profundis with a new album coming out, right? Along with Tom. Matt is in Sidious, Hecate, Ereshkigal Girl with me, and Weird Stuff. We're technically doing Domitorum, although I think it's going to come to a similar kind of conclusion as this. We'll see. I'm doing Ereshkigal Girl because I have no responsibility in Ereshkigal Girl. All I have to do is practice, show up and do it, and Dev drives me everywhere because big up Dev.
Big up Dev!
I don't spend any money, I just get to play fucking evil, horrible music loudly, which is what I like to do sometimes.
Sorry.
And it's not a big deal. I could probably get away with the mask on stage. Simon went to like a bass jam the other day.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, he did.
Like, he's gonna be around doing stuff in London.
Doing music.
You know, like, we're not giving up
No.
music. So I'm gonna read back some of these comments in a minute. Vicky and I like have had other black metal stuff on the back burner since 2014.
We have.
And
maybe we'll finally get round to it.
I think we might just
fucking release it.
some songs in this home studio with like a drum machine or whatever.
Why not?
And put it online because
it's been around for a long time. We should do something with it. It's fucking cool.
And I've got other ideas. Like, I want to do music every day. That's the thing. I want to make a new song every day. I'm figuring out all these cool ideas about how to stream making a new song every day. I've got like my own content creation, music creation plans in the pipeline, you know? I've got other stuff to do, and I want to be a lot better at improv on guitar. Like, I want to know what the fuck all this jazz is about because I'm shit at it.
Teacher.
And so we got a lot of other stuff that we're gonna do, right? With other people. And we're still gonna go to like support our friends. We're gonna support our friends and do all the things. Like, this is not the end of our musical careers, right? This is just the end of this particular story that's been ongoing and stretched out for a long time, right? And it's the end for now. Like, maybe forever.
But maybe not. Like Phyrexia. Like, I do think something has to truly die for it to be reborn, if that's ever gonna happen.
I look at the difference when we killed Phyrexia and then started Formicarius.
The amount that we achieved in that short space of time, I can see that happening again. If that's something we decide we want to do.
But this is all like, you know, this is prospectively. What's the word? Like, not enthusiastic.
Motivation, inspiration.
I don't know, it's... This might not happen, right, as well. Like,
No, the dragon's still alive, don't worry.
the point is, it's not all sad. It's not all doom and gloom.
We're happy with
You can
what
find
we
us
did.
all elsewhere. We're still around, we're still alive. This isn't a eulogy like that.
And I am proud of what we did.
Optimistic, thank you!
Thank you! Optimistic, yes.
Alright, I'm gonna read about some of these comments.
Oh yeah, go for it, please.
Fucking hell, the memes.
I like the memes. Please read some memes.
It was
In your
really
best
nice
meme
working
voice.
with you all, minus Paul, of course.
Yeah.
All times. Shame and an honour to have hosted your potentially last show. Hopefully I'll catch you in other projects down the road. I have Day Pro Net Zero. Yeah, that's right, Dan.
Yes, we'll be there.
Yeah, you've always
so
been
long as it's COVID
you've
safe.
always been really good to us, Dan. Like,
Thank you, Dan.
like, for as much as like trying keeping us positive and then having a big rant about some of the bullshit, like, we've had some really good interactions and like working with promoters. And in Formicarius, we've more or less always been paid decently as well. Like, there was a big
Yeah.
shift in attitude towards payment of bands.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like a salary. I'm not expecting a salary, but it's just something to say you're worthwhile, right?
Till you pay your travel
So it's really it's really
in the
nice.
hostels.
The way we've been treated, and
Yeah.
and Dan Tregenna of 90s. How do you say it? 90s, 90s,
90s.
the Plymouth promotion.
I'm sorry, Dan.
I'm sorry, Dad. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Please tell us. Please correct us.
He's a good one.
Fucking heathens.
The cash of Devska goal.
A
Dan Synthwave Takeover. That's me, baby.
Nice.
Dan Synthwave Takeover. Woo! Whoop, whoop. Sorry.
Oh boy.
My comfort.
Yeah.
Get some better channel regions. Well, I haven't used Twitch in like over a year. Okay. The dragon didn't die. No, Dragon Pain Bruce. Optimistic. Paul Carter had a question.
Oh.
It was, what's your favorite song?
Oh boy. Do you have one for sure?
90s.
90.
You go first.
Oh, it's so difficult, Paul. Shit.
The cringe documentary.
I mean, an easy one is Early because it was such a collaborative track. Every time we've played it live, I felt very proud.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's a song that really gets people going. And I don't know, I'm very proud of the composition on that track and the way that it ebbs and flows throughout the track. Yeah, it's a difficult question, but Early Will I Seek Thee is definitely a favourite of mine because of the way that it all came together and the way that it always goes down live. It's a very difficult song for me. I chose to make it more difficult for myself because I like switch, I don't know, synths in the
Sorry.
middle and what? You're right.
Just gonna put
you're
this
good.
over here.
You're good. It's a difficult song for me. We added an even more difficult bit than there is in the recording.
Like primary school, yeah.
Yeah. yeah, so I like, I don't know, I play a bit on my own in the middle, and it's really difficult because I have to switch between this really tricky like harpsichord bit to playing a very on the beat like piano bit, which is quite tricky to switch between, and then I have to go back to the harpsichord bit and make sure that I nail it, and it's something I've I don't know, I've practiced a lot. And I always enjoy playing live.
Cheers, Craig.
Thank you, Craig. He says, shall I read it?
There you go.
Go on. He says, a compelling retrospective with lots of highs and lows, which we can all relate to. You should be very proud of what you've achieved. Best of luck for your future endeavors. Thank you, Craig. I appreciate that.
It's worth saying that every fucking underground metal band in the UK can relate to like this shit with dressing rooms and the crap shit of is 100 people going to be there or 5 people?
Yeah,
you know,
it is a gamble every time.
Everyone can relate to these stories. It's just not unique to our story. Like, this isn't super unique, but it is our story, right? Like, this is the one we can tell.
It's our story!
And I wish more people would tell these stories, right? Because I think there's something interesting about it, honestly.
And people shouldn't pretend that it's all like rock and roll and it's all great, because it's not. Sometimes you get a dressing room that's a disused toilet. That's a freaking corridor that not many people can fit into with no mirrors.
My favourite song.
okay, yeah, let's go back to that gun. What's your favourite?
So I really like this one.
You do? Mine?
Yeah.
You got.
So this is the thing that happens, right?
Put it on.
Typically, I'm really unconvinced with the song.
Thank you.
I'm really unconvinced. I'm a dick about it.
Asshole.
And then I think my song's gonna be the shit. Yeah, it's gonna be the best fucking track ever. I've done it. I've stayed up all night. I've done it. And it comes to the final thing. I'm like, no. Like, there's something about I don't love the intro of this one that much.
Okay.
I like that it's a clean intro. It's a little like ambiguous in what I'm feeling. I don't really know what's going on, I guess. But damn, this song slaps. This is a fucking banger. Like this might be my favorite song on this album.
What is it you like about it?
It's got the most variety. It's got the mid pace, it's got the tremolo, it's got the vocals, it's got the clarinet.
Yeah, don't just the fucking clarinet. Yeah.
Alright, fuck.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah.
It's got the lyrics are probably my favorite on the whole album.
Really?
Yeah, they tell the story really well and really accurately to history. This isn't just like fantasy literature in this one.
No, it's history.
And it's a really different like thing. You don't often hear people talking about Eleanor Aquitaine, right?
She's a person that really inspired me. She did things in the 11th century, is it? That she should not have been able to do as a woman. And I have had an enormous chip on my shoulder for the entirety of my life about being a woman, so she inspired me and I wrote a song about her.
So I think that might be my favourite one on this album, even though Early has Sakis, and I think it's amazing for all the things that we talked about already.
I do love Early too.
I also really like Stalker, which I did write, but I got what I wanted. It's one thing I really wanted to make. It's the Phyrexia song on the album, right? So it's the happiest sounding track, I think it's fair to say. But I got these like proper wrestling king grooves. like if you think of the character King in Tekken 3 or something, like I got that. Its proper name is Fatty Bumbati.
Fatty Bumbati!
That was the demo name that I gave it.
Yes.
I don't know. I really like that song. It's like proper Dimmu-esque, but really not Dimmu track.
I smiled my head off under my hair every time we played this song live.
Best Tekken 3 EU is me, no question about it. Reinhardt, eat your fucking heart out. And then the other one is that I can think of is from Black Mass Ritual, Well,
I
I really like Master. Master Past and Present has one thing I think we did kind of crappily. That's the thing that holds it back. It's the seven section.
Yeah.
We didn't get across like what we were trying to get across
it's
musically.
It's not quite right.
But the ending, fuck me.
So Paul really likes Overlord.
Overlord, yeah.
What do you like about Overlord?
Overlord's
Paul?
grown on me.
I mean,
dude.
I do like it, but what is it specifically that you love about it, Paul?
A lot of people really like Overlord as well.
Yeah.
And like Lake is like perfect for what it is, right? So it's the single.
Yeah.
But I've played Lake at every single show we play. I can't stand it anymore.
Did we ever play a Borrant Feast of Minds?
Yeah, we played it in Cardiff.
Oh, okay.
No, not Cardiff. It was somewhere else. It was Eradication Open.
I quite liked Borrant, but I think we only played it that one time.
Yeah, well, Abhorrent is kind of a weird song. I like to listen to it because it's underplayed, right? I think if we play it as much as Lake, it wouldn't hold up so well.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da,
Paul, what do you like about Overlord?
Yeah, tell us. Fuck.
And the other ones I like are like Gods and Requiem.
Well, they're from the Phyrexia EP.
Yeah, I mean, in particular Gods though. Gods.
It's a good track.
It's the
wonderful.
Castlevania black metal thing.
Listening to it yesterday, I think it sums up perfectly. It has enough of the black metal, the thrash, the neoclassical, the power metal. Alright.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, I get you.
I agree, but I think it's a little basic for me.
I think it was our prototype for what everything else became, and I don't know that you disagree with that. I think it had all of those things, and that we then developed on them.
Yeah. Like I think Do is better.
Okay.
But
Owen says, I like the piano intro of Overlord. Vicky, I remember geeking out to you over how much I loved it when I first heard you play it before it had ever been recorded. Oh, I guess we played it live before then. Oh,
yeah.
Thank you, Owen. Yeah, I think I remember hanging out with you at uni and talking about that in the Brunel Metal Society. Heck yeah. Back in the day.
Some of these songs are old, man.
They are
Fucking
very
hell.
old. Fuck yeah.
If we really go back, we go back to this remastered album.
That you can get for free.
Just download it, lol.
Yeah.
Ophelia Reprise.
Have you put on Serpent yet?
I haven't put on. Well, I probably played it by itself.
You did put on Ophelia, so put on Serpents for a bit. Best per record, Black Mass Ritual, Overlord. All right. Black Mass Ritual, Overlord. Render the Veil of Flesh, Jew. Oh, really? What? Oh.
Dress and Red Wings.
Dress and Red Wings. Aristea /
Serpents.
Silence. Oh.
Oh, that's cool. You like Aristea. That's the first song I
Fuck
wrote.
yeah. Yeah, that was his first song.
Depths because your character. Okay, so
Oh
you
yeah, we
guys
didn't
who
talk
don't
about
know,
that.
the lyrics for. Oh, sorry, I gotta put depths.
Yeah, you
on.
gotta put depths on.
This is nearly over, by the way.
It's like,
I won't drag this out forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
The lyrics for Depths come from our Call of Cthulhu role-playing
Yes.
game campaign,
Yes.
which was hosted by Angus.
Yes, thank you, Angus.
And we played it with our flatmates, which is like Lolo,
Yes.
Anthony, who are here.
Yes, thank you.
And his character gets fucking murdered, and I wrote about it.
It was so fun.
This is such a great like rap. But yeah, read the lyrics for this song because it tells you like the ending of that campaign. It's pretty sick.
We played that campaign for 1 year exactly, and this tells the whole story of it. And exactly
it
how
tells
it ended.
that tells that epic ending. It's part of it.
And we had to immortalize it, so we did.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna go through some more.
Oh yeah, go on.
comments.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
You really like Serpents, Paul? I'm surprised.
Well, Serpents was cool, man.
I like Serpents. I'm just surprised Paul's at Serpents.
Serpents.
I'm gonna skip Serpents.
Skip a
ahead
bit. Yeah, go on.
Hold on,
Here we
hold
go.
on. We gotta go back to this. It's so long that it skips like half the
I
track.
know. It's 12-minute fucking song, man.
The guitar, then keys, then guitar solos on rehearsed.
Oh, thank you.
I was worried that was self-indulgent, but
No.
I'm glad you
Ah,
got a kick out of it, man.
thank you.
I say it's the most fun that word. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Revisiting it on the remastered, I was like, this slaps.
I'm glad about that because it's kind of weird.
It is weird, but
It's like just jumps key signatures, and
Oh.
it was my first song, so
well, kind of.
well, it was my first proper song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been writing songs for
a
nearly
long
20 years.
Anyone else got any questions or anecdotes,
Yeah, please share.
or want to buy some nice cheap merch?
Ah! Ah!
I'm gonna put this up.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, my watch is saying that my heart rate is abnormally high.
I don't actually want you to purchase merch. It means I have to
No,
post
no,
it,
no.
but weirdest band you played a gig with, like the members being weird. Funny stories. Let's look at these flyers
okay.
and see if anything pops
Alright.
up. Like really obvious.
There's too many. Oh, fucking hell.
Fuck.
Oh, there's too many.
The thing is that actually most people are quite normal in bands.
Yeah.
They're actually surprisingly boring.
Most people would just fucking sit on their phones, like.
They're either like really boring or they're very cliquey, so they don't want to talk to you.
There's also that. Is there any in particular that we haven't spoken about already?
And Tenga Cavalry was kind of interesting because for a band like that big, Nature just chatted to us like anyone, I couldn't quite believe his name was Nature at first.
Nor could I,
I wasn't sure if he was being serious.
but it was.
Rest his soul.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was an interesting character. But only like 3 people in Tenga Cavalry showed up for the show. And there's like 7 in the band, right? There's 5 pictures. That's sort of weird.
It's difficult to say.
Like most of the anecdotes will be very told, right? Like the early days of those. Oh,
Thank
okay.
you, Paul.
See you later, Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was cool.
It was cool.
He was really down to earth. Well, yeah, most of the anecdotes we talked about are like, it's only deathcore bands wanting to beat us up and then running away, Like, those are probably the worst, weirdest people. See ya, Paul. Hope
Bye,
you had a good
Paul.
time.
Yeah. Catch you soon, I hope.
Yeah, it's sort of strange though. Like, most of this, it's either like guys are really nice or guys are really boring. We don't really know guys. I don't know.
And they're all guys.
Yeah, they're all guys.
They're all guys. Oh.
Yeah, sorry. It's not huge funny stories for us.
There have been in my other bands, but it's not relevant to this, so yeah.
I didn't expect Craig to be so fucking funny on the Day for Thunders tour.
Craig was hilarious.
I think at the very end of the tour, we just see him like in his underwear, like dancing, like really slowly and awkwardly in Shoy's front door.
Yes.
That was
That was a good time.
sleep deprived and not really sure if this was real or not, but
Such as tour life.
I didn't expect Craig to be such a baller.
Good times.
Yeah. Well, I think that's basically it that we got for you then. I'm glad you guys have a good time remembering our music and
Thank you.
and listen to our stories and anecdotes. And I'm sorry it took so long. I didn't really expect it to.
Probably partly my fault. I wasn't even supposed to be here.
I wasn't really sure like if this would be 2 hours or what. So
Or 5.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've just had good times with like.
Thank you.
It's just been good to connect with people and do music with people. You know, at the end of the day.
We love music at the end of the day. That's why we're here.
Yeah, big music, big fans of music.
Yes.
I'm gonna change this camera or this
All
one.
right.
All right, guys. Well,
Thank you so much.
that's that for now.
For now.
We'll be seeing you. We will be around, and we got we're gonna do some shows at Domitorum eventually, and
Yes. The two of us at
and
least.
I play with the Rush Girl next week, so I'm sure we'll be around and stuff. We'll be at shows one day when we're not feeling so
Please.
uncomfortable with it.
Please, please, please catch up with us at shows when we're not feeling terrified of COVID.
Obviously, if you ever want to call, do it.
We're around.
Because I have the technology to do it. And this might be the only way you see us for a little while, but
Yeah.
otherwise, thank you to everyone we've worked with. Thank you to Patrick of Shrawstorm.
Yes.
Thank you to Paul and Chris at IPR
Yes.
in particular. Thank you to all the good promoters. So that's
You
like,
know who you are.
you know who you are. Obviously, Dan
We
comes
love
to
you.
mind because he's been here tonight.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
everyone who's bought us stuff. Well, it's not even buying stuff. It's just likes
No,
our
it's
stuff.
just
Anyone who
you.
likes like this thing a stupid 16-year-old like thought of doing, right? Like
And the rest of us.
yeah, and then the people who did it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. I think we're gonna call it there.
Yeah, I think so.
So one last drink that we run out of to form a carrot.
Yeah.
Hold on, where's the whiskey?
It's here. Right.
Drink.
Drink. A little for you and a little for me. Not too much. It is past midnight.
Yeah. All right, guys, this is it. Thank you
Thank you
and good night.
to Formicarius and Phyrexia.
Phyrexia and Phyrexia.
Thank you so much for being there for all these years.
We'll be seeing you.
Love ya.